Hey, yo, it's me, Pops Fan Marmalade, and you're watching the Comics-Related Madness Network. Huh? So come get some.
Come get some.
America's southern border has become a war zone. Human traffickers, drug smugglers, and terrorists flow across the Rio Grande with impunity, secure in the knowledge that no one will stop them. A distant federal government lectures Americans on their privilege while punishing overworked Border Patrol agents who were helpless to stem the tidal wave of invaders and determined migrants. Second-generation Cuban-American Marcos Zamora is a military vet, more patriotic than most Americans. No longer able to ignore the chaos at his doorstep, he acts. Joined by his best friend Gus, they hit the border every night, saving lives while stopping violent drug cartels and other opportunists. The government reacts with fury at Marcos' attempts to preserve American sovereignty, deploying the full might of their enforcement agencies. But Marcos understands that the only thing the rich and powerful fear is bad publicity, and he records every encounter. Whoever he is, this private American must be stopped. Illustrated by Richard Bonk and written by Eisner winner Mike Baron, Private American is his version of Captain America, and maybe a little Punisher, taking part in this ongoing, violent, and very real battle of good versus evil in the war for American sovereignty. Grab your copy at theprivateamerican.com.
We have a secure border, and that is a priority for our administration.
In a world where creatures of myth and legend exist, a covert task force is charged with keeping humanity safe from supernatural threats. And when young Nancy Moon stumbles into the eternal battle between good and evil, she finds... Oh my god, will you shut up? What's happening? Agent Beckett here. Aren't you tired of stuff like that? Want something different? Roll the tape. Whoops. Sorry about that. That's a song I'm writing for my ex. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's more like it. Alrighty. Welcome to the world of the mythicals. We have it all. Monsters. Magic. Government agents. He's the strong silent type. This guy. Ugh, gross, dude. Get some kind of cream or something. Lots of 90s style action. Pew pew pew. And that strong female lead alluded to earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention a dashing field commander with a great sense of fashion. Look at those glasses. South River Studios presents The Mythicals, Issue 1. Buy it, if you dare. Ugh, will you can it already? How'd you get free? Now beat it before I lose my cool. So what are you waiting for? Sign up today. Like right now.
Sign up today on Indiegogo.
Hey, yo. CRoM Con 30 freaking 2. Holy crap, man. I'm telling you people, I cannot believe that we're still doing this. Y'all know when I first started doing this, we started doing it because Emerald City went down. And it was like I had a lot of friends that suddenly didn't know how they were going to sell books, didn't have no cons setting up. The whole summer got shut down. Everybody knows the story. That's how this began. I figured we'd do it for a few months, everything go back to normal. Guess what? It didn't. Not for a long time. Now things are starting to get back to the way we like it. I see a whole bunch of cons scheduled for the summer, and excited. I will be at Hall of Heroes. I'll probably be at Grand Rapids, doing our normal thing, walking around, interviewing people, having a good time. But this is something we didn't expect. We didn't expect CRoM Con to still be going 3 years later. We didn't expect to have built into a network like we have with all these different shows. This has been a blast these last few months, building this network. And then came the dilemma, what happens to CRoM Con if I got shows on Saturday, shows on Sunday? What am I going to do? Well, we just decided to incorporate those shows right into the event. So you're still going to see the show-offs. You're still going to see Stephen B. You're still going to see the Horror Movie Club. You're still going to see Silverline tomorrow evening. All the things that, the open draw stream tomorrow, all the stuff that you normally get on the weekends, you're still going to get. They're just going to kind of be wide open as part of CRoM Con. And also in between those shows, we're going to have guests like we always do. We have a pretty full slate today. As a matter of fact, we have a very full slate today. But I want to get right to it. I don't know where my co-host is, Doc. What happened to you, brother? He was there a minute ago. But I do have, you guys know him. You love it. It's the devil himself. Lucifer freaking Storm. What's up, brother?
Hello. How the devil art thou, good sir?
Dude, you know what's up. We're feeling a little hunky today. I don't know why.
Hey, that's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing.
I'm feeling a little wilderness. I don't know. We finally got some snow.
Yeah.
But, it's like almost February, and we finally got a few inches of snow on the ground in Michigan. Now, I don't live in the UP where they get all kinds of snow, but, it's like usually we have snow before February.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to have it before February, kind of like around December. That's kind of when you expect it to happen.
For Christmas, right? But this year it's been like, wow, weird. I don't think it's global warming. I think it's what do they call it? A pole shift.
I think it's just nature being a dick.
I think the wobble. I think it's starting to wobble a little.
Yeah.
I
get what you mean. But at least you're in the right area for when you get snowfall. It's snowfall. It's good. We get threatened with snow. That's about it. We get one snowflake that comes down to be like, "Oi, I'm coming," and then it never does.
Yeah, it melts before it hits the ground. Yeah.
Yep, that's the one. Just one single snowflake. And I'm not talking about people online who go, "Oh my God, that's so offensive." I'm talking about literal one snowflake falling from the sky.
What's up, Wayne? Mr. Big.
Hey,
Mr.
Wayne.
Big. Is it? Watch out, Mr. Big's in the chat. So yeah, it's been like I said, it's been interesting the last few months the way things have been working out. 29 shows.
I know, man.
We have another new one starting this weekend during CRoM Con. Tomorrow night at 7:00.
Yeah.
It's the It's All Good show with Amy Allgood.
Oh, cool.
And her first guest is going to be none other than Eisner Award-winning writer Mike freaking Barrett. So,
fuck yeah.
You might want to tune in for that one. It's going to be good. Amy is the writer on the book First World.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have seen it, but I have it. It's freaking good stuff. It's a little based, but it's really good. But with me right now, this guy.
Hello.
This guy.
Yep, that's right.
And look, there she is, just like that. Or I don't know, that could be Doc. I don't know if that's Doc or Amy, but what's up? We got Hojo. Hojo, we just played your
Hey, Hojo.
Beginning of the show. Hojo is the guy who does the Mythicals, the trailer that we just played a few minutes ago. If you like that, dude,
yeah, that's a damn good looking trailer. But when he stops the tape because it's death metal, I'm like, hey, hold on. I was getting into that.
Dude,
let that song play.
I love that video. He's like, oh wait, that's something I'm making for my ex. I'm like, oh shit, die. A whole bunch of good stuff went into that. Yes, okay, that's Doc. That's Amy's partner over there. And
cool.
Holy crap! You can't have Lucifer without a little bit of demon bitch. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah.
I don't think I seriously doubt that your intro's over here. So I'm just bringing you in, Christy. What's up?
Hey, Christy.
And
hey, how's it going, Lucifer?
It's going good. How about you?
Doing good. Just it's been a long week managing my empire.
And we got somebody else in the back room too. You know him. You love him.
I'm a strange guy.
Really?
Rich.
Hey, Rich. How's it going?
Hey, Rich.
Here we are, side by side. The world will end now. I wonder what
You should be above me, or I should be on top of you. So, you know.
Wait, I can't hear you. What?
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
Well, you know, the doomsday clock was how many minutes from midnight? So there you go. I think it was 90 seconds. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
I think we're 90 seconds now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's 90 seconds to midnight. I don't get it. I don't get that reference.
Essentially, I didn't know what the fuck that was about because I didn't know that was an actual thing. But apparently, the greatest minds in the world take stock of the world and see how close we are to destruction. I'm like, whatever, I don't give a shit. So
all right, you know, isn't that like the doomsday clock or something?
That's what she's talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, it's a bunch of eggheads that just sit in their fucking basement all day and they compute things.
Oh, God, that's like half the population of England. Because everyone's like
I do not know this. You both.
I do. This. Lucifer knows this because that's why he gets all the women's.
Well, you know, he did his pad all dark and mysterious with red. So hey, there you go.
That is true. That is very true. Give me a moment, please. I'm trying to get some of my stuff here. Anyway, continue talking about yourselves.
Talking about yourself,
Rich. Oh, wait.
Go on, peasants. Keep speaking. I am busy putting my stuff together, so you may speak amongst yourselves if you wish. Go on.
Hojo, I was just going to say, Hojo, we play that video pretty regularly. It's one that we really like, and you know, it's like you're in pre launch. We want people to know about it so that when you do launch, everybody's excited for it. It's a good trailer. We're going to show it as much as we can between now and launch date, bro. That's what.
Yeah. That's how it's done.
Dude, the 80s want their propaganda.
80s, what is it? Doomsday Clock. The 80s want their propaganda. You know what?
I didn't know that was a real fucking thing. Honestly.
Go smell your own farts.
And we have one. We have another guest. We got another guest in the back. You guys know him. You do? The biceps of the madness.
Of course.
It's Nick freaking Henry. What's up?
Oh, fella, how's it swelling?
God, it's the hermaphrodite. He's here.
Hi, Rich.
Hello,
he's like so happy. He's like, hi, Rich.
Hello, my sweet babu.
Hello, you beautiful people. How you, Christie? How you
beautiful.
It's all good, man. It's all good. Love that T-shirt you're wearing.
Oh,
just for
T-shirt.
you, darling.
I'm only wearing this T-shirt. I'm only wearing this T-shirt because I want to. No, you got to pull that up.
Oh, that's a cool T-shirt, man. Is that silkscreen, by the way?
It is indeed.
Oh, ew! Oh my God!
God damn!
Jesus Christ!
Nice there you go, baby.
Holy
there
God!
You go, right there.
Yeah.
And that ain't all. And that ain't
nice.
Two.
Hey, that looks great.
3.
Hey, that looks even better.
But hey, what do you guys know about this one though?
Ooh.
Ooh,
yeah.
Is that printed on there or is that a sticker?
No, it's printed on the
shit.
Yeah, no, it could be a sticker. Is that a sticker, Nick?
Yeah, sticker.
Sticker. Sticker's cool. I want one of the stickers, bro.
Well, I'll send you some over.
Oh, look at that.
Smell it. Just smell it.
It's a scratch and sniff.
Lick it now.
Not licking it.
Nah, it smells of the sewers.
There's cool stuff on the inside, though. Yeah, no.
Look at that.
Hey, look. He said, thanks for inviting me on the first of many shows. And it was like, it has been many now, hasn't it, Nick?
Yeah, I'm old at now, I'm old at.
Now, Nick's artist, Mr. Burton, he comes out on the open draw stream with Rich pretty much every week. And dude's a beast, yo.
Yeah.
He's all right.
Dude's a beast.
He's not bad.
Yeah,
he's all right.
He's
all right, and he's rich. He's about a 5 out of 10, I reckon.
Look, he even drew RJ. Look. Oh. Oh, you got another one coming, Doc? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Doc has a new campaign coming to go along with First World. Yeah.
Sweet.
There we go.
So you see that Mr. Big logo over there, right? That's Wayne. He's signed on as a monthly sponsor, so we've been promoting him. He has a book called The Buffalo Mob. It's not a comic; it's an actual book. Factual book. So it's like it's not a story. It's
that was on.
You'll definitely want to be checking that out if you're into that kind of stuff. I love that kind of stuff. Yes, the mob. Rich, what do you know about the mob?
What, a lynch mob?
I don't know anything about the mob, but if I did, I'd have to kill you.
You got a great name for a mobster there, mate.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was that there, Sweet Cheeks? What?
You got a great name for a mobster, Rich Perotta.
No, I don't. You know what?
Hitman.
It's like Gambino. Like if it's like with Eno, you're high ranked. If you're not, you're the hitman.
Christ. No, I'm not a high ranking anything. God.
Yeah, well, I'm not so sure about that.
God.
Well, he's in the mob now. I mean,
You're all racist.
Now.
You're all racist for saying that shit about me. I am not. And all this racism thrown my way. It's so not fair. Honestly, I feel like I'm being persecuted for the color of my skin.
Well, that's okay. If you come to LA, I know where some good gabagool is.
You know what? Oh my God. I was like,
Yeah, that's okay. That's how men talk when they're around me.
Oh
my God!
That's brilliant. 1-0 to the Mad Shin woman. Come on, Rich.
all this hidden hostility towards me because I happen to be of the Italian lineage and all that stuff. I
gotcha,
feel,
bitch.
Exactly. That's how I feel, man. I feel like it shouldn't have happened. I feel persecuted and horrified for my own self-identity and shit. Blah blah blah.
Rich.
And wokety wokeness. What?
I'm with you, mate. I'm half Irish, half Italian.
Really?
I'll start a fight and run away.
I'm a strange guy.
Really?
Wait a minute. Who starts a fight?
Yeah, Colombo has the Hungarian
Which
phrase.
part is the part that runs away? You're talking about the Irish part, right? The ones who farm for the tailors all day? Is that what it is? Huh?
They're all the drunk fuckers.
You're part of the Highlands, You go to the Highlands.
Highlands are Scottish. I'm Irish.
It's the same shit. Jesus Christ.
Same
shit, different.
Nick.
The same shit's different haggis. That's what it is.
I gotta ask Wayne to do me a favor. Me a favor. Wayne, next time you write a mafia book, you got to use the name Rich Perotta.
Here's the thing, Nick.
Fuck
Nick,
you.
It's funny because I realized something in Disney about Scrooge McDuck. He's like a racist form of the Scots because like he's a miserly asshole. Because apparently I knew another guy that was English and he said, yeah, the Irish are stupid drunks while the Scots are mean, cheap drunks. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, you guys. What's going on?
I'll definitely get my drink from the Irish side.
That's I guess Scots. You really think about it.
Yeah, so I said, oh, Disney's racist. Nominated Scrooge McDuck. I'm Scrooge McDuck. I'm cheap as fuck, but I swim around my money bin. It's like, oh.
Billy Connolly, Scrooge McDuck.
Oh God! Now it's David Tennant. David Tennant now is doing it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
David Tennant is now the voice of Scrooge McDuck. Is that what you're saying?
He was last time. I don't know if they changed it again,
really?
But he was the most recent addition to.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to remember who is his nemesis. I forgot. But I actually met the guy who voiced his nemesis, Scrooge's nemesis, the other cheap Scotsman.
The one that nobody knows their name. So
yeah, I know. I totally blanked on that. That's been happening to me lately.
Would I American?
That's important.
No, he was Scottish too.
He was
Scottish. The voice actor is American. American black
So
man.
it was an American who did a voice acting of the Scottish act.
Yeah, he's a black man
Nemesis.
too.
That's
Yeah,
fucked up.
Mel Gibson, wasn't it?
No, it's a different guy. He's black. He's black.
Mel Gibson's Irish, isn't he, or something like that?
Australian.
Oh, it's the same thing.
I thought he was.
Oh, you're racist.
Let's see, Mel Gibson.
Wait a minute. Where's that
No, he's
banner?
American.
I need to put it back up there. God damn.
Okay.
Rich.
So what it
Oh
was
my
is that you're both right. So he was born in Peekskill, New York, but when he was a little kid, he moved with his parents to Sydney when he was 12.
There you go.
All right, so he's like a nice Jersey boy or something. Oh wait, no,
I
that's
guess
New
so.
York.
Is that
That's
Peekskill?
New York State or something. Yeah, that's up there. It's right
Yeah.
there's Yonkers.
Rich.
I kind of feel weird because it's like how I can relate to the UK or like Scots or Irish is that Korean people have clans. So it's like my clan is like the biggest clan and it's the biggest sub clan, which is fucking
Of course
weird.
it is. Of course your clan is the biggest clan.
Wait, what?
Nothing. I said I was. Yeah, I just made a dick of myself. I'm just gonna hide right here for now.
She said, wait, what? He went, backtrack.
I'm so tough I kick asses through screens apparently, but whatever. Well, I feel like in Highlander, you know, it's like I'm Duncan MacLeod or the clan MacLeod. Like sometimes when I talk about the clan that I have, like my family clan, because the Shinn clan is like these three big clans, three big sub clans, and mine is the biggest one.
That accent was excellent. You had that bang on.
Oh, thank you. I'd like to imitate.
That was better than Dick Van Dyke in Mary Poppins.
I think he was supposed to Cockney.
I thought that accent was right straight on. You know, all of the hyperbole and all of the incredible, like almost misogynistic or almost minstrel quality of it. Yeah, man, that was really accurate for me anyway.
Go blimey, governor. Oh, that was a
governor.
Isn't he supposed to be standard Cockney? He's supposed to be Cockney, right? Like in Mary Poppins, he's supposed to be like Cockney, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like there were two British guys that would play like this game, Dr. Dolittle. And I don't know where they were from in England, but they would just say like, yes, Americans, they do this like the British accents, but yes, it's really shit. And they go on about it. And then the rest of the bit was like they were playing the bin games, I guess, like the clearance games. And then they were making fun of Dr. Dolittle, the game, because it was released around the time that A. Murphy's Dr. Dolittle came out. And they're like, yes, Dr. Dolittle. They were screaming coffee all over. Yes, Dr. Dolittle, I'm doing it. I'm like, damn.
That's bloody good.
Yeah, her woman say hers is the biggest. Yes, you fucking did.
So, Luce, how's your book logistics going?
It's going well. It's going as well as it can do. All 4 issues are done. There's a lot of work going into the trade paperback because I'm going to redo some of the lettering for the trade paperback, just little bits, because I was seeing little bits that I'm like, oh, that could be done just that little bit better. And I've put a call out there on Twitter. If anyone wants to do some fan art for Ed Gein Demon Hunter, we can get it into the trade paperback as long as you get it to me by February 10th. If you can do that.
Hey, I don't want to pay any.
I might have to do one. Email me the specs for it. I want to do one.
Yeah, that's cool. I can do that for you.
Yeah,
right.
Email me the specs as well, Luce, because you know my drawings are quality.
Hell yes. We need yours up front and center. It needs to be the very first one that you see. Fuck it. If it's good enough, Nick, which I'm sure it will be, I'll make it the cover.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to work. You know, half chicken scratch, half retard. That's probably going to be.
Well, since it's coming from you. Sorry.
You're not wrong.
You so much, Rich.
Christie Shinn is not wrong. She is always correct.
I miss our times when we talk and you talk about the short bus escapades on there as well.
Oh the short bus is fun. Nope, not really at all, actually.
No,
but it's still fun anyway.
It's just funny that you can say it because nobody can go give you shit about it because you actually went through it.
That's right. I actually lived that shit. Regardless of having a fucking mental level IQ, they put me on the short bus. That was fun. That was really fun.
The short bus.
The short bus is for special ed children. You see, in the 70s and the 80s, do they still do that now?
I don't think they do it anymore. I think it also was weird because like in some of the areas, like they would actually use the smaller buses to pick up kids that were not in special ed. So it's kind of weird in my area sometimes too. So, but yeah, so what it is that, see, in America, we come up with terms to be more compassionate and we obviously fuck it up later on, the kids. So like in the 70s and 80s, they would call people with special needs like special, you're special. They're just special. And of course the kids would turn around and say, oh, you're special. Like you're like that, that type of shit. I'm not trying to repeat too much of it here because that's not what I do. But so they basically did that stuff. So the short bus was equated to children with special needs. And the thing is that was like an insult amongst when our age group, when we were kids, like meaning you were fucking stupid or aka retarded. So there you go.
Yeah, that was bad. I remember that rather well.
We have the same thing here, but they called it the sunshine coach.
Oh God, why?
Oh my God.
I don't know. It's just like a charity that used to take kids.
God, that is patently offensive. Jesus.
Oh
Christ.
wow.
We have breaking news. Breaking news.
Ooh.
Mary Machine Gun 4 finished at $13,152 with 265 backers.
Woo!
40 more than anything he's done before. So he surpassed his backer goal by 40 backers. And he never hit 2K before. So 13, he's over there in the hospital, all jacked up right now. Look, they told me yesterday, they said, if your blood pressure goes down a little bit, you can go home. And I'm like, yeah, the last 12 hours of his campaign, his fucking blood pressure is going to go down.
Yeah,
I was
right.
in the hospital. What's
This
going
is
on?
the best thing ever.
Congrats,
Is
Max.
he okay? Is Max all right?
What happened to him anyway? I kind of missed out.
He was having problems breathing. You know, Max, he fucking smokes like a smokestack. He was having a problem breathing. They took him in, gave him some breathing treatment.
Well, let's hope he doesn't have the fucking black lung or something like that. Jesus
Well,
Christ.
Of course he's got a black lung. He smokes all the time.
I mean, the thing is that he just needs to get Bert from Mary Poppins to clean him out, and he's good.
Right, Max, I'm on my way with me broom.
Hello, Governor. This is the wrong way you're supposed to use a broom, but it'll probably help you if you do it the right way.
Right up your chimney.
Right up your chimney. You're right up there and clean out all the gunk in there. Wow, there's a lot of gunk in there. That's a lot of accumulated dust.
Thank you, Wayne. That little noodle fuck was Spam. He's a dumbass.
Damn, yeah.
He's really dumb. It's like I really thought, oh, he's just kind of smart. He just gets overstimulated. No, he's like he just runs around and does whatever the fuck he does. He's like he kind of has like this neurotic look to him. I mean, as much as this sounds bad, and I don't like to ethnically profile my cats, but he really looks like a confused white guy. He's like,
Jesus Christ.
He has this constantly like perplexed look about him. Like, yeah, let me find him. If he comes back in here again, I'll show you. He's a very sweet cat, but he's just like
Should have called him Nick.
He ain't that white. He's orange. The reason why, okay, so this is the reason why I said that.
You call a baby and you call him Nick, that's the one in like 300, and you have to discard the baby and shit like that. It's so fucking profoundly retarded and damaged and shit. You gotta throw it away. Hopefully the next batch will work.
So what it was is that how this kind of started is that my mom was over visiting me and she saw Spam for the first time. Spam was wandering around and she just looked at him and she says, "Oh, he looks like an old white man." And he just looked at him like, what? And now it just kind of stuck. So now he looks like a constantly perplexed white dude.
Jesus Christ. That is so fucking racist.
I know it's bad. I know it's stuck in my head. Thanks, Mom.
Oh, man.
What's up, y'all? We care about 7 Straits. Oh, the boys love cats. We care about 7 Straits. Oh, that's cute, Wayne.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I love cats because they're assholes, but you love them anyway.
They're emotionally distant animals. Can someone put up a different screen than this one? I mean, Christie Christie Shinn is far prettier than this fucking thing. So put her on, man.
Oh,
Put her face
If I
on.
knew how to share it, I'd stick our log chat.
There you go.
There you go. Is
Somebody
better,
else-
Rich? Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to see my drawing. I'm boring as fuck. Don't even bother with that. Do you
Oh, wait,
like
I think
chicken? Oh boy, okay. I can eat pasta.
You're Italian, of course you eat pasta.
Yeah.
Like that's how I eat
Yeah,
rice.
nasty.
Mamma mia, Mussolini.
Oh my god, you racist fuck. Mamma mia, Mussolini?
I'll give that one traces. That one's traces.
Oh my god, who's your rider? Robert Crumb? Oh my god.
There you go. There you go. That's better. I put up a demon bitch for that. Why I write mafia books, pays for the food, etc. Hey, go with what you want.
Let me make sure I get the muscles here too, right? What is that? God, you're ugly.
I don't know. Just once in a while, I'll do something like that, and people be like, "Why'd you write that? That's mean." I said, "Of course it's supposed to be. She sucks."
Yeah. It's almost like they don't understand the character.
Yeah, I know. It's like, have you
I
went
don't
back
understand
to
the motivation.
comics? One girl got really pissed at me. She started screaming at me how I body shame people. I said, "Hello, women that are my friends that are actually pretty heavy. They like the comic. They know it's not about them."
Was she ugly and disgusting?
Which one? Oh, the girl.
The one who
She was
complained
kind of
about
big
this, was she
size, but
ugly
I
and
think she just.
disgusting and really out of shape and really misshapen and undesirable.
Oh, Rich.
I know, right? That's horrible for me to say, but I just wanted to know the facts.
But Rich, she's got lovely shoes.
There were two women that got mad at me about that, right?
Those shoes go with their personality too, I bet.
Well, the thing is, like, there were two fucking women that got pissed at me for doing that. And what was even funnier, yes, they were kind of heavy, and they were both not horrible looking, but they kind of had, one of them had like a Habsburg lantern jaw.
Oh God, like Robert Zadar. Oh my God. Does anybody know who Robert Zadar is?
Oh yes.
No.
Yeah,
Oh,
look
yes.
at Robert
He was in
Zadar.
tons of
Is
movies.
that the type of jaw that these girls had or something? Like
Even
is this like Iron Jaw from like Bionic 6 or something like that level? Because
Well,
that's
I
like
would
really
say
disgusting.
I would say this. It was basically like take a jaw and make it a severe underbite so the top and the bottom don't meet well, so you can't
Oh
shoot.
God. So it's like a jaw on top of another jaw on top of another jaw.
Yeah,
Holy
I think
shit,
it's like I
that's
was like
fucking
going,
horrifying.
honey, you don't get it, do you? It's like, you know, pieces of shit comes in all shapes and colors.
Oh God. That's just horrible, the poor thing. But she had to endure that all her life. She sounds like a He-Man character that no one gives a shit about.
Like Man Trap, but shittier.
Yeah, it's like Man Trapper. You know, it's like, oh God. Similar to Beavis. Beavis doesn't. That's right. Beavis does have a jaw like that.
It's kind of like it kind of just projects out. I think it's kind of like a python where it just projects out and kind of
Oh,
stretches.
Jesus Christ. Oh God. So she unhinges her jaw. I bet she does. It's probably the
I
reason
mean,
why
I
she
don't
only
know.
has
I
a
didn't.
social life.
The thing is
Oh,
that this was said through Facebook. She like left a comment and she was angry, so I just laughed at her.
Oh my God. I almost want to see it to see if it's zoologically possible to have a jaw that looks like that. You know?
It was a while ago.
Has inbreed that far?
Yeah, it was that while ago. I just remember it's funny because I don't get too much shit for my comics, but like once in a while I'll get somebody that gets really upset at me about it. And it's like, you didn't read the rest of it, did you?
Mm-hmm.
There were some people that said, there was one guy that said, I don't get your comic. I'm like,
But that's because they're dumb. That could be it.
you said it, not me. Because I'm just like going, like, it's funny because people like try to make it deeper than what it is, and it's not really that deep. but at the same time, it turns out to be. So there you go.
What amazes me is that it's like it's really none of their damn business what you do. If there's like trillions and trillions of other cartoons or comic book characters, it just pick someone else to look at that makes you feel good about yourself, instead of trying to tear down someone who's just doing her own thing or his own thing or their own thing. It's like, shut up.
You're always going to get people like that, though, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, it
Yeah,
says
you do, unfortunately. Those are the ones who have to be heard because they've been ignored their entire whole life. I mean, it's one thing or another. I'm being serious. I hate that crap. I really do. It's like, shut up.
Yeah.
Tell us how you really
Go
feel, Rich.
Go live in your basement. Shut up. Be quiet.
Well, I mean,
go love your hamster the way that no one else loved her before. Go. Shoot, fine. Don't bother me.
Don't bring hamsters into it. I've got an affection for them.
Well, I mean, so does duct tape, but there you go.
You have a big affection for hamsters there, pal?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm impressed.
I'm in the same club as Richard Gere.
Oh, Jesus. Was that when he was a Buddhist?
You know, now there's a thing called gorilla tape, so there you go. I don't know if it's in the UK.
We've got that.
Yes, we do.
I'll try that.
Oh my God! Oh my God, Heaven! Stop! Shut up! Shut the fuck up! I'm gonna fucking die! Oh my God! All right, enough. Holy shit! Oh my fucking fuck! Oh, all right. I gotta stop. God damn! Oh man!
As Pop's just deserted us, he's just thought.
Oh God, that was so funny. That was almost profound.
I hate these chicks too. I'll pop this up.
Oh God! Now I can do anything I want. No, you're ugly. Oh no! She's a 10. She's a 10. No. You know what she is? She's a queen. KWEN.
Oh
See the card she pulled out.
Queens. No, you ain't.
She's all right. She's all right. That's a free pinter.
Yeah. I hate. The thing is, like, I hate girls that go around. They say, "Well, I'm a diva." It's like, no, you're not. You're talentless. And
It's not. You're an ugly piece of crap. Shut up, girl.
Yeah, it's just like, who cares? I don't give a shit about you. You're not interesting.
People like that want to be
Now I can do
interesting. They have
anything I
nothing else
want.
to make themselves interesting.
It's the fact
I
that they
hate
think
people
by
like that.
stating that they're a diva that they're somehow going to get all these men attracted to them. And it's like, nah, we know exactly what diva means and we don't want to fuck with that.
Yeah, we need a perpetually
It's
needy
funny
bitch.
almost. It's like this isn't appealing.
Validation 110% of the time. No fucking way. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, like those girls, like they're really kind of dumb and they're just like going, well, I'm a diva and everything. It's like, that you are. You have no audience. Back then, I remember a time in my day when diva meant something, like you had to have talent. Like
Not
actually
no
sing
more.
and look good and actually carry a crowd.
Yeah.
You just go on Facebook or Instagram and take selfies of yourself every 5 seconds and no one cares.
Oh, I don't know. I beg to differ. There's like a hunt. You know what I see whenever I see something like that? It's like she takes a selfie of herself. It's the same damn one that she took every day for the past 7 years, but with less wrinkles or less pimples and stuff like that as time goes by. And every single one of them, there's always like about 150 hearts and likes. And then there are dudes who start with, "You're cute." And then the next one is like, "You're beautiful." The next one is like, "You're so astounding." And then the fourth one is like, "You're so mysteriously alluring." You know, all that shit. You know, the compliments get more elaborate as you keep going. And it's like they try and out-clever each other when it's like, "I'm going to out-thirsty you any day of the week, you bastard." And it's like they just keep making these ridiculous remarks and it perpetuates into their head where it's like, "Look, I'm beautiful." And she's eating a fucking slice of pizza. You know, I mean,
but
come
Rich,
on, man.
Rich, the best one is when you get one of those kind of ladies and they do that selfie and you get that first one that's like, oh my God, you're really cute. And the next one's like, oh my God, you're so beautiful. And it carries on like that. And then about the fifth comment.
I just said that. I know. It's
but wait. Then someone comes in for the fifth comment and just puts, would not bang. That's what I was getting to.
See, the thing is like when I release drawings that are not demon bitch, but like I draw myself because it's like nobody's gonna get pissed at me about it. I just have to get pissed at myself if I don't draw.
Well, you look hot when you draw yourself.
Well, thank you. So that's the thing. It's
like all the time, thirst comment, insert thirst comment here, but still, it's like whatever.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is that like I'm not even like putting pictures up of myself, and like so many people go like, "Oh my God, this is the most amazing fucking thing in the world." I'm like, "Oh, thank you." Although there are a couple of people that go like, "You're not naked in this, are you?" I said, "What do you think in that?" Like you can look at it. But yeah, it's funny.
You can look at this with their X-ray vision and see if you can fucking see it there, buddy boy. Brilliant tactic. Yeah. Woo. Christy, are you going to draw something while I'm doing this? Because it's probably a lot more interesting than anything I'm doing today.
All right. I'll go.
All right.
Hey, Rich.
Rich.
Okay, now I'm gonna start writing stuff.
So just a upcoming programming note. At 1:00 and 1:30, we have the two gentlemen from the Comics Foo Show, Patricky Lugo and Sensei Fujita, and they're both going to be out here. Kurtis, Fujita, and I don't know if they're going to be together or if they're just going to do separate half hours, but they do the Comics Foo Show, and we're talking about bringing that show to the network as well.
Jesus Christ, you're like the Borg.
Dude, I want it to be a true network, man. I don't want it to be just, a Facebook group.
No, well, great. Don't turn out like billionaire Ted, Don't turn out like Ted Turner and be like, yes, I am the king.
Holy crap. We have a sighting. We have a sighting. Hold on.
So just sit right down, relax, open your ears real wide and say, give it to me straight, doctor, I can take it.
Kick the chocks out from under the wheels. Flaps up. No offense, Margaret. Contact. We're off. Rum, rum.
Doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case of loving you.
Wow, what's up, baby?
It's cool, and Jack.
Yo, Doc.
Hey.
Hey, it's Fat Albert.
While we were playing Doc's intro, we had somebody else.
I know.
We had somebody else pop into the backstage and then disappear for a minute. 10 minutes, Patrick. 10 minutes. You're on, bro.
Rich, Christy, Nick.
Doc.
What's going on, folks?
Hey, man. What's up?
It's all good, man.
What's up?
Moving
You're all right, mate. A bit tired.
So there's a show.
Good for you. Those blue pills work then. Yay.
A couple years ago. The Hunters. Anybody remember it?
No.
Bunch of Nazi hunters.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Season, yeah. Good.
Season 2 just dropped.
Yeah.
And I got stuck.
Did they catch one? Oh.
It's a great show. It's a great show.
Really good.
It's good stuff.
So you're going to talk about MILF hunters for a second.
It's a little worky.
God damn it.
Nick, don't encourage him. Don't encourage Rich. Rich.
I can't breathe. I'm in a fucking.
You should have seen it earlier when we were making fun of his Italian heritage.
You just listen. You can't let the little fuzzy man speak. Bad things will happen. Lou, how are you, sir?
I'm doing good, man. What about yourself?
Oh boy,
I'm making it. Good to see you.
It's good to see you too, man. It feels like it's been a long, long time. When are you next having me on your coffee shop?
Whenever you want to, brother, the door is always open.
Nice, that's what I like to hear.
And
oh boy.
Okay, guys.
Did I understand correctly? You had been under the weather for a minute there.
Yeah, like a week before Christmas, the Rona got me.
Out
of the blue.
Feeling, man? You all right?
Yeah, I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling on top of the world. Like it took me out for a couple of weeks, but I'm all good now.
That was exactly the same time, not this past Christmas before, it happened to me. I got the Rona, me and the wife.
Oh, man.
You know, I've been
I got
sitting here watching.
I got Rona in July, I think. Or no, June. I'm sorry.
I've been sitting here watching, and I need your opinion on this, guys. What do you think about a Nick and Rich show?
Naked Rich
what?
show?
No.
Naked Rich show?
No.
Naked Rich show? Let me do 1,000 sit-ups first, and then maybe I'll consider.
You got to look.
You need to
Life in the sunshine, coach.
Gaffer's tape and put that all over your body.
You got to have the goof and the straight man. You can't put two goofs together.
That's fucked up.
Now, Pops, if you'd asked me this before the Mussolini comment, I probably would have said no. But after the Mussolini comment, I'm all in.
You see what I'm saying?
I will get out my best crayons and make you the best counterfeit money with them to pay for that show.
Oh, brilliant.
Christy, what are you wearing? You look smashing.
Oh yeah, I'm wearing
Smashing.
I'm wearing like tiger and leopard stuff, and then
Tiger and
my
leopard
pants
stuff,
are like.
Oh, I thought you were naked. I'm sorry.
Rich. Jeez.
Yeah, I don't know any woman that's going to come on a stream naked with you, Rich. Not a stream.
Who's going to come on the stream naked with me?
Well, I mean, the last time I did, bad things happened.
I will.
Be Nick. Can't be anybody else but Nick.
Is it going to be the full Monty? You know, the full Monty like that.
Oh, that's
all hangouts.
Make sure you have the worst Cockney accent ever. The full Monty. Oh my god.
Bangers and Nashville were dancing naked to do a leap as levitating.
They went full Monty, didn't they?
That sounded like Danny LaRue.
It'll be amazing because they'll make it into a musical then next.
Lucifer Storm, go check out his website. Get them books. Just go get them books.
Get them books.
Yeah. You can sign up to the mailing list if you're unsure, and you'll get a free PDF of the first issue of Ed Gein Demon Hunter for nothing.
It's fucking good, guys.
You get to read the first for free.
Look, I'm not backing until you restore the nipple belt.
Until I restore what?
The nipple belt.
The nipple belt. Well, I did.
What's a nipple belt?
First campaign.
That's when one of the fucking. That was what Ed Gein had. Like he made a belt out of nipples.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's exotic. Holy shit!
We tried to bring it back with the first campaign. Like one of the perks you could get a taxidermy nipple with the book, but Indiegogo had a problem with it for some reason. So now I'm stuck with about 10 taxidermy nipples.
Well, all the hookers were disappearing. There was a bit of a hooker shortage then.
Yeah, I know.
And
I
you're
kept
right back into the gutter.
Of course, this is Demon Bitch here.
This is the thing. I can now carry them in my pocket and go to parties. And when everyone, you always meet that one guy at the party who's like, yeah, hello, let me, and you're just so bored. Just take one out of your pocket and just start chewing on it, and they'll leave you the fuck alone.
Put it on his forehead.
Bad touch.
Oh, you got a nipple on your head.
I mean,
where you got that from?
You guys know about the challenge coins that we
You
use.
look like a right tit.
Right? You got a head titty.
Shut up,
It looks
Rich.
nice.
You guys have heard of the challenge coins that we carry in the military, right?
Is that where
What's
you
that?
go and narrow your fucking sheets up and kick the shit out of each other with like socks?
No, look, this is a challenge coin. Okay, you go to a bar where there's military people, and you pull out a challenge coin, you put it down, and whoever has the highest ranking won, because these are given to you by flag officers, heads of state, whatever.
Yeah.
All I got, and the winner, of course, gets his drinks purchased for him. Well, Lou could just throw out a nipple.
Yeah.
And he would win every time. I mean, there's not a person. Mine is a Cold War from President Reagan. Tanner has one from a Congressional Medal of Honor winner, so he always wins. That one outranks all of them.
John Wick's got a few of them.
Yeah, until Lou brings out a nipple, in which case he wins. Just saying.
I'm down for that. I'll try that at the bar. I don't think they'll buy it, but I'll give it a go.
They'll buy it. They will. They will. I don't know anybody.
I got to jump in, guys, because we do got another guest coming in here in a few minutes. So I just dropped everybody's link: London Gothic, LuciferStorm.com, Pariah Blood and Mud, Demon Bitch, I Told You So sign up page. It's all over there in the chat right now. Go check all that stuff out.
I don't know if I updated my Kickstarter.
I just got sign up on the Kickstarter. It went live yesterday for chapter.
Yeah.
We are going live March the 3rd with Pariah.
Nice.
See, so all these guys got stuff either active or about to be active. Go check it all out.
Well, that one got funded. Mine got funded. The Kickstarter project for me. I'm just like, I haven't done it yet.
So I was telling Pops earlier, guys, yesterday I nailed out the last of the pages. It is now out of my hands.
Ooh.
I have fulfilled my promise of having done all that I can do before I launch the campaign. It's now in the hands of my inker and my publisher. We'll finish the scripting before we go live, and then bam!
Where are you going to be tomorrow, Christy?
I'm going to be at Pasadena Comic Con.
Nice.
Representing Caps. I did major moves in Caps. Now we are a part of LA Maker Fair, and we are now part of WonderCon. We got a booth there, so I got us a booth there. So I have talked with them, and that's for I have my own table, but this is for my organization, so I snatched that up. And then, so we're doing that, and then we're partnering with some people for the members to get their promotional materials out in a more effective fashion in marketing through that through CAPS, Comic Art Professional Society. And not only that, but I've attached like legal help, distribution, and lastly, I'm trying to remember, globalcomics.com. So
I have a question.
What?
When you say legal help, I'm asking about this because I've been trying to get a lawyer friend of mine to come on my stream and talk about patent, trademark, copyright.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have somebody that does that?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the guys is named Gamal Hennessy. He's been employed by Heavy Metal. He does he deals with mostly provisional law. So that would be US, but he does other countries that deal with provisional law.
Well, could I get you to put me in touch with him? If I can't get my guy, I'd like to have someone on my show to talk about that.
Yeah, I can go ahead and have you talk to him about it. And if that also, another thing too, there's also Council for Creators. That's also a good one too. And I've been trying to get them on board. Yeah. I mean, both lawyers are very busy, so I will see what I can do to talk to you, to have you guys connect.
Yeah.
And go from there.
And Christy will be back in an hour and a half or hour, something like that. She'll be back to talk about her new stuff coming out. And then you can grill her a little more, Doc. What do you think?
She's well done. I don't need to grill her anymore.
Yeah, we'll go talk. We'll go talk later. You can call me afterwards after the show. So
yeah.
We can talk about it.
Lucifer.
Yes.
I do have to move on to our next guest, but
not a problem, man.
It's always great seeing you guys. You know it, right?
Hell yeah, it's good seeing you too, man. Before we go,
it's a polite way to say fuck off. You know, you don't have to hold your airs and graces with us, mate.
No, I do like to introduce you. I do like to introduce the people going out to the people coming in, though, because networking is what we do.
Yeah.
So, Kurtis Fujita, that's not Kurtis Fujita.
Okay. Hello, Curtis.
Fujita. How you doing?
Fujita.
All good, man.
That is not, look, I'm pretty sure you're Patrick Lugo, right?
I'd like to be Patrick Lugo, but unfortunately, I'm Kurtis Fujita. So I aspire to be Patrick Lugo.
These two get me mixed up all the time. I don't know which one's which. They do it to me on purpose too. Exactly. You know what's up. These guys, Kurtis and Patrick, do the show, the Comics Foo Show. And just this last week, we showed an episode or two. I can't remember. I got so much going on. We aired a couple of their shows in the madness and whatnot, and we're going to be talking to them about bringing their show to the network. But they both have campaigns right now. Both of them.
Yeah.
And which one of these am I playing for you, man?
Sure. So my campaign's called Shadow Ghost, and
okay.
See that one. That's the trailer.
All right, I'm gonna kick this off playing the trailer for Shadow Ghost, and anybody who wants to hang out has questions, they can hang out and drop them questions. All right, here we go.
That's good.
As a kid, I loved kung fu movies, so I went to Chinatown, trained with a wise teacher, and became a kung fu master. Sounds simple, right? Not really. My journey, like the study of Kung Fu, was as arduous as it was rewarding, filled with as many secrets as revelations and as much heartache as triumph. It's a defining moment in my life, and while I began studying Kung Fu to learn how to fight, what I discovered was a way to live. Martial arts never came easy to me. I was far from talented, and even farther from being the chosen one. It was only through years of tenacious perseverance that I was able to make steady progress. And so, I was surprised when my master told me that I should teach Kung Fu and share the art outside of Chinatown. I did just that and taught Kung Fu to my own students for 20 years. I always wanted to do more to share the art of Kung Fu with others, but was limited by only being able to teach those within my immediate area. What about the rest of the world? Then one day, I had one of the deepest insights about Kung Fu. I realized that the punches, kicks, throws, and myriad of martial maneuvers are merely the delivery system for the true essence of Kung Fu, the philosophy and way of life. Having worked for years as a professional artist and storyteller in film, animation, video games, and comic books, I realized that I could draw upon this unique skill set to share my passion for Kung Fu with the greater world. And so I created Shadow Ghost, a Kung Fu comic by a Kung Fu master. The first issue is created entirely by myself, from story and art to colors and lettering. Every panel is filled with unprecedented accuracy in its depiction of Kung Fu by a comic book creator who knows from first-hand experience what it means to be a Kung Fu master. Shadow Ghost is a martial arts coming-of-age story about a young man whose search for the truth about a legendary hero leads him to study Kung Fu, and through a twist of fate becomes part of the legend himself. For the first time in comic book history, you can immerse yourself further in each issue with Kung Fu Skills technology, powered by Tiger Crane Kung Fu. Scan the QR code at the back of the comic and follow an exclusive link to an online instructional video where I teach you Kung Fu techniques featured in the series. With Kung Fu Skills technology, you can do more than just read about the Shadow Ghost saga. You can become a part of it. The first issue is completely finished and ready for print. All that's needed is for you to make a pledge of support so that we can fund the printing of the first issue. Together, we can share the wisdom of Kung Fu with the greater world. Shadow Ghost is the story of Kung Fu. It's about the people, the art, the culture, and the philosophy. It's my story and the story of those that I've learned from, taught, fought, and loved. Join me and become part of the vibrant legacy in a place and time where we might not be the chosen one, but where we can make a choice to be part of something bigger and greater than just ourselves. I'm Sifu Kurtis Fujita, and this is Shadow Ghost, the Kung Fu comic by a Kung Fu master.
Now,
cool.
Telling a story, yo. What's it?
Thanks for playing it.
So, man, you kind of answered all the questions. Where was that?
You guys later. It's been real.
All right, the interview's over. You can go now.
Bye.
Yeah.
That was very well put together, man. I mean, it definitely displayed your passion for what you do and everything building up to a comic book. That's freaking awesome.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think it's kind of like important to tell the story behind the story, you know, so people get a little bit more invested, kind of know where I'm coming from, you know, what makes your product stand out, you know. And when I say the book is finished, like this, the advanced copy that's coming Pop's way, it's finished. I mean, the whole book's done. So, you know, it's very easy to pledge because, you know, I have it right here. There's the book.
That looks great. That looks great. Now, I could go check the mail. It might be out there.
Well, I gotta go take off, but thank you guys. Nice to meet you, Kurtis. All right.
You'll be back, right?
Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back at 2 p.m. your time. That would be 11 my time.
All right.
It's 7 my time, so.
Peace, Christie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye, sweetheart. I love you.
Rich.
So how did you meet Patrick?
So Patrick and I met because I was a contributing writer to the magazine that Patrick worked for called Kung Fu Tai Chi magazine. So I would write articles, and you know, Patrick's the art director there. And then we found out that we had that mutual you know, admiration for comic books, and we had comic book backgrounds. So that's kind of how we hooked up. And you know, as you know, the pandemic, right, kind of brought so many people together online. I've only met Patrick once in person, but our online personas really clicked. So that's why we're doing that, the Comics Fu show, you know, on a regular basis now. So yeah, Patrick's great.
Yeah, I feel kind of stupid. I always thought you guys were each other.
It's not, I take that as
you look like an American or a Patrick, right? And he looks like a Fujita. You know what I mean?
But
That's racist.
It was totally my bad. I just like, you know, I mean, I know who you are. It's just like I always had the names mixed up.
Well, the funny thing is, I'm half Japanese, but I'm also Irish English. Right. And Patrick, even though his name is Patrick, he's actually Puerto Rican. So you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So there's the American.
I've never known he was Puerto Rican either.
yeah, exactly. It just gets deeper and deeper and deeper.
That's so. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things where somebody's appearance can totally throw you off.
Oh,
you know, it's like he looks part of a Sensei Fujita, and you look the part of a Patrick Lugo. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. I'm a dumbass. What can I say?
Hufflepuff.
I know they're both good-looking books, good-looking stories, and everything I've seen out of you guys has been amazing.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, your shows, the previous campaign was awesome. Look, these guys are around to stay, yo, so you might as well get used to seeing them on the Madness Network. I'm just saying.
We enjoy it so much, and you know, like I come from, you know, my comic book background. I come back from Malibu Comics. I was working there when I was a teenager, so have that kind of background.
What'd you do there?
I started at I was 15. I started as an intern. Then I went up to being an editorial assistant under Roland Mann, who is now the head of Silverline.
Roland,
I know who he is.
One of our dudes in the network.
Yeah, Roland and I are really close, and then I ended up coloring books towards the end. And then I hopped over to art college, and then eventually worked in video games and animation and little bit of film stuff. And
what games you work on?
Which games?
Well,
yeah, I worked on an X-Men fighting game for the PlayStation 2.
Ooh, nicely done.
Yeah, and I worked on a Lord of the Rings game for the PC, and then I also worked on a really old fighting game for the PlayStation 1 called Versus. That's one that I designed all the characters.
Oh my God! What were you doing on that? Were you in production, or what were you doing there?
Oh, I was the concept artist, so I designed all the characters and stuff like that.
Done. Very good.
Thanks. Yes, if you look at Shadow Ghost, you'll see a little bit of that connective tissue as far as how the character design and kind of the colors.
Very good. Congratulations, man.
Oh, thank you.
Very well done.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
it's rare that we have anybody on the Madness who married both comic art, or like sequential art, and game design and concept. That's those universes are very close to each other, but we rarely hear about both of them at the same time. You know, I think we had, was there one
Cindy
that we
Koepp
had here before this gentleman here, Pops?
Yes. Cindy Koepp has her comic and video game.
Yeah, that's right. So there you go. It's like it's rare when you have two disciplines that are done as good as they are, and they both merge into something that really is that really works, man. I wish you all the best with this project, man. Congratulations.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the whole
Appreciate's deserved, man. If I didn't like it, I'd be like, yeah, it's great.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, we hit funding. We got initial fulfillment within the first 3 days, which was awesome. And
very good. Congratulations, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, total relief, you know. And but you know, of course, we're gonna kind of keep pushing forwards. One of the stretch goals I have, I'll announce it here. This will be the world premiere for the stretch goal, is because I have a little bit of that multimedia background. So you know how there's always a backer page. I figured I'd do it one better. I'm gonna make a credit sequence like when you watch the end of a Japanese anime, and there'll be a video that I'll post online with all the backers' names, like the credit sequence.
Done.
Yeah, so that's kind of that's the next level. So
there we are, baby.
Yeah,
there we are, right there.
Yeah, so please check it out. You know, the goal is to really promote martial arts or promote kung fu through the comic book medium.
I just lost my sound. Can anybody hear me?
I can. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't hear you guys. I don't know what happened.
Go out, come back in.
Yeah. Pop out, pop back in.
Get out, get out. No. So is that the same video that we just watched right there?
Yeah, that's the same video, and you know, of course, all the rewards are there. So that's the initial cover. That's the one that I did. And you can kind of see that kind of manga anime influence to it because I'm big into that. And we have several variant covers and other things, you know. The unique thing is there are comic books that have martial arts consultants and things like that, but there's, as far as I'm aware, there's not one where the comic book artist, the pencil or letter, inker, colorist, everything is the actual kung fu instructor. So that's kind of the thing that we have here.
Beautiful. The story. Young Kick searches for the truth behind the legendary kung fu hero Shadow Ghost.
And all the fight scenes are, you know, draw upon my martial arts background. And I purposely made it so that it was more old school with like solid frames as opposed to more splash pages, because I want to have the context of the fight scene so you can actually see how each move leads to the next in choreography. So that was like a big thing in the development was, you know, which route to take storytelling wise.
I like it. Got the kick, block. Dude raises the hands back, ready to do the clap. Yep. Yeah. I like it. And
you can even see like little details like there while he's doing the finger strike. If in his right ear, there's a little bit of blood because the impact kind of almost like a Hulk smash kind of popped, you know, right through his ear. Yeah.
No, it is the deadly finger smash.
Dude, this is tough.
Nice anatomy on that. Let me take a look at that. Can you give me a sec on that for 1 second?
Yeah.
Well, let me take a look. Pops, would you please be so kind as to go to that bottom panel?
Would I be so kind as to go to the bottom panel?
Nice anatomy on the hands.
Oh, thank you.
Very nice anatomy on the hands. You have that. Yeah, you have. What I like about that is that you have. You don't have the fingers gripping. What you do is you have the moment of grasping before anything like that. And it looks like, is this a move? Can you walk me through this particular technique over here? I mean, what happens once the other opponent's hand is grabbed?
So what it is it's actually an arm break. So when we talk about like grabbing a punch, most people won't understand that so you can't grab a punch, it's too fast, especially if you've done boxing or things like that. And it's not that you're grabbing a hand clear out of the air. That's very difficult. The trick is that you actually connect, or we call it bridge, with somebody's arm and kind of follow alongside it. Kind of like if you're jumping on a train, you have to kind of keep speed and run at the same time. So that's the most important thing, is connecting with the mass of the forearm, sliding, and then at the very last second, the fingers start to fold and then sink in. But at that point, the person's force has been dissipated. So it's a very different concept than just kind of catching it. So what he's doing is he's connecting, or we call it bridging, with the person's arm. He's about to grasp it. And once that's secured, then as you can see, he's starting to follow up with his other arm, and that'll be an arm break. To
Jesus, that's really excellent.
Oh, thank you.
Is there a follow through to this particular set of action?
Yeah, on the next on the page inside the book. But I
have to get it. How many days left in your campaign?
Oh, hey, we're at 25. We're at 25.
Okay, that leaves me enough time, I think.
Yeah, please check it out.
Can you hear us yet, Doc?
Yep.
Okay.
Great.
For whatever reason, when I came back, it said up at the top on the StreamYard tab, it said muted.
Huh.
Like, I clicked nothing.
Yeah, we didn't try to shut you up on purpose. I promise. Although there are times. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, Pops.
No, I have to say thank you for leaving the bubbles empty.
Oh, yeah.
Do me a favor. Shut the fuck up.
Sometimes people share dialogue that's probably best left to the story, to the people after you bought the book. Sometimes you give away stuff, you know, and it's like, I'm not a fan of giving away the actual dialogue.
Definitely. It's like a movie trailer. You know, if you ever seen movie trailers where they have the dialogue, you almost remember the lines by the time the movie comes out. So the ones that are almost like a music video, where they're just showing the visual.
They left it on the editing room floor, right?
Yeah, that happens so often.
So, what all do you have planned going forward, man? Is this like a story arc that's continuing forward? Is it a one shot? What do we got here?
It's going to be a mini series. I'm still kind of working out if it's going to be 3 or 4. You know, I already have kind of laid out the whole map of the first story arc. Yeah. And so, and that it took a lot of time because of that video game background, designing the characters and kind of world building. And so there's a lot of actual like finished concept art that'll make its way into the special editions that are one of our reward tiers. But yeah, it's a self-contained, story arc. And if that does well, then I'll move on to a second story arc is kind of the idea behind it. You know, it was a big challenge. I tried to get people to work with me on it. It was hard. So I just finally said, you know what, I'll do it all myself. And so
that's admirable. Good job.
Thank you.
It's admirable.
Yeah.
Fine, I'll do it myself.
Exactly. But it's all digital, so that helped a lot. I mean, that created a big streamline.
What's up, Hex?
Hello?
Hex gonna be out here sometime this weekend. I forget. I think tomorrow night.
Really? Oh, that's great.
Hail, Hex.
I really like this page right here. This now the blue-haired guy is the youngster learning, right?
Yeah, that's the main character.
I see. You can kind of get. This is why I like when people leave it out, because the art tells the story.
Yeah.
Okay, dude sees bad things. He's like, man, it's like, that's crappy. All this stuff happening all the time. And this guy I could learn from, but this guy, get away from me. Show me what you got. Finally, he gives him a chance, right?
You're not that far off the mark, Pops. I mean, that's pretty good. And, you know, I was
if the art can tell the story, you don't have to put your whole dialogue and everything in the preview.
Exactly. And it's like Mike Barron says, you know, I heard him talking about fight scenes and he was saying he hates just ridiculous amount of dialogue when people are in fisticuffs, you know?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all.
No, you just don't have time. And actually Mike's one of the few people I sent in an advanced copy to of this. And I was just like waiting on pins and needles. I'm like, why did I send it to him? Like, this is not going to turn out good. I'm going to get a letter back just saying like, don't ever write me again. And
I got to go let a dog in. I'll be right back. Back.
But yeah, he said he liked the fight scene, so that's like that was a huge relief off my mind. Really supportive. So that just dodged a bullet on that one. So yeah, so that's kind of the idea behind it.
Your fight scene flows and your panel work flows. I like it.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate it. And just trying to have it make sense, like, you know, if the top right panel, you know, if you spar or you do stuff like that, a lot of times people throw the kick first because you got to close the distance because the leg's a longer limb. and then you move into the handwork. And then sometimes if somebody backs up, you'll throw a kick or things like that. So there's just that kind of little kind of subtle nods to things that if you know about that aspect, it kind of hopefully makes it a little more authentic, right?
Okay, I wasn't a dog trying to come in. Travis out there playing with him.
So you got played by your dog, is what I'm hearing.
Well, he's out there. Travis out there slapboxing with the dog. Rocky don't play. Rocky plays rough. He likes to play rough. He wants to bite you and stuff. And that's you hear him out there barking. I thought he was just trying to come in. I opened the door and Travis and him are going at it. I'm like, okay, come back in. So yeah, where were we? Oh yeah, Kung Fu skills.
Yeah, so Patrick, who will be on right after me, he designed that logo, and it was kind of a secret thing. I had him design it, but I didn't tell him what it was for. So the whole idea behind that is that I teach Kung Fu, but I have my online classes. So at the back of the book, when you scan it, it'll go to a page. Video, so you can train the techniques in the comic book. And that's kind of the big thing. I'm a big comic fan, but the thing about comic books is a lot of times you get your powers instantly. Bitten by a radioactive spider, alien, blah, blah. So you rarely get to see the character build up to becoming the hero. Right. But in this case, the book, it will be that way. You'll learn the skills and you get to learn alongside the character. So you're actually developing as a martial artist while the character is. So it kind of just pushes that kind of narrative forward, makes it more engaging, hopefully.
Okay, so how does online classes work? How does that work? Is it like a video?
Yeah.
But do you monitor the student as well, or how does that work?
So it's done via Zoom, and I'll be the first to say, of course, hands down, in-person instruction is the best, without a doubt. But when the pandemic hit, I pivoted my school to online instruction. I was really impressed with how far you can go. So I would say instead of it being compared to in-person, if you compare it to books or instructional videotapes, that kind of thing, this is that next level of it, Right. And the great thing is I've been able to teach people who don't have access to, authentic Kung Fu. So I have students in Texas. I've had some in Nevada. I'm in California. So it's nice. We're able to do that. And you can do quite a bit with it. So I kind of wanted to incorporate that aspect into the comic book.
Where is Laurie for doing this interview?
I was just talking to her online.
Yes, Laurie will get them.
Yeah, we were rambling, and I finally had to tell her. I said, "I'm having too much fun. I got I have a day job. I said my boss is going to come by. I got to get going. I'm just typing away like crazy. She was such a pleasure,
Yeah.
Really nice.
I'm sure you will be on the Tuesday morning brew with her at some point because, Laurie's got the show, man. I love what she's doing over there.
Definitely. Yeah, Patrick and I think we're going to be on the 14th, so February. So we'll be there. Yeah, see us there.
And Doc's got a show too.
Oh, excellent. Please, anytime. Okay.
Now this.
Yeah. That's Stephen Butler, as most of you know.
I don't know if I can take that much praise, Pops. You off on that a little
bit. Definitely.
I can't overdo it, Doc. I'll watch you turn into Rich. See that head down there? See how big that head got? Remember when Rich used to just be a little bald-headed dude? Kurtis, if you don't know, during Rich's first campaign.
Oh, no.
Yeah. He actually told everybody, if I get to a certain level, I'll shave my head.
Oh, really?
And I did.
And he did.
Did you do it live on air, or was it?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was great.
Oh, that's commitment. I commend you.
I think that's how he earned his co-host status. It was like, this dude is too good. We're going to have to keep him around. I don't know how. I don't know how he's made it this far. But.
That's impressive. Very impressive.
I'm just glad I'm alive.
Anyway. There you go. Yeah, when I met Rich, there wasn't even a whole lot of surety that was going to be. He was.
I had cancer.
Yeah, he had just undergone a huge surgery and everything, and was recovering, and it was like, oh damn.
Wow. I'm glad to hear it.
I drew that thing while I was undergoing cancer treatment and had surgery.
Wow.
That was fun.
See the thing.
Yeah, I don't know if you see it, but there's an incision back of my ear all the way to my clavicle where they pulled me open, and then they cut my neck muscle in half. So I was technically halfway decapitated, so they can reach into my chest cavity and pull out all of the lymph nodes that had pretty bad cancer. I reread all the diagnostics and the printout. It turns out I had stage 2.
Wow.
So, yeah, I didn't even know it. That's fun.
So, just more proof that Rich is so vile that not even cancer would have him.
Go F yourself in your bald head.
Shadow Ghost, you guys. Look, you can tell your partner to come on out here real quick. Let's
Let me. I think he's probably waiting in the wings. Let me.
Ain't no reason for him to sit there and wait. Just get out here. Let's look at both these books and your partners. Ain't no reason. Could have done the whole hour together.
I'm telling him to come in now. There we
PDF, $6.
Yep.
Digital. Look how fast that was. There he is.
There he is.
Now look. Now hold up. I got to say, in my own defense, does that one not look like a Fujita and Lugo? I'm just saying.
High praise.
Definitely. I agree completely.
I had no idea. In Puerto Rican, look, you don't look Puerto Rican either, dude. What happened?
Consider it a survival mechanism.
Look, since I met you guys, you guys have both impressed me a lot. You're awesome. You're awesome. What you do aside from your comic book work is even more awesome.
Oh, thank you.
Spreading the knowledge, keeping the knowledge alive. That's what mentors are supposed to do, right, Doc?
What?
Rich? What? Professor?
What?
Rich is actually a professor at the Confetti College in Nottingham.
Confetti Institute for Creative Technologies, you peasants. Lower than low. What do you wish of me? You do wish eternal knowledge? I shan't give it. You are not worthy.
And Doc also teaches art
at the Roland Academy of Fine Art.
Oh, that's great. That's how you live forever, right? Is you pass knowledge onto somebody else, and it carries on beyond you. And that's the thing I always feel about martial arts and teaching stuff like that is I don't own it, right? I'm just somebody that has it, and I'm supposed to be the caretaker for it, and hopefully pass it on. And that's such a special thing and so understated, So congratulations to both of you on that.
Shadow Ghost #1. There it is, right there. Go check it out. Oh, Dean Zachary from Silverline.
Yeah. I used to like photocopy and scan Dean's artwork when I was a teenager. So then when he actually came to me and says, "Hey, can I do a cover?" I said, "Oh my gosh, Dean, please." So him and Tommy Florimonte went ahead and put that piece together, along with my buddy Tim DeVar, who colored it.
If those names are at all familiar to you, it's because they come out on the network on the regular. The Stephen Butler cover. If you don't know who Stephen Butler is, shame on you.
Yeah, Stephen's amazing.
And now this Kung Fu Skills video access, is this like to your class?
It's on my school website, but it's basically it's going to be a standalone video link. So when you scan it, it'll go to an instructional video where I'll explain. First, I'll say, well, this is what you saw in the comic book, and this is how you do it in real life, and kind of explain the technique. So you get a little bit of that interactive element to it.
There you go. Yeah. And all editions, all the covers, everything, the PDFs, all of it, video access, everything, right there, $65. There's your guy. Look at that.
Yep, that's me.
The focus. Look at the focus, yo. See, that's where it all starts. You gotta be focused.
Shot in Kung Fu Magazine Studios.
Yeah, where Patrick is the art director, and had to use it because some of the best photos are done over at Patrick. That's one thing I think is gonna be a great segue for Patrick. So what's so cool is Patrick is the art director for Kung Fu Tai Chi magazine and spent decades taking photos of some of the biggest grandmasters in Kung Fu, specifically for the covers. And so he has this keen eye on how to kind of bring out the most in all these phenomenal martial arts. And he carries that over into his comic book. He has such a keen eye and such a skill with the pen. And so that's what makes his campaign just so amazing, amongst other things. But yeah, got to hand it off to Patrick. And
okay, now I got to know, are you guys in a little bit of a competition?
No. Rising tide lifts all boats on this one, right?
No, I mean, just a little behind the scenes, like.
We are distinctly in a non-competition.
Yeah.
Every time one of us gets ahead of the other, we're like, it's a good thing it's not a competition.
Yeah, exactly.
It sounds like a really antisocial platonic relationship.
We call it cooperative.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cooperate
I'm like
pushing each other to higher levels, right?
Exactly. And I'm not
cooperative adversaries of unknown origin.
Just think of it as any kung fu movie.
What? Don't shake your head. not you, sir, and not Kickstarter Tiger Talk or Kurtis Fujita. No, it's not that either. What? I'm being offensive on purpose. Can't you tell?
Rich.
Now we have another video to play for A Tiger's Tale for Patrick's book. So check this out and we'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Lugo, author, illustrator, comic creator, and the art director for Kung Fu magazine for more than 20 years. But I'm here to talk to you about a project that's really special to me. It's the middle grade graphic novel, A Tiger's Tale. Imagine the story of tigers and dragons and martial artists and monsters. So when I launched the campaign for A Tiger's Tale Volume 1, I did not know what to expect. But it succeeded thanks to a group of passionate backers. It was also awarded the Make More Comics art grant that year and was later featured as part of an art gallery exhibit. And that's why I'm coming to Kickstarter, to cover production fees, printing, copy editing, things like that. Books completed, with the exception of a few pages I've set aside for color over the course of the campaign. This turned out to be a popular feature of Volume 1's campaign, so I thought I'd bring it back for Volume 2. I think it's going to be great fun for everyone. Hope you'll support the campaign. I'm very excited about it. Thanks for stopping by.
Good stuff. I like it.
Thanks, Pops.
So I already asked him how you guys met and all that, but there's always the other side of the meeting.
So, as Kurt mentioned, right? I've been directing photo shoots for Kung Fu magazine for like a couple of decades now. You know, I mean, I used to work for an indie comic publisher in New York back in the 90s, but I left to move to California to work for the magazine, you know, so one of the things we're always doing is trying to find, you know, we're always on the hunt for Kung Fu masters. And there's like a legendary Kung Fu master that's right in San Francisco that we'd been wanting to get on our cover for some time. So when we finally did, as any good kung fu master would, right? He showed up with his entourage, right? Like there's, you know, as a kung fu master coming to a photo shoot, he's got to be able to show, you know, results, right? So we're gonna take photographs of him beating up his best students to do that. And lo and behold, Kurtis was I should go this way, right? Kurtis was one of those best students that was there at that photo shoot. And Kurtis, I'll let you announce the name of your master in this instance, because
yeah. So my teacher's name is Y. His initials are YC, and then last name's Wong. YC Wong. So he's been teaching since 1967 in San Francisco, and it's really. I'm kind of biased, but he's an amazing master. So yeah, that's how, you know, I met Patrick initially. Was at the photo shoot. So he was able to show me getting my butt kicked in amazing fidelity, and just turned out great. So that's how we met.
So we didn't have a chance to talk comics or anything, because then we would have been, you know, that's all we would have done at the time. So it was just, you know, strictly business. I had to juggle, you know, getting the photographer to get the right angle, getting the master in there. Then we had our publisher, Gene Chang, who's trying to write the articles, so he knows that he needs certain shots. It's a crazy mission to run one of those shows. And then to have extra folks in the mix, you know, was fun. So it would have been fun to talk comics, but we had to wait till, you know, the pandemic, until we're all like on our little screens trying to figure out what to do next, you know.
Oh, totally.
I'm doing what I always do. I'm networking, sharing links, doing stuff, you know.
Well, I mean, I was pretty jealous when he took out my publisher, not really my boss, but my colleague, Gene Chang, to San Diego Comic Con one year. And I was like, I want to go. I haven't been there in years. But I'll, you know, I've been there before. I'll be back. Now we have a reason we can all go as like one massive posse, you know. Exactly. The Kung Fu contingent.
There you go.
Definitely.
Yeah, that sounds like more fun anyway. You get like a booth room for your whole crew to set up, you know, you can show off the art, everything, you know, maybe even a little demonstration area.
You know, and the thing is, even easier, we could just play Kung Fu movies the whole time and just, you know, we'll have a great time. And
yeah,
you know, just the smack talking we'll do about it will be like pretty legendary, I suspect.
Definitely.
Listen, anytime you can epic troll, do it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, just the ongoing debate, you know, Jackie Chan or Jet Li, who would really win in a fight? You know, it just goes on from there.
Oh, definitely.
Who would really win in a fight, and also which of the characters they portray would win in a fight.
Ooh, that's good. That's good. That's like even deeper, right?
Yeah. The John Wayne character from the Shanghai Knights, my money's on him.
That's right, because he was the Imperial Guard, right? So he's got that.
Yeah.
I'm going with John Saxon in Enter the Dragon.
Ooh. Oh God, John Saxon.
Anybody that can nutshot Bolo, that's my dude, man.
But here's why I think that character would win. Anytime you can do Fred Astaire singing in the rain and whoop some ass at the same time.
Yeah, true. That's the peak, right?
Well, I got to give it up to Jim Kelly myself, just because I actually did have the good fortune of meeting him briefly at a local convention.
Oh, nice.
So you know, I'm a little biased, but
yeah, there's some amazing people. Now, not many people will go to Enter the Dragon and come out with somebody other than Bruce.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But come on, man. John's character was fucking perfect.
I'll be right back, guys. By the way, this was a prop for the coffee stream this morning, but I failed to show it. So here's a little something. Would you? Yes, it's a spoon, but who can tell me what special purpose this spoon serves? Anybody at all?
What are you gonna do? Some goodies, headache powder? What?
No, it's designed and made for it. It's very, very heavy, Anybody?
I can.
It's not for drugs. This is a cupping spoon for coffee tasting.
Oh, really?
It's small batches. You line them up in cups, and everybody does a sip to grade coffee at professional graders. So Safe House Coffee Roasters was doing a tasting one morning, and I went in and being the beloved patron of the place and loving the owners, I punched one of them in the eye and took this because I had to have it. No, they were kind enough to sell me one. So
wow.
That was my prop for this morning that I forgot to use. That's a
cool.
heavy spoon, baby.
That's cool. I love coffee.
All right.
Good man. Good man.
Right here. Cheers.
So Shadow Ghost has 60 backers and it's just over $3 grand. Tiger's Tail has 55 backers and it's just under $3 grand. This is a true race, everybody. Pick your side and go. Now back them both.
Yeah,
back them both.
Sides.
Back them both.
Just imagine the power that a quick $5 will achieve, right?
Dude, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Push your favorite to the front. No, back them both, yo. I'd love to see this like within a couple backers and a few dollars at the end of both campaigns. That'd be so cool. You know, that you guys both got support from everybody who backed the other one. That would be awesome. You know.
Oh, definitely. We're trying once we're in stretch goal campaign, we're talking about what we can do to kind of really show our appreciation for backers who will cross over and actually support both campaigns. Because, even though Kurtis is doing a comic on in the vein of your urban vigilante, and I'm going more in the mythical, kung fu fantasy, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon style kung fu fantasy. Underneath all of that, there is so much parallel in terms of what we're trying to achieve.
Well, if they were the same, you guys would just might as well get together and work on one book. No, we want them. We want different. We want more. Okay, more content to make up for what we're losing over there in the mainstream. Look, I still want a stack of comics to read each week.
And you're not alone, Pops. You're not alone.
It's just not necessarily that stuff anymore. You know what I mean? It's
exactly. And who'd have thunk it? But comics are for kids again. So I'm kind of styling. I always styled A Tiger's Tail after Jeff Smith's Bone in terms of what he was doing at a time when no one else was. Mm-hmm. But so here you go. This is I've been fortunate to get some good opinions from folks that I admire. In this case, it's the publisher of Kung Fu Magazine himself, right? Who's kind of admits to the layers that can be found behind a piece of comic art, Very satisfying.
Well, yeah, it's just like I was, as I said earlier, I was looking at Kurtis's book, and it's like you could see the art telling the story. You didn't need the words. You know what I mean? It's like if you got that kind of people drawing your book, or you're drawing your book in that way where the story can stand alone. If somebody read the script, they'd be like, yeah, I get that. That could be a novel. When somebody looks at the art, they see the actual story. That's really the goal, right? Is to be a visual medium, and you want somebody drawing it that just makes it pop.
Yeah.
That really tells the story without the words. And then you add the words in, and it's like 10 times as good, right? Not just twice as good, 10 times as good, because now one's complementing the other.
Exactly.
Right? What you guys do is pretty freaking amazing. I love it. Especially the children's book illustrator exhibition. I mean, so you were there at that?
Yeah, they loved it, and they put me front and center. So I mean, one of the weird quirks that I have about my art is that I don't really draw comic pages in the traditional sense. I create my art pretty much one panel at a time, right? And I'll do these highly rendered works of art, and then digitally I'll assemble my comic pages. So at any point, I can take any of those individual panels and then just put it in a frame and put it up on a wall, and it's that ability to, I could do a really nice painting of Shaolin Temple, right? The birthplace of Kung Fu. And then I could scan it in and then use that as a background. So the characters are practicing their martial arts. They're having interactions with the temple in the background. But then I could take that temple and put it up on a wall, and it's its own piece. So that's kind of, how I fill these books. It takes me a bit longer to actually get to one finished graphic novel, but 90 pages, 100 pages, like each one of those pages is filled with, hours of work to get that image.
Definitely. If I can just add on Patrick's point, the whole thing about martial arts and Kung Fu is being mindful and being in the moment, whether it's like a tea ceremony or practicing martial arts. When you read Patrick's books, because of how dense they are in terms of detail and kind of how his process, you actually will kind of sit there and take a little bit more time to enjoy the art and kind of sit with it. It has a different kind of pace than the average comic book where you may find yourself kind of breezing through it. Patrick's works are very contemplative, and you really can dive deep into it. I say that as a reader, it's really, really great stuff that he does.
Good stuff, man. It's just amazing looking. Now, like I was gonna say, the Comics Foo show right there. You might have seen that dropping off in the madness this last week. Okay, it's good stuff, you guys. It's a great show. I love watching it. I was like, oh crap, yeah, we gotta have that. We gotta get them guys on the network. That's that's part of me doing what I do, which is getting you guys seen. What you guys do, your show, what you do outside of comics, everything you guys do deserves recognition.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so that's I take that on myself. I take that seriously. This is stuff right here. Come on, guys.
So I'm opening up the preview pages with a classic origin story to just really, set the tone for what I want to say. But then, I'm doing the old trick of I'm building this world just so that I could, shake it and put it in peril, so that by the end of the graphic novel series, the world may not look remotely like what I spent the previous 100+ pages, creating. But that's comics for you.
It's just good looking stuff. Now look, here he's actually got the words in the bubbles, but you wouldn't need that. You could tell that she just heard a baby cry. What's up? You can see that from the art. You didn't, the words, they complement it, but they weren't needed. The story is being told in the art. I love it. Y'all let your artists do their thing, man. They'll do nothing but make your book amazing.
Well, Pops, there is so much jam packed into these graphic novels that I felt like I really want people to get pulled into the world quickly. So added to what I've got on the campaign page, right? I have the website at tigerstail.com, which I'm always updating every week with, if it's not little comics, it's some developmental art, or it's some actual research and some essays. Even Kurtis has written a piece on martial arts for it, so that my whole mission, right, is to get that knowledge out there in every format. So while A Tiger's Tale is a work of fiction, right, that's my story, playing with these ideas, I want my website to be like a real source for people to learn, so that, a martial artist who's just starting out their school and now they've just got some young, students, they can kind of go to my website, download some stuff that'll help them teach their students, martial arts. Like the one takeaway that I got from working with all these Kung Fu masters was the importance of getting that knowledge out there. And so a lot of what I did with A Tiger's Tale was kind of quietly absorb as much of their wisdom as I possibly could, and then translate it, So there's a reason why I'm using a tiger as a main character, and it's similar to the reason why tigers are such a significant animal within martial arts, and if you have any questions about that, I think we know the perfect person to elaborate.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's beautiful art,
this
too.
This guy reminds me of Old Man Willow.
Thank you.
Well, of course it does.
Yeah, it's Old Man Willow. What's he doing in your story?
Well, yeah, I mean, there are reasons, but you'd have to read the book. Like I said, I'm trying to slide lots of little bits of information in there so that, when you're reading it to your kid and the kid has a question, there's a chance for a little more. In fact, each book comes with a little glossary and index of information so that, like right there on that page, you can see that there's a Chinese character. So in the back of the book, I've got the translation.
I mean, this is really your work, both of you gentlemen, your work is putting the practice, the mentality of Kung Fu into art, sharing, developing, growing, expanding. I love all of that. I love the thought process behind it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
That means a lot, Doc. Just in this past episode, you've dropped you've done two major knowledge drops between the coffee spoon and then the challenge coin.
Yeah.
Much and I have to say that, working for the parent company of Kung Fu Magazine, I've actually designed a handful of challenge coins for Kung Fu masters who want to give them to their students. And even the coach of the Olympic judo team, Willie Cahill. So nice. I get where you're coming from in terms of the challenge coins. I've been there.
I don't know what to do if I run across a martial arts challenge coin.
Hey, Doc, just bow, bro.
You just have to snatch it from my hand before I close my hand.
I mean, Pops, you can't just bow. They're challenge coins.
Just bow, dude. You're not going to have one, so just bow.
Has to win. So, as far as I know, Tanner has the ultimate, and then Lou may have the next one with the nipples. I don't know.
I don't know. I met a guy in Savannah that had a challenge coin as he was the helicopter pilot of Marine One while Trump was president.
Oh wow.
That still does not beat.
That's pretty high up there.
So, I mean,
I got to fly Trump around. That's pretty high up there.
But see, Ronald Reagan gave me that one.
Wow.
So,
let me see. Put that back up there.
The Cold War.
Wow.
Yep.
Cold War. And
mine are not near as fun as that.
But Tanner has one from a Congressional Medal of Honor winner, and that always trumps everything.
Wow.
So I challenged Tanner live on my show, and he threw that out. I was like, well, damn.
Oh my gosh, that Lady Death.
Lady Death challenge coin.
That's cool.
Cool, but you lose.
That's awesome. That was really cool.
Yeah. We also have one that's like not safe for work, kind of. The Naughty Fairies one.
Oh.
Naughty Fairies.
All
right.
Give me a minute, and I might be able to dig out a couple of medals that I've designed for various tournaments. I try and keep a copy, but they guard the challenge coins when those come out of production. That's for sure.
Yeah. I've gotten a lot of. I like the poker chips too. I have a nice collection of different poker chips from different campaigns.
Yeah, those are cool.
A good one. It'll be better when I actually can play poker and throw them in the pot. I raise you the crew, number one. No. So
pops.
Here we go. Look at this, Doc. Look.
So there's a little snake
the kids are growing up and they're learning the styles from the animals, basically.
I love it. And again, this art is just amazing. And you said you're working digitally, but it has such a strong airbrush feel to it.
I actually mix my media, so a lot of that, so some of these are actually done in Copic marker, like black and white grayscale marker for the flashback sequences. And then some of the color is watercolor and some of the color is digital. So I'm always moving. There's very few pieces that is 100% one thing.
Got you.
And we got to bring her back in because she's here. It's Christie Shinn, you guys. You know her. You love her.
Well, speaking of fight.
Good morning. It's morning here in California, and it's also cold.
Foggy in the Bay Area, that's for sure.
Are you up in the Bay Area?
Yes, I am.
Oh, yeah, I'm from the Bay Area. I'm down in LA, actually, personally. So
you
it's
guys
sunny.
remember me telling you about Christie and the Asian show that she does?
Yeah, well, I actually, Christy, I follow you on Twitter. We've chit-chatted briefly.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to remember. It's like my brain has been a scramble. I apologize. I also manage a Comic Art Professional Society on top of my own company. I'm starting another company with a co-owner. So which handle are you?
Plugo, Plugo.
Okay, I think I remember talking to you. As I said, I'm sorry. I'm just like I literally launched like 3 shit.
No need to apologize. I can totally relate. And I changed my name for the campaign. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm doing Asian Invasion in LA. That'll be in March. I'll be over at the Comic Bug. And how that kind of started was it was sort of a joke because it was like at the tail end of COVID and everybody, I'm sorry if I'm taking over the chat for a bit. This looks like a great freaking comic right here.
Thank you.
But yeah, what it was is that so I started it and I was kind of pissed off that on the West Coast, like shit was canceling because of COVID. It was the tail end, but still there was that issue. So I talked with Jun Goku, who's the owner of the Comic Bug, and I said, well, let's do Asian Invasion because nobody's going to give you shit because you're Japanese and I'm Korean. So let's start this. So it was Asian Invasion Yellow Peril, and I was making fun of all the fucking memes and shit that were happening during COVID. I'm just kind of a little asshole that way. And now it's been a thing. And now it'll be on the 4th of March at the Comic Bug again. And we're looking to expand to Northern California as well.
Cool.
Well, keep me posted for that one.
Okay. Yeah, definitely hit me up too. Don't be afraid to. I just handle so many things.
It's time for Asian Invasion again?
Yeah. Asian Invasion is every year. We will rewrite your DNA.
I've known you for a year now. But when you get old, the days drag by, but the years soar.
I want to cover the $5 guys because
sorry, I'm not trying to
sorry.
everything. I apologize.
This
my
one's
section's coming up next, so we'll talk about that.
This one's kind of special. Why don't you go ahead and tell everybody what the $5 tier is?
Okay, so last year when I launched my first campaign, you know, I put a $5 tier out for a few folks who just want to support. And this year I'm going a little bigger, right? I'm producing a 100-page graphic novel along with volume 1, which is a 90-pager. So those are kind of big commitments for the first-time backers. So I wanted to give something to backers who are not fully committed to like adding another book to their bookshelf. So for the $5, I've come up with these 1-page comic cards, right? Throughout my career at Kung Fu Magazine, I kind of specialized in doing 1-page comics for in the back of their magazine. And it would be these 1-page explanations of, you know, the origin of Chinese tea or, you know, the origin of monkey style Kung Fu. So what I decided to do is, like I'm doing with all of the art, I'm digitally remastering it and recoloring it. But I wanted to create these little 4x5 postcards that are just a single-page comic that I can send to folks who want to back just for a quick $5. You know, not a big commitment, but I want them to know that being a part of my campaign is being part of like a tight crew. You know, I'm only looking for 100 backers. That's why I made it a part of the Make 100 campaign. You know, I'm interested in the quality of my backers. You know, I don't want thousands and thousands unless I'm ready to, you know, take down DC Comics or something. Yeah.
Well,
look at Jim Lee. That's all we're gonna say. Look at Jim Lee.
That's why we're growing this thing, so we can take down DC. Yeah.
Exactly. So I want to be able, you know, I want to make the connections. I want to make connections with my backers. So this would be such an awesome way to just drop a comic in the mailbox low impact. You know, I think it's going to be free shipping, you know, because this is going to be this card that I'm going to send. I'll put it in an envelope and I'll put a few nice things in there. I always do. But just want to make it easy for folks to like jump on board, you know.
You got the digital?
I do. I made a point to make them like widescreen format because a lot of my graphic novel is double page spreads. You know, like I'm very much about building the world. So I want people to read this on an iPad and just, you know, take it all in.
Yeah, well, I'm still going to have the comics.
Oh, I am devoted to the hard copy, you know.
Yeah. So you got volume 1 for 10 and volume 2 for 15 and both for 20. Now you get to the 90-page graphic novella. Ooh, $25. 90 pages, $25. Good deal.
Full color with back matter.
And now this one, what's the difference? Okay, volume 1 and volume 2. Okay. And then $50 for both. So a 90 and 100 page. So 190 pages, $50. The deluxe sketch variant. Elaborate.
So yeah, so that's a much it's printed on nicer paper, right? And it starts out as a blank cover. And so that, you know how I was talking about wanting to connect with my backers. So these are examples of backers who chose that tier for volume 1. And what I'll do is I'll reach out to them and kind of get an idea of what their reading tastes are so that I could draw something on the cover that kind of helps them get into the story more. You know, like I keep talking about how I'm adding layers and hiding things within the comic. So I'm kind of using the cover to kind of draw attention to something that I think that individual reader might want to think about while they read it.
So sketch cover for volume 2, $60. A sketch cover for both 1 and 2 for $100. Unlock your Wuxia Warrior.
Yes. Okay. So this is a special tier. Right. I've only made 8 of these available, and this is because they were so. I did them as a kind of a Hail Mary for volume 1, and they were like a smash hit. And so basically what I'll do, similar to the sketch variant, I'll reach out to the backer, but we'll get into some serious conversations of like, what's their favorite Kung Fu movie? What kind of Kung Fu hero do they want to become? Because I'm going to turn them into that. I'll do a 100% original commission for them. You know, their weapon of choice, their martial arts style. They'll get the gallery print along with both volumes and the digital file. So there's an example of one of my backers who sent me her photo, and then I turned her into a martial artist. And you could see back there a few more. And what I can do, if you want to, I'm going to add this to the chat if I can. Let's see.
Put it in the private chat.
I'll do that because what I've done is I've added them to a gallery so that people can kind of see. I have to make sure I know how to spell. So I basically, wuxiawarrior.com is like an online gallery where you can go in there and check out the finished pieces. And already one of last year's backers already came back because he wants another work of art. And I've got a few other folks who are like just waiting to press the button on that tier, you know. So, but because these people are such high quality folks, they're all being super polite. They're like, I don't want to hit that button yet because I want other people to have a chance to back at that level.
So you got the rubber throwing stars. You got stickers. A mini poster. I like the mini poster. That's cool. That's cool.
I'm really fond of that.
14 pages, black and white.
So I've done, years ago, I got invited to show some of the Tiger's Tail artwork on a previous gallery show before the book was even done. And so those are like cardstock, like the first 14 pages of the comic. However, they're completely different. The story is completely different than what you would get in the graphic novel. It's like a different animal.
And the ultra rare Grandmaster 2 edition of A Tiger's Tale Volume 1. The cover art by Taoist Kung Fu Master Tu Jin Sheng.
Yes. Okay, so here's the thing. When I did my first Kickstarter campaign, everyone was telling me, get a good variant artist. Get an artist, that'll do a good variant cover. And so because of the whole theme of like martial arts, I was like, you know what? I want to find a traditional martial artist to do like a traditionally painted cover. There were like dream comic artists I would have liked to do it, but I was like, let me just go for the craziest, reach I could. And so I reached out to Grandmaster 2 and asked, would he let me publish one of his paintings? Because not only is he a phenomenal martial artist, he's a phenomenal musician and a phenomenal painter. And so he painted this traditionally painted tiger, perhaps while standing on eggs. I can go into that in a moment. And
really,
he let me use it. He also gave me another work of art that's inside. It's in part of the back matter for this particular volume, which Brother Kurtis backed.
Yes,
during my first campaign.
Okay, guys, so we definitely got to talk about getting your show on the network and getting you seen more out here in front of these people. I don't even want to cut you off, but I got to give Christie your time.
Well, it's kind of funny because he mentioned wuxia, and I like tigers because, like, Korean people, like, that's their national animal. But wuxia I'm actually familiar with because I know Peter Shaw of Immortal Studios. And
so do I.
Yeah, so you would know him. Yeah.
We've met through Kung Fu magazine channels, through the Shaolin. He participated in helping some Shaolin monks come to California. They ended up at Kung Fu Magazine Studios where we took shots of them. So it's all, what we call that in the martial arts? The Wu Lin. Take it away, Kurtis.
Oh, yeah, the force, the martial force. So basically it's the community, right? That all of the martial artists are joined together. Has to do with all the secret societies, but now it expands to networking for business too. So.
Well, it's hilarious because Immortal Studios will be in Asian Invasion for LA.
Oh, great.
They were in the last one. So yeah, we'll keep in touch, definitely.
Sounds great.
Yeah, I'm in LA, so that sounds cool. Very.
Oh yeah, which part? Well, I don't want to ask and dox you. I don't know if we're Facebook friends, so if we're not, just find me on Facebook.
Yeah,
friend me, and then definitely we can talk differently.
Sounds good.
Now I'm not chasing you guys out.
No, but
hang out. You can look at Christie's stuff.
You might want to think long and hard about friending Christie on Facebook. If you're ready for your inbox to be tortured.
I only torture a select few.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Now, what they say in Kung Fu, right? You got to eat bitter before you eat sweet. So
there you go.
That's Christie.
I know that too well.
Nutshell. Right?
Oh, here's my evil little black cat.
Oh, it's Ink.
Yeah, she's an evil bitch and she has a skull butthole. All right, fine.
And there's a little tail slap for you.
Stan does the lashing thing. He looks like perplexed constantly. He will come in and be a little noodle bastard. But anyway, yes, I do demon bitch. And she's a low-level demon from the 13th pit of hell where people throw their dog shit in gum wrappers. And she wants to bring the second coming of Armageddon, but the first one never happened because she's fucking stupid. It's about girls I really can't stand. But anyway, it's just people I really hate. So I actually redid the website. I will do the horrortorstudios.com, but I wanted to update it in the meantime before I rerouted it because I'm in the process of shifting stuff over and doing a lot of things. So I don't want my email all fucked up too. So, but it's all good. And so I have Horror Tour Studios, and that's where you can easily find my store, LinkedIn, everything. So you can link up. There's some I can't do all my social media because it'll just take up too much of a page, but they link to each other. Like if you look in the bio. So that's my new website, and I have a new portfolio up. So it's weird because it's I can draw in different styles. I also have, basically, don't you whip my face, you little bitch. But anyway, I also have a gallery down in the Hive Gallery and Studios in downtown LA. I'm a resident artist there. I have been I am a Ringo Award winner with Mind Planned Parenthood, and I do Demon Bitch, and people know me for that. But I also do Sepulchre too, and I'm working on that bit too. But I've done all sorts of things like tarot cards and things like that. And I'm the president of CAPS.
She's the president of CAPS. Oh man. Now how did that happen? How did these guys go, yeah, let's get the lady who draws demon bits to run this organization?
Well, you know, I mean, the thing is that we got out of COVID, and some people ran, but I didn't. There wasn't really any real contenders. I think everybody was kind of on the cusp of, do we let this go or do we continue this? And I went, well, I'm fucking continuing this. I know we can do something about it as we're getting out of COVID. So I proceeded to go and kick our ass out of COVID. It's not 100%, but I've offered more services like legal services for creatives, especially comic book law. I'm working on another source for legal representation for creatives as a group. And also Global Comics, if you join CAPS, you will actually get a professional account for free for a year. And what's good about that is that not only, they don't go and tell you like on Webtoon, like you post your shit up and like, go fuck off, deal with it. It's like they'll actually work with you. I've been kind of just lax because I've been working on other stuff, but they will work with you. And not only that, you can attach your crowdfunding to your book. So, and then they just can give you suggestions like, oh yeah, like make sure the first 10 pages of your 40-page book are for free so people can preview it, and it's a subscription thing. And their payout system is actually pretty generous, so that's pretty good too. And so we've been trying to ramp up into that, and they're like probably one of the rare webcomics or online purveyors that actually do take a special interest without you spending loads and loads of fucking money on pushing them to do it. We also have Gamal Hennessy as part of that as well, where he's been employed by heavy metal, Marvel, you name it. He's represented a lot of the big people in the business, and he decided to give, like, he gives symposiums or I think a certain percentage off for membership. And now I'm also looking into a promotional company that will go and help you market to the individual CAPS member. So each CAPS member will be able to use fan-based press as a marketing thing. That's a overview where basically I'm presenting that to everybody. And by all means, like for CAPS, it's not that you have to take them to join. You are just open to them, because as me starting out as a creator and everybody else in comics, we have had our share of people that have fucked us over, or we've heard of that. And I would like to have less of that happening, because that shit pisses me off, to be honest. I mean, I luckily have not had as bad of it as some people have, but with the current ones like Action Lab and a couple of other people that have really not been good, I would like to go and see what's going on with that. And I'm starting another company with Philip. He's another guy on the show, and we're doing publishing through Kumio Productions. Now we picked the name because, and we both own the company, but he'll be the COO, operations officer. Thank you. And I'll be the chief executive. So we'll both be working on that. And what we want to do is build a better publishing company with better ethics in general, but we want a good marketability. So, and also as part of CAPS, there's a distribution company that we've also attached to that. And again, you know, you are not obligated under CAPS to take them, but they are there for you to do. And you're welcome. I mean, if you already have your own setup, like if you work for DC or Marvel or whatever, we're not penalizing you. But Kumio Productions, I did it because for Korea, it's kind of funny. I told my mom, Kumio is a nine-tailed fox in Korea. Now in Japan and China, I don't think China really has it that much, but I know Japan does. And Japan, they're a very different type of animal. I think it's kind of like kitsune, like they're not really fox, but fox people kind of thing. They're, from what I understand. But in Korean culture, Kumio are basically nine-tailed foxes, but they are evil. Basically, they can reach God-level powers. They will do anything to take energy, like they will eat the livers of X amount of cows or whatever. They eat dead bodies. They disguise themselves as beautiful women. So it was kind of like a joke. And I asked my aunt about it. She said, oh, that's like a warning against bad women. I said, oh, I love that. So I just put Kumio Productions right there. So, but ironically, but we're going to be a company that actually does want to go and treat its creators right. And anybody that signs with us, we want to give a fair price. But we also understand everybody wants to make money. I don't give a shit if, what I really hate is like when I've been on Kickstarter panels at cons, what I hate is people wasting their time. It's not just wasting my time, but wasting their time. This is what I mean. It's like, I understand maybe the first Kickstarter or two, you start low. right? But you have to look at a Kickstarter as building your brand, building the people, building your environment, building your fans, because these are the people that are going to help you through the bad times. And I've sat down with people and I said, I do not understand how the fuck you guys want to work at under $20 an hour per day, because you have to break down how much you're going to make per day and the cost kind of thing. Is it worth it to you? So my last Kickstarter was about $7,000 and I pulled it at about 7,720. And you have to make, it's like you have to make it worthwhile. Dividing it but under 45 days, I made about $100 a day. I said, okay, that's good to me. That is acceptable to me. But it was like, you have to get to that mode. I said, why are you wasting your time by going to a con? And you say, I don't care about making money. And then you bitch later about selling 6 books. Get your mind together. And that's the thing. That's why I always am very tough with people on that, because I hate people being in this I'm fucked over mentality all the time. It's like, think about how you're doing. Like, if you go into a con saying, it doesn't matter to me how much money I make, well, guess what? You're not going to sell a lot. You're not going to have your fire into it. And that's the thing.
Yeah, that's great.
I can't hear you, Doc. Sorry. You were saying something and you muted. I don't know. Sorry. Go on, guys.
I was just going to say, I got to step away for just a couple of minutes. I'll be right back.
That's fine.
Rich and Pops, you guys hold down the show. If not, Christy knows what she's doing.
Yeah.
I'll try. I'll do everything I possibly can. That I'm working so hard right now about it.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, so that's what I've been a school of, is like, not only am I an artist and I'm, a creator myself, I write, but what fucking pisses me off is I see people fuck themselves over, and that's because they've talked themselves into it. And unfortunately, that could be upbringing or whatever. I mean, I've gone through that myself personally. That's why I am like, no, you can actually live a good life with this. So that's why I do business for myself. And sometimes I think, oh, it's tougher. But then when I look at it in the long run, it's like, I don't have to be beholden to really pretty much anybody. And number two, when I look at how some of the bigger publishers have acted, in some ways, I'm kind of grateful I'm able to do what I do. But I mean, there has to be a way to like marry the two things together in a very, very harmonious way, let's say. So
that's great, Christy. Because I think the biggest thing that I feel like you're talking about for creators is, if you don't care about the financial aspect of your property, who does? Who else should care more than you as a creator about it? So
Yeah.
that's great that you're kind of pushing that narrative forward, because I think it's sorely missing.
Well, I mean, for me, I've always hated the fact that, oh, okay, since you're an artist, you should be poor. I don't believe that shit, because to be honest, I've met many artists that are very successful. And I think it's very damaging that art school does not teach business on a certain level. They don't teach the concept of trademark or copy. I mean, I haven't been in school in a long time, so that might have changed. But I think that art schools, if they need to make themselves more marketable, they need to teach you the business end of things, so that you work contracts and such.
Christy, if I may, where I teach, they're implementing it now.
Oh, really?
They do it now.
That's great.
Yeah, they're implementing it now. There's a new course that's being offered in the English department, which is very close to ours, about IPs, properties, patents, any type of social media, any type of like investments, any type of finance. They're pushing that narrative, and it's like, okay, if you're doing this by yourself, one way or another, you have to make sure that you cover yourself. I mean, they go over all the tax breaks or any other type of tax rules for anybody who's a freelance artist, but that's here in the UK. It's not in the United States. I'm sure some schools actually do teach that, but not in conjunction with freelancing of any kind.
No. I know in our generation, they really didn't do that.
No, they never did.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure now they have a better idea of how to teach it. But as I said, with some of the artists that are kind of influxing in now, they do not understand business, to be frank. They're very good and they're very marketable, but they don't know how to do it. Or they have these stupid, outdated rules of like, well, I'm an artist, I should be humble. And I'm like, okay, being humble does not mean you're a fucking doormat.
That's true.
For me, that is very offensive, because it's like, you have forgiveness, you have humility and all that. These are wonderful terms, but I think they've been taught with a very bad edge. I don't like to even say the word toxic anymore, because that's been so overused as well. But I think they're done in a very abusive way. Like, forgiving someone can range to puppies and rainbows to saying, I don't give a shit about you anymore. go away, and that's it.
Well,
Just done.
The interesting thing is that up until just recently, right, the publishing, taking care of the creative was kind of like a very popular narrative, right? And everyone wanted to get published so that they could focus on the art. But that's in the past, 5 years, that's completely changed. And even now, like, publishers aren't really even interested in, whether it's, Marvel level or Scholastic level, right? They're not really interested in the creative unless the creative already has, a proven audience. They already, they're going to expect the creative to do marketing anyway. So it's even more important that we as the independent creatives get a handle on that stuff.
Yeah.
And like, the fact that you drop Gamal Hennessy's name shows how serious you are, because he's built his whole model around getting folks, up to speed on those things. Like in the moment, he's got a community called Comics Connection, which focuses.
I think I've been in that one. Yeah. I mean, it's like kind of weird because it's like, I know I probably joined that. I've just been like, I have so many things going on. It kind of is interesting. Wayne actually is asking, are you planning to do anything with paperback publishing? I think that's what we're going to start with. If that question is aimed at me, yes. We may do hardcover later on, but right now since we're just starting, we're going to just build it right with a good foundation on that. So we're probably going to start off with 3 books, 3 IPs, and then we're going to expand in different ones. Like right now, I'm kind of like, everybody doesn't know this, but I'm constantly kind of looking and scouting which properties would be good to do, and all that. And, what we plan to do is have artists at least keep the copyright for their thing. However, that whole legal thing is different. We need to work it out with each creator, but that's what we intend to do. And again, I really refuse to use the words like ethical and all that, because some of the worst companies preach that constantly, and they end up fucking their creators over. And that's what makes me angry. It's like, I know everybody's in it for themselves. Let's not lie about that. Let's accept that. But how can we do it so it's actually good for everybody? Like, everybody demonizes that. Oh, you're in it for yourself. Okay, well, okay, great. You're in it for yourself. Okay, how do we fulfill that need, and how do you fulfill mine? That's what real actual compromise in a business relationship or any relationship is. It's not, oh, you lose and I win, because that's a really fucked up parasitical sort of relationship right there. So
the win-win, right? That concept has been around for decades, finding that win-win situation.
Well,
that's rare.
Negotiation is really
very rare.
Yeah. Negotiation is what it is. Like, so it's like I'm constantly scouting for stuff. And I'm constantly on the lookout for things and saying, okay, how does this person handle it? How does this one? How does that one? How does that one? Philip does his share too. I'm not saying everything. I'm not going to divulge all our secrets. It's like, I'm just going to say, like, for me, I'm going to go and be doing these things. I mean, Philip works a lot on his own end on stuff, but I'm going to keep some of that mum, because we're not going to give away all our secrets. But like, for me, at least, I'm constantly looking at what IPs will work for us and all that. So we're always kind of scouting for the future while dealing with the present right now, while remaining present. So, yeah, so we're in this process of constructing it. We're just doing the last bits of the structural bit of it. We've already lined some things up and letting the pieces kind of interact with each other. So I kind of feel like this week I've sent off shifts after I've made them. And then now I'm working on the super carrier part of it. So I guess the aircraft carriers are already launched. Now we're working on the super carriers to launch our other things, to carry other things on. So I think that's kind of fun. So, and Demon Bitch is one of my ships, and I'm still maintaining that. And I'm going to be doing a Kickstarter probably in the next couple of months, but I want to get this straightened out with Kumio before I do anything else.
That's great, because I think it's like we have to kind of change the idea of what being a professional artist is, right? Like, you get your portfolio review. It's like, okay, well, do you know how to draw figures? Do you know how to do landscapes? Do you ink your own stuff? Do you know how to handle your own business? And that's kind of like separate and not even factored in. I think to be a professional artist, you have to handle your business. You have to understand that. But we have to kind of change the way people think. So that's great that you're working towards that.
Well, the thing is, like, my mom was in real estate during the boom. And if anybody knows anything about real estate, even if you work with a brokerage company, you have to start from the ground up. You have to finance your own shit. You have to do. My mom's actually ran another business, which was a snack company in an office, like selling snacks to office workers. So she had to go do that. And now she went and did this, where that's why I got involved in the whole wonderful land of Price Club, now Costco, So it's like, it's like, oh shit, like we were running out of toilet paper. Well, I'm not going to the supermarket. I'm going to go to Costco because on one person, we can burn through toilet paper and paper towels very, very, very slowly at the bulk amount you buy. And you don't even need to buy that much. You just buy one package a piece and you're good. So, but yeah, so it's just like with this type of stuff, it's like, so I learned from her, like how she had to do advertising, how she had to go and market herself. She put in long hours at the beginning. I'll give her that, like 7 a.m. till 11 p.m., getting her client base and everything. And, like watching her like put in average, like you have to pay for your own advertising as a real estate agent. You have to get your own listings. You have to get all this. Like just by osmosis, I kind of learned from her how to do that and how to structure my life so it didn't interfere with everything else. And even then, like I made a joke on my Facebook. It's like, oh, personal day means Christy doesn't work as much day to day because, some people are like, who told you that? I said, no, that's just what you learn. Like when you're doing stuff yourself, when you're like, literally you have to look at yourself. You are an entrepreneur. If you are an independent artist, you are. But luckily there are tools that make it easier now. There are organizations that make it easier now and more streamlined for you to do it. So for me, I mean, yeah, I could talk endlessly about my art, but it's also about business too. Like you have to get your stuff out of there. And, people thought back in the day, you do the big 2 or the big indie coming up and then you're set for life. And I'm not saying don't go through that. Definitely go through that if you are presented with the opportunity, but do it smart. And that's all I got to say. But you can by no means go and pull yourself up and do it. I did it myself. And, I got opportunities where I won a Ringo Award in an anthology. That's been helpful, but also learning the skills to do printmaking and lettering and all that, which is like, I've done that too. I format my own books. I don't ask anybody to do it for me. I just do it. I just follow the guidelines and I do it. So, just knowing about printmaking and printing and packaging is very helpful. I mean, it's like weird, like when I'm planning out a Kickstarter, I'll talk to some of the manufacturers. I said, send me samples. And I'm like, I don't like this one. I like the size of this one. I don't like this one. I don't like that one. This one works. This handling this will piss me off because of these type of things. So it's like, I have to be my own judgment call on that.
That's like it's so fun when you have somebody come out. You don't have to ask any questions, and they just talk and they tell you everything, and you don't have to. It's like there's no layers to peel. It's like Christy gave you the whole spiel right there, 25 minutes. The only thing she left out was demon bitch. She like said it at the beginning for just a second. She goes, demon bitch, 13 pits of hell, and then poof, she was gone.
Well, I mean, I've been building the thing for the past week, so there you go. But we can talk about demon bitch. Anybody have any questions about it?
Well, no, I was just saying, it's like the thing that drew you to the group, the thing that brought you to us, the thing that got our attention is the thing you talk about the least now. And that blows me away that you're doing so much other shit that the thing that got our attention isn't even the highlight anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just, as I said, it's like, I'm
evolution.
Well, I mean, all these things seek to serve me. And I know that sounds like a very, very arrogant sounding way to say it, but when you think about it, it works because what I'm building actually benefits everybody else. Like, but I put myself in the driver's seat and in the shoes, like, okay, what would it go to serve me? What in the long run, how could this serve me? And yeah, it benefits me, but I'm making it available to everybody else. Like for me, like when we go into the LA Makers Fair, or we're going to for April Fool's Day, funny enough, for me, I'm actually not going to personally be there because I'll be out of town at another convention, Gem State Comic Con. I'm going to be at Pasadena Comic Con tomorrow from 9 to 4. I think you have the graphic, Pops, but if you can find it. But the thing is that for that, I wanted people to look at caps and comic creators in a different way. So it's an all ages workshop. I mean, there's kids, it doesn't have to be kid centered. But what I'm doing is that I'm circulating all around like, okay, this is what Caps does. This is how we introduce you to comic books. This is how you make a comic book. And I've selected a person, and we're going to see who else would be available in the group to go ahead and create a curriculum, a comprehensive curriculum. And also to be successful in this, you have to learn how to trust your people. You have to learn how to entrust your people. Like you can put in a point man, but you also have to go and take a look at the selection. Like, funny enough, it's like to be in the most control, you cannot be controlling of everything. Like, I picked one guy that's done work for DC Pets. He's a great guy, very wonderful person. And I kind of put him in charge of the curriculum, but I also told him, whoever we pick or whoever we kind of vet for this, because I'm going to present it out to the group, is that, okay, let you guys work together and come up with a comprehensive curriculum. But he himself will be actually attending the socials and some of the meetings too, as well as one or two of the board members and things like that. So it's like you can, but I have to trust. I have to trust the people that I put in there to do just enough to help do the other things, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Tomorrow, Pasadena, California.
9 to 4, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Pacific time. And Kurtis, thank you for coming. I saw your message and stuff.
Oh yeah, thank you everybody, and great conversation, very exciting stuff, Christie. And take care, everybody.
Yeah, check it out.
See you tomorrow, Kurtis.
Yeah.
I have to go too. We have to prepare.
Bye, Kurtis. Bye.
Bye, guys. Like, definitely keep in touch.
Definitely. Good luck tomorrow.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. All
I
right.
think Patrick was just going to mention tomorrow we're doing live streaming all day. We have 4 live streams on the Comics Foo Show, so you can find us on YouTube and all over the place. But we have a lot of people coming on. So
We'll be out here all day too.
more.
Send me
Awesome.
all 4 of those.
Sure.
So that I can play them next week, like later at night, like late night replay or something.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll find you a spot, man. We will.
Sounds great. Take care, everybody.
Cool.
Yeah.
You guys have a great day.
Take care, all.
See ya. All right.
And
But yeah, so there's that. But yeah, I know I touched upon Demon Bitch. It's kind of funny because it's like not in my peripheral right now. I think I had a talk with Doc, and he said women are like looms and men do macrame. And it's like the pattern of thinking between the genders. We were on another subject. But it's like, I feel like that loom. Like, I just sent off 3 fucking aircraft carriers. Now I'm working on my couple of super carriers at the moment. But it's like, we're all doing it simultaneously. But I mean, I'm not saying that guys and girls like are different, like men are these, like, I find that very damaging, actually. Just men kind of focus on smaller ranges of things.
We think in different ways. There's no doubt about that. The guy who was in the chat asking you questions is our next guest, so I'm gonna let him.
Oh, hey Wayne.
What's up, Wayne? How you doing, brother?
Hey Wayne, how's it going? Wait, can't hear you, dude.
Can't hear you. Fix your mic. Check your mic. Mic check.
I can't hear you. What were you saying, Doc? Well, he's fixing
Charles
that.
Emerson Winchester famously said in MASH, "I do one thing, I do it very well, and then I move on."
Yeah. So it's just like for me, it's like it was weird because I literally felt like I was weaving everything because all these interconnecting threads, and then I had to go to Caps, and then I had to go to this guy and this guy, and then I had to kind of put them together and stuff. And it was kind of crazy, and I somehow got it done. Like one of the guys in the board and the social media team, he would be the point man for WonderCon because I have my own table and I know the beasts that WonderCon and cons are. So I've always assigned a point man, like you take the badges. If I give you the badges, it is your responsibility. And I mean, it's not like I have to order them. It's just like you are the point of contact because I have to deal with my stuff, but you need to go, but you are the one to go and coordinate all this other stuff. And they do it, you know.
Delegation, Doc. You know, like that stuff I try to do with you and Rich.
The problem,
Rich is like, what? Me? What?
you can't delegate to a CEO. Say,
you're
not
CEO.
the CEO of the Madness.
Is that Gary? Oh my God, is that Gary Busey?
Okay,
Oh,
I can't hear you.
unfortunately, we can't hear you still.
so do this, Wayne. Go into your settings and make sure you have the appropriate microphone chosen, and then adjust your mic volume. And he's telling me,
Really? Thank you for having me. I really
There he
appreciate
is.
it.
Oh, wait. No, we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
There he is. Okay.
It was magic. Wait.
Oh, it's going in and out. You got a bad
That's
connection.
weird. It's going in and out.
I think it's a bad connection on your mic cord.
we can't hear you at all, Wayne.
We can't hear you at all. That's really weird. I wonder if you had to like go back in and go back out. Sometimes that's what snaps it into place.
That's what I would do. I'd go out, come back in.
Yeah.
That's how babies are made.
I swear to God, fucking
What? I didn't say anything. What happened?
Rich.
What are you talking about? I didn't say anything.
You didn't say that's how babies are made. That wasn't.
I never said that. I would never say such a horrible thing. Disgusting.
Well, Rich should read the title of this now.
Title of what? I must read what the title of this is now. The Buffalo Mob. What's that supposed to mean there, Christy?
Read it.
Read the whole title.
Return of organized crime to the Queen City.
Mm.
First of all,
Yes, but that's appropriate.
the Buffalo Mob includes an introduction to the history of crime in Buffalo, beginnings of mafia activity in the Queen City, the past and present alleged leaders, soldiers, and associates, the arm and its affiliated operations. Okay, yeah, and I've been to Buffalo once.
No, I'm just saying it's appropriate that you read it. That's all.
Why?
Think about this morning, Rich.
You're a mobster. That's why. You're a goomba.
I just want to say his first book.
I need a new Gumad. You want to help me out with that, Christy? Or what?
His first book was about the Milwaukee mob. Rich.
What?
Rich. His first book was about the Milwaukee mob. Now this one, the Buffalo one, has a lot to do with the stadium and that, all that.
What are they going to do? Like the Toledo mob next? Jesus Christ.
No. Listen to what I'm saying, Rich. This one, Buffalo one, is about the dealings around the stadium when they were building the stadium. And
what, the new one?
Well, is it new now?
Well, what stadium are you talking about?
The one in
Rich
Buffalo,
Stadium.
the football stadium.
Is it Rich Stadium? I forgot. It's been so long since I've even bothered with the Buffalo Bills.
The point ain't which stadium it is. The point is this book is about all of the shady dealings that were going on around the city, around that particular building being built, and the funding for it. All the
of course.
All the what do you call it when all the bids for the work was all organized.
Well, they were getting too smart for every. They were getting too. The FBI were getting too smart for them, and they knew that they were all based in New York, so that's why they spidered out like the tentacle tarantulas these bastards are, and they go to all over the damn place. Now I hate Italian mobsters. I hate them. They make me sick. They're disgusting pieces of shit. I used to hang out in areas where these idiots were in Staten Island, and it's like you will never find a greater collective of dumb fucking stupid ass troglodyte Guido shitheads in your
Unless
entire
you go to
goddamn
Mos
life.
Eisley.
That's not even a joke. It's the truth.
Unless
They're
you go to
assholes.
Mos Eisley.
Hive of scum and villainy, basically.
They kind of are essentially. They're pieces of shit. But the difference is that those in Mos Eisley are actual smart criminals. These guys are assholes. They just follow one fucking thing. I hate them with a passion that you cannot understand. I'm ashamed to be Italian as a result of it.
Actually, it's kind of
Really?
interesting because, like, in The Client, it was weird because it's like this is supposed to take place in the South, I think New Orleans or something. And
Yeah.
it was weird because it's like they had the mafia in New Orleans and the guy was speaking with a Southern accent, but he was a mobster because you always get the stereotype, oh, yeah, they're from New York and all that's supposed to be a New York accent, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's like nobody understands like how much they've spidered across the nation. That's the thing, to escape New York, the hotbed. They end up
They're at least 2 or 3 generations ahead of everybody else. I mean, a lot of what happened in Las Vegas happened in the late 60s, early 70s, and all the way up to early 90s. That's a generation away. No one understands that, but it's true. And it's like the people who were born there, when they decide to become mobsters or they follow in the family footsteps, they wind up taking their little bit of that accent too. So it's like it doesn't really matter. They're still dumbass Guidos who are just mobster criminal pieces of shit.
Yeah.
I despise them. I hate them. They can go after themselves. They really can. They're pigs.
No, I get it. I hear
He's
about
out
it.
here making a target of himself.
No, I'm not a target or anything. I don't give a fuck what they're gonna do. Please, fuck you.
No, here's the funny thing too. It's like kind of funny. So there's the Yakuza and Gangpe. Yakuza is obviously Japanese. Gangpe are Korean mobsters, gangsters, right? So this is
I guess.
hilarious because since Japan had taken over Korea for a period of time, and there's a lot of Zenichi Koreans in Japan, Those are the people that have been born and raised in Japan, but they're Korean ethnicity. So it's kind of funny because a lot of Zenichi Koreans, some of them are in the Yakuza.
Mhm.
And there's also the Korean Gangpae, and the Korean Gangpae hate those guys because they say, "Oh, you guys are fucking sellouts and shit." So it's like, wow, whole like method of networked retardation here. So good on you guys. So it's just, it's just like, and it's funny because now the Yakuza are not like doing that, like the whole thing, your honor and everything, and you cut off a finger and blah blah blah. It's like, no, actually, they don't want to do that shit anymore because they're going to have to explain why the fuck do you have all these frozen partial fingers in your fridge. Just pay a fine, we're done. Plus, also, like, the thing is that if you're running around with a missing finger, they're going to know who you are, basically.
All right,
So
so
they just
check it
want
out.
to
This is the
download.
first volume of an investigative series into the Buffalo Mob, and it includes an introduction in the history of crime in Buffalo, the beginnings of the mafia activity in the Queen City, the past and present alleged leaders, soldiers, and associates of the arm and its affiliated operations, government sources and witnesses imperative to understanding mob activities, as well as an introduction to recent criminal activity indicating the mafia in Buffalo is anything but dormant. Basically, dude, like carrying a target on his back, talking about all this shit, right? Wayne, you got balls, bro. You got a sack. I ain't lying. That's amazing.
So where's he at, actually? Like, Wayne's located. You don't need to give me the exact thing.
I don't. I haven't asked him where he lives. He wrote the first one about the Milwaukee mob.
If you click on his bio, it tells you I think he lives in Wisconsin.
Yeah, the first. That's what I said. The first one was about the Milwaukee mob, so that makes sense that he started it.
Kansas was a hotbed for all the mafia activity around that time, also.
Kansas, you said?
Kansas, yeah. Kansas City of all fucking places.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of
Yeah.
funny. I just have to laugh about that. It's like, it's always the quiet areas.
It is always, well, that's where you go. You go to the quiet areas and no one suspects a fucking thing. Except when there's like 1,000 fucking Italians showing up in a week. It's like, yeah, we just wanted to open up a deli here. But no, they don't. They just want to be criminal bastards.
It's a
like
deli
their fathers.
casino.
Yeah, it's like
Vegas.
casino. Let's do this. Let's open a casino. It'll be mint.
Now I'm just
They're not
to
going to
see the
suspect
Las
nothing.
Vegas.
So-
The FBI is going to be like, holy shit, how'd they get there?
I'm going to figure that Wayne's probably still trying to get in, but if he's just watching, if you guys have questions you want to ask him, just ask him in the chat. I'm sure he'll answer them whether he can come out here or not.
Yeah,
You know?
we're warming up Wayne's spot for him because we kind of feel bad about connectivity issues. That's
Yeah, I mean, so if you do have questions, he may still be watching. He just can't get in here for some reason or can't be heard when he's in here. But by all means, ask questions. I'm sure he's got answers. He wrote a whole freaking book about it.
right. There you go. Yeah, I'm. Who's mumbling? Is that you?
That's Rich. It's always
That was me. I was thinking of the fucking the whole that one big cutscene where Henry and what's her name, Karen, they go into like the underneath the cabana, whatever the fuck.
Oh,
and they go
yeah,
through
and
the,
then
and then they go through all they go by the freezer with the meat and the fur coats and the guys, people making out, and then the chefs and all that shit. And then they sit in front. They see Henny Youngman, who I'm surprised that he was still alive at that point, because he had to have been like 506 years old at that point, for fuck's sake. And it's like, and I take my wife, please. I take her everywhere, but she finds her way home. And I'm like, all right, that's funny. Wow, that sucked. You guys are terrible. You have no idea what the fuck humor is at this point. You guys suck.
That was actually a good. I had to study that in film class, and that was actually a pretty good continuous scene. Like how they kind of.
That had to have been rehearsed. I don't. Scorsese's known for stuff like that. He's known for the most unusual types of camera movement and camera shots. He's fantastic, and to a mild extent, he's kind of right about all the Avengers and Justice League movies and shit. It's like all it is, just big pomp and circumstance. You love the characters more than the actors.
Well,
it's like, yeah, it's the truth. It's not a lie.
Well, the thing is, he's an auteur. He always picks like a certain set of actors per time. Like for a while, he was picking Pacino, Pesci, De Niro. He was picking those guys at a time, and then like he moved on to another set. But I mean, he still went back to the old actors, and just he didn't use them all the time. He just used them most of the time and stuff.
Well, he reused the same damn music soundtrack. I mean, every single fucking movie this guy has had is like a Rolling Stone song. It's like, it's just a shot away. It's just a shot away. It's every single one of his goddamn movies. He had it in friggin' Goodfellas, Casino, whatever, The Irishman, the whole damn thing. Like every single one. There's always a Rolling Stone song in there somewhere. It's like, think of something different, man. It's like me playing Queen all the time whenever I do any live drawing sessions. It's like, okay, I have enough of Freddie Mercury. That's it. You know, but what is Doc doing? He just standing there, or is that like a frozen pill? Okay, he's alive. Good.
Yeah, he's just smoking.
He's muted. We couldn't tell if he was talking.
I was just listening. I have nothing to say other than to say this.
What?
The Hungarian mob operates under one simple principle. Is it good for business or not? Let's go whack this guy. Now, wait a minute. Is that good for business or not?
Well, that's kind of how like the Yakuza work now. It's like they're not into fucking killing people and all that other shit. They're more into like if you meet a guy that's a Yakuza, chances are he's like this old dude who's in business. It's like that's all they ever do. You know, they've gotten more corporate now.
Yeah,
hey, Timothy.
They'll say like, yeah, this Taylor, he's into us. He's 4 months behind, and this, that, and the other. Well, they don't go there and break his kneecaps. They go, all right, we'll just tell him he's got a new partner until he catches up. So they're going to come in and they're going to take profit share and help him get up and going. And once they're paid back, they're good. Because why? They want his business back again. They want him to borrow more money.
They want him to fail so you borrow more money.
No, they want him to succeed in paying off the debt. So then he'll come back.
We got Timothy coming out here in about 45 minutes, I think, after Cindy. We have Timothy. So you will see.
Kaiser Soze.
He is more
I'm
of
more of a Shanghai Triad guy. Right. It's like I'm more of a Miller Lite kind of guy. You know?
Yeah. It's kind of funny though, because I guess it could have been totally part of the UK in the morning because like Korean people are considered the Irish of Asia. So there you go.
Okay.
We have a hot temper. Wow. And we get into fights or something.
Yeah.
We like to
I know. Everybody is like, my nationality, we all have hot tempers. We all like to drink and beat up people. Yeah, okay.
Well, you know, like
Italians, we're supposed to be mobsters.
Yeah. No, it was really funny because like there's this one girl that we all is infamous for, and one person that we know that's infamous for being in the Latin persuasion, and and that person thinks that they should be as crazy and as insane as possible. It's like that's not what that demographic really is about.
Yeah, that's a big turn on. Oh yeah. Ooh, I can't wait.
Stabby and angry.
Person. It's like, ew, how about that? The answer is no, you troglodyte. Yeah. I hate people like that. I really do. It actually burns my stomach when people who think that having some sort of mental disease is like either an excuse to behave the way they do or some sort of like stimulant romance or some shit. It doesn't make any sense to me.
More than meets the eye.
Are you the key master?
You can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a woman's man. No time to talk. Chase it up.
Oh, as if.
Thank you. We're Catholic Confucianists. Actually, Confucianism is like kind of like a more of an ethical sort of guideline. I don't think it's really a religion. It's weird that way. It can be treated as a religion, but it's not really. Kind of like Buddhism. Like Buddhism can be a religion, but it can be a code of ethics too. They're kind of weird religions that way, or modalities. But yeah, no, it's interesting. I just feel like this week has been very busy for me. A lot of aircraft carriers have been launched. Now we do work on the super carriers.
Everybody's like, what the fuck is she doing? Going to war?
Business is war.
This is a war.
It's not war.
Doc and I have had interesting conversations about that. I actually do think kind of warlike. I'm not the thing where I go outright and say, okay, offensive, we bomb everybody. It's more of the strategy. I'm more of the strategic bit of war. That's the thing. It's not taking heads. Like war. It's basically I'm the Athena side of war in the Greek gods, not the Ares side. Rich is like,
I'm looking at your CAPS application.
yes, you should apply.
Membership. I should apply. I'll do it next month.
Okay. Yeah, do it.
I got told I don't qualify.
What?
I got told I don't qualify.
How come you don't qualify?
I don't know. I got a form letter back. They said, unfortunately, at this time, we have to decline your application for membership.
When was this?
I'm just fucking with you. I have no idea.
Yeah, because I would have fucking known about it because I got handed it.
It was signed by Christie Shinn.
That shit would never, ever fucking happen to me. That's for damn sure.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right.
Because I'm rich Perotta, bitches.
That's right. I'm the richest. I can do whatever the fuck I want. See, I just took Homelander's line, right, from like The Boys, and I made it my own, but I used the richness instead. So now that's like my war cry. It's like, you know why? Because I'm the richness. And I can do whatever the fuck I want. Yeah! Woo!
Well, I was thinking of like going downstairs and
I
making
didn't get my meds today. Ah!
Crazy man, you.
Ah! The reason why I'm this crazy because you want to know the serious reason why I'm this crazy today is because I'm really happy to be here and I missed a lot of you guys. Doc, Christie, Pops, yeah, I missed you guys a lot. Trust me.
Aw.
And I'm super happy to be here, like more than both of you can realize, really.
Oh yeah,
I missed you guys.
I was like PMing Rich, like, dude, are you okay? Because
I am. I'll explain later, but I've had to take care of my social media for a little bit, and there's a reason as to why, and I'll let you know. It wasn't pleasant. Trust me when I tell you, it was not pleasant, but I'll handle it.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm handling it now.
It was a lot
but I'll
like
be okay.
My kid had a T-shirt when he was a toddler that said, "If you can't hear me, you better find me."
Oh, I'm gonna send it to you. Is it Peri Rich now, or is it Rich Perotta, basically on Facebook?
Well, it's Peri Rich. I'll put it back to. You got to give me another month or so for me to put it back to my normal name.
Oh no, it's okay. I'm just sending you some stuff in Messenger.
Yes, go. Oh no, you're not.
She just getting caught up on lost time.
There better be nudes here. I'm telling you.
You don't want the kind of nudes she gonna send you, bro. No, you don't.
Let's see.
No,
okay.
you don't.
Now, all right. Jesus Christ.
You see? I tried to warn you.
Let me see this. Okay. Blah 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 blah. I don't care who this piglet is. Go away. Piglet. God. She looks like a high school science experiment dissection waiting to happen. Jesus Christ. She's about as romantically appealing as a dried up orange peel in the middle of a ice cream float that no one's eaten for a week. I mean, I don't even know. Can this thing get any ugly? I think you know what it is. This person is so hideous. Like you never hear of the scientific theory of like you just keep traveling in the universe and it's so vast that it's not measurable, but then you just keep going and going, and then when you think you're about to get to the end point, you're right back where you freaking started, and that shows that the whole universe is cyclical. Okay, so it's like one day we will see how hideously ugly this person is so much is that when we can't bear to see anything else, she'll become beautiful, and then start the whole process all over again. That's what you call the big crunch
and then the Big Bang again, because all the matter in the universe goes, and then goes, bah, again, after a long time of like,
Well, then why did you like it? Did Rich act over dramatic right now?
I hit him with a Karari dart. That'll keep him down for about 5 seconds.
Finland! Wait, what? What the hell was that?
Freedom! We have officially gone off the rails, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, listen.
What's up?
Listen.
Rich.
Pay attention.
I feel like Quagmire after we watched all the internet porn.
With a massive right arm.
Yeah, that was the funniest thing. It's like, hey, Peter. I was watching all that internet porn you showed me. Well, what have you been doing? Well, I just went over there, and it's like, boom. It's like it's all jacked. Oh, my God in heaven. God, I'm... Woo, holy shit.
So
this is
check
too
it out,
much. Where's our
guys.
next guest? Where is this
This is
guy?
what I was just going to say. I was going to run through our what we have left here going out for the rest of the day. We got Cindy Koepp coming out in a couple minutes.
Yay!
We got Timothy Fling, who's in the chat. He's going to be out here in a little bit talking about his stuff. Then
Rich, you can't be here for Cindy Koepp.
And then Paul Gomez, I think at 4 o'clock, is going to be out here interviewing Katie Shaw, the Dragon Lady.
Nice.
4:30, we got Sam Vera. You guys know Duty in my alien in my toilet.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That guy again?
Yeah, that guy. We love Sam. He's good people.
I love Sam.
5 o'clock, Laurie Calcaterra is going to be
Laurie,
here.
calculator cold cut. She's going to be here. Yay.
5:30, we got Michael Gonzalez. You guys know Neil Therick, 6'8", epic. He's got so many different books that are all good, and if you missed them, it's your fault. He's going to be out here. And then at 6 p.m., Doc, at 6 p.m., you remember Arsenic Lullaby? You remember that book I pulled
I
out?
do. Vaguely.
Nobody knew what it. None of us knew what it was, where it came from.
Yep.
The next weekend, I went to Grand Rapids Comic Con, and I'm walking along, and there's this huge banner, Arsenic Lullaby. So, dude's gonna be here tomorrow or tonight.
Nice.
And we're gonna talk to him, and it's like I said, man, it's like he turned out to be a local guy. It's like I had no idea who he was. I had no idea where the book came from, who did, nothing. I didn't know anything about it. And there wasn't much on it saying anything, remember? There just wasn't a whole lot on it, on the book, that we could get any information off of. So then when I saw the banner, I was like, oh, shit, here we go. I'm talking to this guy. And then Chris and I ended up having to leave the con early because of the weather. Brad and I had to leave the con early because Chris was here sitting in my house. So I didn't get to see him that day. The next day it started snowing, so we didn't get to go back up there. So I didn't get to talk to dude at the con very much. But he's going to be out here 6 o'clock tonight, and we're going to learn all about Arsenic Lullaby. Which really
is Carissa going to be out here anytime soon?
That's tomorrow night, guy. Tomorrow night.
Oh, all right, okay.
Carissa was already out this morning with us, Rich.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Was she?
Yeah,
Yes.
she was.
And what was she doing there with you guys? Huh?
She hangs out with me, because I'm Doc.
Oh, she does. Is that right?
Yeah.
Because I'm Doc.
So.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
Doctor is in, you Irish punk. That's my boy, Rich.
Sorry, I had to wheel and deal a little bit. Sorry, guys.
Always.
That's okay, my darling, sweet, poopy pants face stuff.
Pants face.
I don't know. I was trying to think of something that sounded less ludicrous than what I was thinking. God. While I'm talking to you, I'm drawing this really nice picture of a portrait of someone or something that I just decided to just download for no apparent reason. You want to see it? It looks really good. Here, let me show you how amazing it is. Look at this. I did this
while I was talking to you, miscreants, or I was listening to all you fucking troglodytes talk. Yeah, I know. I'm just that good. It just happened like about 20 minutes ago. Look at this.
Who is that?
I don't know. I don't know. I just saw a picture of this chick. And I'm like, oh, she's pretty.
Oh, I thought you were drawing yourself as a female. I thought that's.
Now,
put that back up there, Rich. We need to see it again. Put it back up there.
Rich.
Now he won't. See, now he won't put it back up there.
He's a fucking diva right now. He's like,
our next guest is a person of class and culture. So that means, Rich, you can't talk.
Fuck, I better get going.
I gotta go take off. I got some other shit I gotta take care of, unfortunately.
Are you leaving, Christie Shinn? Don't leave.
I am.
Why?
Christie.
I'm not. Unless they force my ass out, which it's like, okay, beep, and I'm gone, but what the fuck?
What? Okay, everybody calm down. The one and only, the author of many books, the creator of leather shoulder dragons and little crochet cool things. Cool crochet things, all kinds of cool stuff. The comic book animal eye, Miss Cindy Koepp. Hi, Cindy. Oh yeah, there we go.
Welcome, Cindy.
Number 2.
Hey, Cindy, how's it going?
It's all right. How are you?
Hello, Cindy. It's so good to see you again after such a long time. Hi.
Hi, Cindy. How you doing?
So good to be seeing you.
Oh yeah.
Yay.
I really do have to take off, but Cindy, have a wonderful day. It was wonderful to see you again. I'm overdue for a business meeting. I'm just sorry.
I understand.
Shut up, Rich. Anyway, all right, see you guys later. I might pop in tomorrow. I don't know, or at least later today. But
well, I know you got a con to go to tomorrow, so
yeah,
just show up. Who cares about your con? Just show
up. All right. Okay, I'll see you, Cindy. Bye.
Bye-bye.
We're going to get
back. It's good to see you.
Hi, Cindy. How you doing?
I'm all right. How's it going?
It's wonderful. What link would you like us to highlight?
Oh, probably my webpage.
Okay.
Because that's where most of the excitement happens.
Cindy, Pops always forgets to do this. Sometimes we have brand new viewers who have been living under a rock. Tell people who you are and what you do.
All right. My name is Cindy Koepp. I write science fiction, fantasy, and gamelit. I also make crocheted critters and sewn critters like this little guy, my recent finish. The unicorn of great epic coolness.
Unicorn, yo!
Let me see the unicorn.
I just finished this one yesterday.
What's the significance of the black horn?
Well, I had a bunch of really skinny yarn, and if you try to mix yarn types, then you end up with weird shaped pieces. So I had a lot of really skinny yarn that was pink, and I had a lot of really skinny yarn that was black, and so I didn't have enough of the black yarn to make the unicorn black and the horns and decorations pink, so I did it the other way around. So the unicorn is pink, and the horn and everything else is black.
I was just wondering if that was an actual character that it was based on, and if it had a reason for having a black horn. Now you have to write a book about a black horn unicorn. Ooh.
Could happen. I might write a story.
I'll help. Sounds like fun. This is Cindy's webpage. We got the link right over there. You guys go check this out. Just point me and I'll do it. Tell me
All
what
right.
to...
Well, let's see. That's not sure how stuff is set up over there now. I went in and mutated a bunch of things, added a bunch of stuff. If you go to the writing tab and then down to gamelit.
Now look, you guys, it didn't leave the page. I don't have to open a new window. Say thank you to whoever built your webpage. That is such a pain when you click a link on somebody's page and it opens in a different window and now it's not showing anybody anything.
Arg.
Right? So
yeah, that'll probably happen if you go to the store, but I think as long as you click within the tabs, you're safe.
She said arg.
I did. And if you go to the last dot, you'll see the newest acquisition.
The last dot.
Oh, nope. You have to go down to the game lit part.
Oh, that bottom dot. That dot.
That right there.
There it is.
That showed up within the last couple of weeks. And I got my webpage updated.
Hear about this?
I've been posting it around. But Facebook being a jerk, I'm sure it hasn't gone where we were supposed to.
I have not seen it in the madness, or we would have been talking about this.
I did. I posted there too, but I'll post it there again.
Maybe I'm not getting to see everything that gets posted over there.
That is very possible. We had some misadventures getting this. The first rendition had 2 page 2s, no page 1s. Oops. But this one now it actually does have a page 1 and a page 2. Wow. And inside the front cover will catch you up to everything that you've missed heretofore if you're picking up 2 the first time.
And now I'm going to have to actually work. See, because I think I got. Yeah, there we go.
Cool adventures happening. Lots of sound effects.
Woo!
And on the back cover, you'll see one of the gamers with his dog, and the dog is actually the basis for Nagid. So he's playing a bigger, beefier version of his own pet dog.
So you got book 1,
and
she got book 2. Yo, there it is. Ready, finally. Yes.
About time. Yeah. And 3 is ready to print. I don't know what the schedule is to get it out. Raul is currently working on the art for 4.
Let's go ahead and give your team a shout out. Go ahead.
All right. Yay! The artist is Raul Cruz. He does all the layouts and the design and all that cool stuff. And then he's helped out by Denver Martirez, who helps him out with coloring. And then Bear Publications is writing Herd on the whole mess. Say again?
I want to see. Do you have any interior sequential pages?
Whole bunch of them right there in her hand. Yeah.
Oh, it's anime influenced. Nicely done. Is this manga influenced a little bit?
The artist says that his art style is a combination of manga and American art. He's from the Philippines.
That's hard to marry together. That's not easy to do. Yeah, I get it. I see it.
It looks great, though.
It's nicely polished. I'll tell you that.
Great job.
Has a nice polish to it.
Does it have the same format where you got like the health bars and all that stuff like you did in game?
Yes. Yeah. Let me find a. There it is, right there on the first page.
Cool. Hold up, guys. Look, it's a video game.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they're playing a video game, so it's got the game overlay anytime we're in a character point of view, and so that's not every panel because the characters can't always see all the things that the reader needs to know. Right. But whenever we can do it, and whenever it gives some benefit, then we put it in a character POV. And then because dogs are colorblind, any scenes that are in the dog's POV have color blindness.
It's black. Oh wow.
Not quite black and white.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Cindy. Go ahead.
It's not quite black and white because it's red-green color blindness. Dogs have red-green color blindness, and so there are lots of yellows and golds and things that the player would be seeing that the character would not, like the actual overlay bits are still have all the reds and greens, but the things that the character would be seeing are red-green colorblind.
Cool. Look, the first book was really good. You got the feeling of I mean, you could understand the characters being inside the game and trying to help their human get the quest accomplished, right? It was like you really got that feeling. She does draw you into the story really well. And look, all this other stuff, these aren't all comics. These are all books that Cindy's written over the last, I don't know how many years. I don't know how long.
About 11.
11 years. Tons of good stuff. Look, someday I'm going to have her whole catalog. Someday. You know. But everything that we've seen from Cindy from day one has been amazing. Everything from the little eggs that open up and got dragons in them. The little yarn eggs that open up and there's a little baby dragon in it. You know, it's like she does so much cool stuff. When we were doing the CRoM campaign, she generously offered to do 5 of these. And I'm pretty sure that was like the first thing that was gone. Was those 5 CRoMs people wanted. Now, I know the campaign didn't go through, but I told everybody, you get a hold of Cindy and, give her some money. She'll hook you up. She'll make you a little CRoM.
Totally, yeah. Yeah, the offer's still available. I can still make all the little CRoMs. I have the various yarns set aside so I don't use them for other projects. And yeah, so I can still make CRoMs.
I know there was some people that ordered them and they were disappointed that they couldn't get them. And I went to Cindy right away and I was like, hey, you still doing for these people? And she said, yes. So if you wanted one, now I'm going to tell you right now, there was a limit of 5. She's going to know if you ordered one or not. But no, if you want one and Cindy's willing, by all means, hit her up, get you one. It's good to see you, Sim. How you doing? Sim will probably be out later tonight during the horror movie club. Maybe, you never know. Hopefully, we'll get to talk to him this weekend as well. Another amazing creator that's doing all kinds of cool stuff. This scene is popping, yo. The indie scene is lit. Y'all gotta stay focused. Stay focused. Keep moving in the right direction, because look at that. Oh, and now you also have a game, right? In development?
We did. I don't know what's happening with it. The gaming company is called Clopus. They had their own Kickstarter for a game called Stereotypical, and sadly it didn't go through, and they were counting on that for funding. I have heard from them since then, and they're telling me they're having some trouble. And I don't know if that means they're out or if it's just going to be delayed a bit. But
what kind of game is it?
Not moving forward. It was a game for the mobile, and it was based on Animal Eye. There were little short quests, like there was a critter race where they had to go halfway across the map, and you could play a different critter and run into obstacles. And there were a couple of critters that were too small to be bothered by any of the bad guys. So if you didn't want to have to fight it all, you could pick either a hummingbird or a mouse and not have to worry about combat. There was a contest where you had to delay the bad guys long enough for other humans to cut all the stained glass to make a window. There was a Frogger type scenario where you had to get all your characters from one side of the screen to the other side of the screen without getting squished by bigger critters. Or wagons or whatever else was on the road. But yeah, there were 7 little mini quests. Some of them were fetching the necessary parts to make a cure for somebody. And we had the first and third pretty much planned out. The second one was about halfway there, and then when Travis got deployed, it went on hold. And then when he came back, Stereotypical had just collapsed, and so they went offline for a while. And so I'm not sure if they're done or if they're just going to regroup and we're going to start up again. But I'll keep y'all informed for sure. So if it starts moving again, then I'll let you know.
I was going to say, if you at some point decide you'd like to maybe have somebody explore making a tabletop out of it, you can talk to Chris.
Yeah. I've got I have all my notes when I designed the Animal Eye world. I actually set up the game mechanics first, and so I've got a lot of that. And so that's one of the projects I have in brain, is to turn it into a tabletop RPG.
Yeah, that's all Chris does. As a matter of fact, this morning I was like, I seen that he was out doing a test of the Atrocity Press Battleground game, which is basically for all indies that want to be involved, bring your character in there and get, involved in one big battleground like scenario.
Wow.
And he was showing a little test of that this morning. I was like, dude works way too hard to get all these done, because he's working on like so many different games and some books and every freaking thing. Oh, Chris is like, Chris got no time for us anymore. He's working all the time.
He's a hard-working man.
Yeah, right now I'm working on a Western for an anthology being produced by Stormgate Press. And then once I have that done, there's a collection of short stories that I want to get out, because I want to put something out that's new this year. Last year, nothing came out that was new. And so I would meet people at cons and they go, hey, what do you have that's new? It's like, nothing. I've got dragons. So I want to have at least one new book out this year. So I'm working on a collection of short stories. I'm also working on the sequel to Lines of Succession, which is called The Suitable Arrangement. And it will probably be a two-parter, because before I expanded the endgame, it was already 180,000 words.
Wow.
Which is twice a regular novel.
Mm-hmm.
So I will probably split that turkey in half. Roughly, yeah. So I've got a bunch of stuff in plan, and the tabletop RPG version of Animal Eye is definitely one of them, along with the part 2 for the Glory, which will be Animal Eye Part 2.
Nice.
Excellent.
That's all plotted out and ready for rock and roll. I just, I got to get there.
I didn't want to interrupt when you were talking about it, but that game's got to happen.
Yeah, I would really like for 2. Yeah,
Man.
I really, really like for 2. Unfortunately, the day job is being very creative right now.
Right.
So yeah, and I've got this obligation to Stormgate first.
What platform was the game going to be on? PC?
Well, the video game version, it was originally going to come out for mobile, and then there was going to be a second version that actually followed the plot of the book that was going to be for PC. I wanted to do it the other way around, do the PC game first, then the mobile, but I got overruled. So that's
if you need backup, you call me. I'll back you up on that. Let's do
all
PC.
right.
Now, I also want to point out that Cindy is not just a writer, creator, all that stuff. She's also an educator, and like, she contributes things that have affected her life and contributes her knowledge to help others. Okay, that practical guide to food allergies. My friend Cindy is so intimately knowledgeable about food allergies, and sometimes I feel so sorry for her that there's stuff that we eat on the regular and don't even think about it that she can't.
Oh wow.
So
I've got 18 actual allergies, and then and that link actually should not work. Nope, it doesn't. Okay, and I removed that because I had been given some bad information, and I need to rewrite it and reattach it to the link. But yeah, I've got 18 actual food allergies, and then about another dozen and a half things that I'm not technically allergic to, but they aggravate the fool out of the seizure disorder, and so might as well be allergic to them.
Right.
Yeah.
And she's also a former teacher of Munchkins, and she has educational resources for other teachers to help with kids and reading and whatnot, math, everything. Look, Cindy's the bomb, yo. Okay, when it comes to somebody who deserves to be out here, be seen, be talked about, and followed, this lady's one of them people, man. She's got everybody's best interest at heart all the time.
Well, I mean, she's intelligent, she's creative, she's classy. What's not to love? Come on.
There you go.
She's a Renaissance woman.
So much cool stuff too, man. All these different books. Yeah, it's just amazing the stuff that she's done, put out, the stuff that she continues to do to help other people, everything. I mean, we love you, Cindy.
Yay! Thank you.
She's also been a huge supporter of what we do, what we're trying to do here since the day I met her. You know, just amazing. And we appreciate what you do. And we will always be telling people what's up with Cindy. You can find it right there. If you're watching on Doc's channel, if you're watching on Twitch.
Cindy, can you send me your link? Can you send me the website? I can't access it here in the UK. I have to do something a little bit more direct.
Here is the short version.
All right, thank you.
Oh.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Oh, wow. Oh, I thought we were flying into the galaxy. God, man, that scared the hell out of me.
I'm sorry. On behalf of all of us, we apologize for Rich.
I was looking at that thing. It scared me. I was just like, wait a minute. What is this? I look at it and it's like, man, we must be going really fast.
Hello, Carol. Welcome. Good to see you.
Oh, wait, it's a website. Oh, thank God. Oh God, that really messed with my head, man. Oh God.
Damien Walburn did the design for my webpage. My own design was
who did it? Isaac Asimov, or was it Neil deGrasse Tyson?
This is Damien Walburn.
Oh, is he related to what's his name? Who's the guy who did Cosmos the first time? Carl Sagan. Is he related to Carl Sagan?
I don't think so.
All right. Well, he's like a Cosmos guy too. Damien, right?
Mm-hmm.
Damien, that really messed with my brain, dude. Like, I thought we were going really quick, but it turns out we weren't. So I was like, phew. Oh, God, I'm going to look at this website, and I'm most likely going to purchase something probably within a month because I need to get a flat in the UK here because I've been Airbnb-ing forever, and I got to get a place. But as soon as I do that, I'm going to get some of your stuff. I've always been interested in reading some of your stuff. I've seen your endless adverts all the time, and I'm like, I must read this at some point. So I will do so. Yay!
That would be fabulous.
Yes, it will. I believe it will. When I read it, I will probably not put this book down until it's done.
Excellent.
Yep, that's true. Anyway, I got background noise. Pick me up, Doc. Okay. That's what it says. What are we looking at, as a matter of fact?
I'm just saying, Rich, when he sends me a message, you don't read those out loud.
Oh, sorry. I didn't send anything to you.
No, Pops did.
What?
Nothing but professionals here at the Madness, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Rich, if I put something in the private chat and don't say it out loud, there's probably a reason I put it in the private
I'm
chat.
sorry. I didn't know
say it out
that. Well, it wasn't like one of those wedding proposals between you and Doc,
Rich.
I mean,
I told you no. I told you no 5 times. I told you no 5 times.
No means no, Rich.
Man,
somebody clip
I just don't go that way, bro.
Oh my God. That's just
Cindy, I can't wait. When I am finally out from under the Shadow of Pariah's launch, I'm going to be binging on your work.
Oh, yay.
So I'm really looking forward to reading all this stuff I've heard so much about.
This is so cool.
Something crocheted must happen in my life soon. I'm just saying.
I do custom ones too. In fact, I recently did a writer I know named Morgan Komnick is preparing a Kickstarter for one of her launches, and she asked me to make her 4 amigurumis based on a couple of her characters. And so we just finished those and got those out too. So I mean, I can do custom stuff if you have specific characters in mind, as long as you hold the license to them.
Yes. Now, Katie Shaw is in the chat right now, and Katie, of course, is like you. She makes custom dragons and
oh, cool.
That you guys have got to collaborate on something.
Well, I'm looking at the what was that one that I saw? It was a big hairy spider.
Oh yeah, that one was fun. Those actually aren't that hard to make, and I can make it mostly in an afternoon.
Wait, I want to see the picture, Pops. You're driving.
It's on the way. It's on the way.
Big hair. It's the fourth button. If you're scrolling through the creations, if you go towards the right side where the white buttons are, it's the fourth one in from the right side, and it's the cutest thing I've ever seen. I'm like, aw, tarantula.
Yeah,
Lovely.
gigantic hairy spider. Yeah, it's about 7 feet across.
7. Oh my God.
Oh, yeah, from the end of one foot to the end of the other foot. I think it's going to be all the way to the right.
Oh my God. I gotta get one.
There you go.
Yeah.
My God, those are so cute. Oh my God.
Listen, I have a dog. She's she's a big giant puppy, and she is fearless except for spiders. She's horrified of spiders. She will run like a puppy. I got to get one of those and torture her with it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, someone found one on Etsy that was $972, and she sent me a picture and said, "Can you make that?" And I went, "Yeah, totally." It's like it's a 1 foot wide disc that's stuffed, and then I put out a 6-inch disc that's stuffed to the front of it, and 8 poles. Done. Not even a problem.
That's awesome. I do like, was it Charles, the little curled up red dragon?
Mm-hmm.
That was very cute. Q, good to see you, my brother, as always.
Yeah, the Celestial Dragon is pretty cool. I have another one in mind. I've been taking Tai Chi classes from a local Kung Fu school, and they do a lion dance, and they did that for Chinese New Year last weekend. And so I want to make one of those type of dragons. Not that it'd be big enough for somebody to fit under. But
go back to that next one, that previous one, Pops.
Just let it roll. We're talking.
We're going to have words, sir.
I don't know, Cindy, if you were watching earlier, but we had Patrick and Kurtis out, the guys from the Comics Foo show.
Okay.
They're bringing the show to the network.
Oh, fun.
So, I mean, they're going to send me some episodes we're going to play, and then we're going to talk about finding them a solid spot for their show. Dude, that's all we talked about today, pretty much is, damn, Kung Fu.
It has been a Kung Fu kind of day.
So Tai Chi just fits right in, right? And
Pops, I got to step away for just a minute. I will be right back.
All right, brother. Doc needs coffee.
Or his diaper changed.
Uh-oh.
You just got to go there every time, don't you?
I do. Well, he says...
Stab the man when he's not looking. He turns his back.
And I'm retaliating the best way I know how when he's not here.
Right in the back. Wow.
There's Carol. Hi, hey, Quentin.
So, Timothy, have you met Cindy before?
I have not. Nice to meet you, Cindy.
This is one of them things that I like to do. Is I like to make sure people meet.
I'll be right back. Be right back.
And I will say the crochet dragons, that is super cool.
Thanks.
Yeah.
You mean the big dragon? I don't think that's crochet. I think that's like leather, isn't it?
It's the one in the picture is faux suede and vinyl.
Oh wow.
The big ones. The big ones.
the really big
ones. The little red one, yeah, that's crochet.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, those big ones are those are sweet, dude. Those things are
Yeah, they're rigged like a backpack, so you can wear it
wear
over your
them on
shoulder,
your
and
back,
the head sits on your shoulder, and the tail on me. The tail wraps around my knees, but I'm a little short. But yeah, those are fun. Yeah, the vinyl ones get pretty heavy. I've made 3 now out of just plain cloth, and those are a good deal lighter. But yeah, I can make them out of whatever color materials we can find.
Now, see, Carol just popped in. Did you get to see that stuff, Carol, that was up there? Or do I have to get back up again real quick? Because I don't want you to miss that. Carol makes cool stuff too.
Cool.
She colors. She's been coloring for Artifice Reality, I think is the name of the book. And pull that up. Make sure she gets a chance to look at that. It's just the kind of stuff I do. And then we're going to move on and get over there to Timothy's. Oh, you saw? Okay, cool. That's what I want. I just want to make sure everybody sees everything. Yes, Artifice Reanimate. That's the name of the book that Carol's coloring on. It's all good stuff, you guys. I can't even talk enough about all the cool stuff that's going on. Oh yeah, doing some coloring for Doc too. Oh wait.
Wow. That was excellent.
Now, is there anything any final bits you want to throw out there, Cindy?
Some final bits. If you want a custom critter or a book or the Animal Eye 2 that we just got in, you can contact me through my webpage. Animal Eye 1 is $4, 2 is $5. If you get both together, it's $7.
$7 plus shipping. You get 2 goddamn comic books, man. That's how we doing around here.
Yay.
That's how you're supposed to do it. Keep it affordable. Keep it fun. You guys know what's up. Uh-oh.
Aw, fluffy puppy.
Get a baby girl.
Look at that. She's
Who's
like,
that big girl?
she don't care about the camera, Doc. She wants love. She
Yes,
don't care about
Moxie, they're talking about you. Yes, they are.
What are you doing, pup? There you go. Look over here. Yeah. Over here. Look a little higher, though.
Show her pretty face. Pretty face.
There you go. Always highlight the animals, folks. Always highlight
Look,
the
she's never allowed in the studio, so she's freaking out right now because she's in here. And she got a boo-boo on her face. We don't know what that is. But it's like, I think, an infected whisker.
Ow.
So we got to go see the hospital. I told her that's wrong. All right. Timothy, hi.
Hey, how you all doing? Nice to meet you, Doc. And
Nice to
Cindy. Hey, Rich, I know. How you doing, Rich?
Hello, Timothy.
Say I'm rich, I know.
We're regulars at this point.
Yes, we are.
Cindy, you are more than welcome to hang out while we look at Timothy's book if you want. If you got to run, we understand. We love you, and we always got you. You know what's up.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm still working on that logo. I've got ideas in my brain. I have to actually draw them out and then get someone who's more artistic to actually draw them.
Well, you got the guy, Plas. You just send it over to Plasma Fire and say, "Look, I need something." They do seem to do pretty dang good when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You got a guy. You don't need us to tell you about it.
Okay, I'm gonna duck out, and because I have to go figure out sales tax before the end of the month. So I'll tune in and keep you apprised of stuff that happens.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Nice to meet you.
Bye.
Bye. Cindy Koepp, everybody. You go
Bye,
check her out.
Cindy.
Go check her stuff out. She's getting cool stuff. She's got some cool stuff. Go check it out. Now, for your viewing pleasure, we bring you the next guest, Mr. Timothy Fling.
Hey. Thanks for having me, Pops. It's good to see you guys.
Dun, dun, dun.
How about that, right? I'm going to be in the previews catalog again. So what I am promoting today,
Fuck.
As you know,
good for you,
I'm
man.
primarily a Kickstarter guy, right? I self-publish most of my works, and then I've noticed that after about a year or so, or maybe it's more a year and a half in this case, I'm starting to get these books picked up by publishers, and this is the latest one. This is over at Antarctic Press, and honestly, this was one of our more popular books, or at least it was well received. It is called The Hunchback of Theological Quadrant 19, and it's what they call a silent story. What's the title?
No. I was like, wait. What was that? That's a very original title.
Yeah. It's actually one of my favorite ones. As you know, I kind of love wonky titles and long titles. I've had many times people tell me my titles are too long, and I tend to even keep going longer each time.
Oh, man.
This was, it's what they call a silent story, meaning that it is told only through images and robotic sound effects. So
Excellent. Wow.
Yeah, it's really fun. If you like that kind of thing, you will dig it. And I'm going to mention this. I don't want to give away a spoiler, but I sense that we are animal lovers here. So I'm going to set up the premise. The premise is it's 100 years after the apocalypse, and a mechanical sexton is still taking care of an abandoned cathedral. One morning, while making his daily rounds, he encounters something unexpected. What the deal is, he finds a dog that has survived, and a roving band of mutant cannibals seizes his dog, and of course they take it for food. And then the hunchback seeks revenge, and it's pretty cool. It starts out kind of charming, but it is in effect a horror tale. It's got a scary ending. Okay. But if you like silent stories, or if you like sort of like monster and robot stories, you're going to dig it. And it does take place in the Water Wars 2288 universe, which is our ongoing title. This one is coming out through Antarctic Press. You know, you can order it to your local comic store. It would be great if you guys did that, particularly if you are comic collectors. You know, some of the people are what I call completists, and you want to collect all the issues in a run or all the places that it is published. So my answer to you is you got to get this one. So this is sort of our official nationwide release. And of course, I want to say thanks to the gang over at Antarctic Press. That's Ben Dunn and his staff. They've been just terrific to me. I guess that is my third one over there. It might be the fourth, but it's they take good care of me. So I'm very, very happy staff member for Antarctic Press. And this is kind of, I'm kind of proud of this myself, because this was my first Kickstarter, which was I think it was December of 2020. So what do you got about, it's 2 years and it's about 2 years ago. And it's just now, of course, hitting what I call mainstream publishing. So I plan to keep this trend up. I'm trying to get product into comic stores, and I'm not necessarily one who feels that is the measure of success, but it certainly doesn't hurt. When it gets your name out there too, and helps you to be more commercially viable, I guess I would say.
I'm 100% all about getting indie books on store shelves. Look, that's still where most people buy their comics.
Right, it is.
It really is. I mean, they go in there, they might have a pull list. They might not. They might go in there and just go, oh, that looks good. That looks good. I've never seen that before. I'm going to check that out. That's where people buy comics, really.
Yeah. And it's something that I've been working on. It's something I've been working on. And it's, I've had a little bit of success this year, and I got a couple more coming up. I guess I got a short story getting published in Tales from the Collective. That's with Mr. Travis Gibb, if you know him. That's going to be
down there.
I guess
that's down there with Danny Morales and the boys down there at the Collective in Florida.
Correct, sir. Correct. Now, I haven't met those other fellas yet, but thank you for the support. I only know Travis, and we're kind of a little bit friends.
He works at the store.
Well, yeah. I guess I'm going to be meeting him too. And by the way, I'm familiar with that name. I do kind of know him, but I just haven't met him yet.
Danny Morales. He's I think he's still an admin in the Madness. He's been around for a while,
Well, I do appreciate that, Pops, because, and let me just say a thank you to you and to Rich too, and the guys who have had me come on the show and had me get on these podcasts, because for me, it's the networking, right? Like, if you remember, I'm still kind of the new guy. that's 2 years and a little change, I guess. But now that we're having a little success with it, I feel like I got to say thank you, because you were the one to help me meet some of these people. And I mean, honestly, the indie community has been great to me. I can't complain.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it really is a great group of people that we have.
Yeah.
And a lot of them really do a lot to help others, you know.
Is that Danny in the chat there?
Bottom line is, Doc, leave Carol alone.
It's my job to torture Carol and hers to torture me.
We need the viewers. Leave Carol alone. Everybody, please retweet this out. We got too many people on this show today alone that don't get seen enough. Okay, share this out. If you pick this up in the middle of the show, go watch the replay later. There was 10, 20 people before this that were awesome. Okay, it's been a great show. It's going to just keep getting better as the night goes on. And tomorrow's going to be awesome. Look, we got some good people. Timothy's one of them. He's been doing this. You might have seen some of his earlier stuff. You might have. Huh.
Yeah, so I think I got this year, I'm going to have what I'm trying to do. I'm roughly at the level of about 3 books a year I can release.
There you go.
Like I was telling you guys, I'm the writer. I'm not the artist, okay? But I'm very fortunate I've met some terrific people, and we got some great teams working on these products. But we're getting ready to put out I guess it's our 11th issue. And then there's going to be for the first time, there's going to be a collected trade paperback. So we're really looking forward to that. And nobody told me to stop, so we also have developed a new title, which this is going to launch here in March, and this is going to be something separate from the Water Wars universe. It is still sci-fi, but this is for fans of monsters and cryptids and aliens. It is called Call of the Cryptid, and the pitch line, your elevator pitch for that is, after an alien encounter, a young girl gains the ability to communicate with cryptids. And it's sort of, if you're a fan of like Loch Ness Monster and Bigfoot and UFOs and Men in Black, you're going to like this book. And, you know, I always kind of frame my stories. There's my website there if you want to hear more about what we're doing. Thank you, Pops. But in my case, you know, we wanted to try something new. And this is going to have the feeling a little bit of like, you know, like an old Twilight Zone episode. It's like, it's a little bit weird and spooky.
Yeah.
That is impressive that you've been doing this.
There's a lot of stuff before this, guys. So if you're not familiar with Timothy, he's been around for a while. He's been putting out some pretty good stuff. So, you know, get on board.
Yeah, and you can see there, the other one that's in the top row there, you see the Lost at Sea book. That's going to be headed to a publisher as well. And I can't actually make an announcement about that, but you might say that was our best received one, because that's the one that has robot Marilyn Monroe. And everybody just seemed to like that for some reason. Really, the story's, you know, she's only a small part of the story, but robot Marilyn Monroe, how do you go wrong? Or as sometimes people say, Marilyn Monroe-bot.
Dude, that's awesome.
It's cool, right? And in the Kickstarter, that's the one that came with it's a trading card, but you know, one of the things we do for Kickstarters, and I know a lot of you guys have Kickstarter experience, but there's various upgrades and things that we do, and we sometimes call them the radioactive cards. But what they are, it's a CRoM enhancement. It's printed in a 2-layer process where 1 layer is ink and then 1 layer is CRoM, so that when you hold it, it looks a little bit like a mirror. And then when you turn it, it's the robot Marilyn Monroe. But when you turn it, it's like a mirror, and you can see the slogan inscribed in the mirror. It's really kick-ass. So we have, you know, primarily what we do is we write comics. We publish our own line of comics and what some people call graphic novels, I guess you'd say. But that also comes with their maps. They are CRoM enhanced tactical maps. They come with trading cards. And they also, of course, we write a theme song for each story that we write. And they're all released on my YouTube channel. If you like sort of, they're a little bit set up like movie themes, but they're like metal. So it's, if you like things that are sort of along the lines of hard driving music themes, I hope you'll check it out. And we did make one for the Hunchback. He has his own theme song, and that's going to drop tomorrow night at 9 p.m. And it has a music video that goes with it, which will show the artwork from the book. And in the songwriting portion of that, that's designed to sound like, if you guys might remember, there used to be an animated series on TV called Gargoyles. And do you remember Gargoyles? Oh, you do? Okay. Remember, they had a kick-ass theme song,
what's
right?
his name? Who played Thomas Riker? I mean, William Riker. Who was that guy? Jonathan Frakes was one of the voices of the character.
Yeah, that's exactly the one. That's exactly the one. And of course, now Gargoyles is kind of getting popular again. They got some action figures and whatnot. But one of the things I always liked about the Gargoyles, they had this cool theme. So I was like, dun, 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 da, 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 right? And I was like, oh, I'm going to make a song like that. And it's a little bit more metal of a version. But I hope you guys will check it out. That'll be over on my YouTube channel. I'm pretty easy to find over there. I'm Timothy Fling. And by the way, since I get a lot of inspiration from you guys, and especially guys like Pops, who are, they're giving so much back to the creative community, right? And that's how I got the idea that, I've sort of got lucky a little bit. So I wanted to do something too. So I have started doing that, where I'm going to be interviewing creators and kind of trying to help out, because I feel like that's the right thing to do. I don't make any money from it or anything like that.
No.
But by the way, one of them I just had was on your show today, unless she's after me. It was Carissa Grant, if you know her.
Yeah. Carissa's wonderful.
She's awesome. And what we do is we just talk about like our favorite movies and stuff like that. And then at the end, we sort of pitch whatever project that person is doing. And look, I don't even have that many viewers or anything, but I felt like it was my turn
now because I just
oh man, you're the best. Thanks, Doc. I hope you like the show. And man, if you guys ever want to come on and talk about stuff, I would love to have you, because
I'll be there.
I'm a believer.
Let me turn. Yeah. If you want to bring the show to the network, you can do that too.
Yeah, if you think it's to that level, it's basically what it is. It's these little interviews, and it's my music videos that I make. I love to have some.
The whole purpose of the network, of networking, is to get Doc's audience to see Rich's, and Rich's audience to see yours, and that's how everybody.
I have an audience.
Yeah. Well, and as you know, I've met a bunch of
just an example of being here, Rich. We're just using you as an example, bro.
Oh yeah, great. I'm always being used.
I told Pops this before, but I get customers through Madness, and it's one of my favorite groups. That they've been great to me, and so if there is some small thing I can do, I'll do it.
No, I was just saying, if you want, like what I do with Doc's show is I'll take Doc's show, and instead of just putting it on his YouTube, we put it on his YouTube, my YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook. We put it everywhere. Right.
Well,
now,
and
your show to be seen in a bunch more places.
I do. And, I appreciate you saying that, Pops. And here's why, because I'm not, what's the right way to say this? I'm not really that skillful of a YouTuber, or I'm half decent at social media, as you know. I used to do it for a job, and I kind of learned all the ins and outs. But the truth is, I always feel like I should be writing the next story. So, I want to help as much as I can, but I can't. As soon as I start doing it for 2 or 3 hours in a night, I'm like, man, I should be working on Water Wars 5. You know what I mean? So
most
I'm a writer.
Our show. Most people doing our show once a week. They're not, it's not, there's only a few people that come out here nightly, like RJ and Silverline has 3 shows during the week, but most people do 1 a week,
Yeah.
And they keep it short enough so that they know they can always fill it with content.
Sure. And by the way, I've heard of the Silverline guys too. That's a quality product they're putting out.
Oh yeah. Roland's got it going on, man.
So,
Found out today that the Comics Fu guys know Roland from way back. It's like, it's a very small world.
Yeah.
Comic community. It really is.
Yeah, and I've made a couple of friends through your group. When I say friends, like I've got a couple of guys that now that we talk about, just regular stuff, how our kids are doing and that kind of thing. So, man, I'm real grateful for everything that happened. I didn't ever know that I was going to be a Kickstarter guy. I'm getting ready to do my 7th one, something like that. I know, right? Listen, man, I'm as surprised as you are. And then, I get on this list, and it was through through one of the printing companies. I'm in the top 50 rising publishers, which how the hell that happened, I don't even know.
Shit.
But it's because it goes by the number of titles, and it doesn't by how much money you made. Trust me, because I didn't hardly make any money. I'm not one of the big
out and whether or not you're consistent.
Right. It goes by if you fulfilled within a certain number of months. And see what I do, Pops. And first of all, I'm not disparaging anyone. There's room for every type of creator. So don't hear that I'm trying to say this way is better, or everybody does their own thing. But I don't raise the funds to complete my books. Like, I have too much anxiety to do that. I'd be nervous because things happen, you know, people get divorced, people move, you lose a colorist, things happen. So what I do, I wait till the book is done, or what we say in the can, and then I do the Kickstarter. And it's really just designed as, for me, distribution. Now, hey, I get it that we all need to raise money. So don't think I'm picking on someone. If I didn't have enough money, I'd probably do that too, because I'm just about broke half the time. So I get it. But my thing is, I worry too much. So what I mean by that is I run my Kickstarter, and then within 60 days, the book comes out. For example, we just finished, this is Water Wars number 4. There's number 3 you're seeing there. But so that book comes out. Well, the order's already into the printer now. So it'll be out here. It'll be in people's mailboxes the beginning of February.
And so you can buy all these right now, 1, 2, and 3.
Right. And I sell them then through my website. And what I do is they're short stories, right? So if you are following, for example, my title, The Water Wars, you can jump in and buy number 4. And it's not like, well, I don't know what's going on because I missed the first 3. There's stories in the book. Now, if you like this kind of thing, they are all connected, and the characters kind of know each other. And remember when the Marvel Universe was in its heyday, you could pick up a Daredevil comic and you might see Spider-Man walking through, and they might, you know what I mean? They would team up or something. That's the way Water Wars is. But you don't have to read number 2 to understand number 4. It is a complete story in each issue. And sometimes there's 2 stories. And the reason why we did it that way is that, I was a writer before. I was a short story writer. And honestly, I never got any traction out of writing short stories. And one of my friends said to me, because I've loved comics my whole life, it's one of my favorite things, and he said, hey man, you ought to try having some of these stories illustrated. I think they would do okay, right? And then I wrote the first one. It was a comedy. That's a robot super team called Socket, and that was a little bit like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, meets the Transformers, that kind of thing. And I was just learning. It's I was a beginning writer, and it's a decent book, but it's not to the level of some of the new stuff. Well, then after that, I started writing Water Wars, and this is the one that people seem to dig. And like, sales are actually pretty good. And even the reviews are like, wow, it's a good book, and people are buying it, right? And we took it to Baltimore Comic-Con, and for the first time I had, by the way, I'm not a big convention guy either. So I hope this doesn't sound like I'm trying to be something bigger than I am. I do one convention a year because, I have a full-time job and a family and all that stuff. But I said, hey, if we're going to do one, we're going to go for it. And we did this big double booth, and I had a 10-foot banner, and we got free giveaways and cosplay contest. And I sold something like, it was better than 300 books.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Jesus
and
Christ, good for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. And now some of them were prizes and whatnot too. Like, we had some contests and things.
Right.
But we were like we couldn't believe it. And it was 4 of us. Like, I brought some helpers and whatnot. And I mean, we were humping the whole time. And for new creators, I will tell you this. If you're trying to get people to notice your book, what I would recommend is make a big display that makes it look bigger than you are, because that's what I did. And that's now people, they do this thing where I'm a publisher, right? And when I say publisher, my hat's off to people that do this, because it's a lot of work. And I'm a relatively savvy businessman. I got some background. But the truth is, I'm a writer. This other part happened by accident, see? I'm really just trying to get people to read my writing. So that's how the whole thing happened. But then when you start doing Kickstarter, it's like you get on a train, and each time one funds, it's like, oh, I've raised enough money to make the next one. And nobody's told me to stop, so I just keep going. And then now they said, hey, well, it'd be great if you had this new title. And here comes Call of the Cryptid. And it's again with my buddy, Mr. Erwin Arosa. He's the guy who does those Lost of Sea covers, where every piece of his work is like a work of art. They're just beautiful. And in the new book, it's got, It's got teenagers with problems. It's got UFOs. It's got the Men in Black. It's got the Bermuda Triangle. It's got Bigfoot. Turns out he's a good guy. It's got the Loch Ness Monster. Turns out it's a mechanical fake. It's got lots of twists on the cryptid mythology. And what we tried to do, and this is different for me, in all my books, like I say, they're completed short stories in each volume. But in this new one, each one ends with a cliffhanger and a twist. So that you get on the last page and you go, what the? So that you kind of want to see the next one. That's the plan. I hope people like it. This is new for me. But I tried to pattern that after. It's a little bit like if you're a fan of like Grant Morrison, or of course, Robert Kirkman did it in Walking Dead, where you get to the last page and whatever you thought was going to happen, it's basically the opposite. And you're like, well, now I got to read the next one.
Yeah.
And it's scheduled to go to it's scheduled to go to 4 issues. It's going to be about 108 pages.
Nice.
Nicely done. Very well done, man.
Thanks, and thank you very much.
Very well.
And you'll notice that again. Look, I'm lucky, guys. How I talk these artists into working with me, I couldn't even tell you, because now the level of talent that comes to me, I'm almost embarrassed to say they're better than I am, and it's making me have to up my game. You understand? And look, I'm a fairly decent writer and everything, and I mean, I got a little experience and whatnot. But at this point, like I say, the Cryptid book's going to be our 11th book, so it's like a real publisher at this point. And
that's
even put
really wonderful, man. It really is.
Oh, thank you. And
really
like I said before,
you should definitely be proud of everything that you've accomplished, man. You really should.
Man, I appreciate you guys so much. I said to Pops, that's one of the reasons why I like to do shows like this, because look, I'm not stupid. I realize how much this helps a guy like me, because I'm not. I don't have any kind of Instagram following, or a lot of that stuff I don't have. I seem to do pretty well on YouTube lately, but I'm not really. I'm like, I guess I'm sorry to say this, I'm kind of like a lower level guy, but the product is coming out in a way that people are like, whoa, it's, I guess you'd call it critically well received. And
I'm still a low level guy.
No, people, you Pops. I tell you, that's your reputation is solid in the community. Everybody I ask, they know your show, and you notice, and you're the one that said it to me. If you've got something cool, man, put it in Madness. And so all announcements first stop Madness.
Yeah, I mean, all I've ever tried to do is get eyes on what people do.
Yeah.
Anything beyond that has grown out of that vision. Okay, has grown out of that plan. Get eyes on what people do. Everything I try is to get more eyes on what people do. That's all.
And each person's different, right? Like one of the things I do, for better or for worse, and look, I don't know if this is the right answer, but it seems to be working for me. I write all my material in the format of what do I want to see? And then I hope somebody might have taste similar to me. I never tailor a product toward, hey, this would probably sell. Because to be honest with you, I don't like too much of the modern stuff that I see out there. And I definitely don't like any of the divisive stuff that you see in the community. I'm all about the love and brotherhood. So I try to write something, hey, if I saw this, I would think this is cool. And then I hope people will gravitate to me. And my segment that I do best in is my return backers. Because anytime we make extra money, by extra money, I've never had a $15,000 Kickstarter or $20,000. Like I say, I don't hit those numbers. If I'm at $5,000, I'm ringing the bell, right? So, to me, that's great. But what I do is I put all the money back in, and then I upgrade all the stuff, by which I do the CRoM enhancements. I add extra trading cards. We do the maps and the music videos, because I want people to say something like, well, the book was, some of these are $10, $12, $15. The comics can be pricey, as you know. So I want them to feel like they got a good deal, like they got a little bang for their buck.
You do just fine. You've been putting books out.
I was steadily talking to Timothy while he was carrying on his conversation, not realizing that my microphone was off and my camera was off. I've heard everything, and I've been responding to you.
All right, go ahead and talk to him, Doc. I'll shut up. You got the floor.
Well, no, I just felt like, wow, this is really insightful feedback. And I was giving that feedback, and he seemed to be responding. And I was like, oh hell, I am muted. So now I feel like an idiot. But why should a day be any different?
Don't worry, man. I'm an idiot too.
I'm a boomer. What can I say?
Well, and I'm a little older too. I have, like I say, this isn't something I did when I was younger. I'll quick tell you the story. People like honesty, right? One of my things, my lifelong dream.
I hate honesty. It's terrible.
I always wanted to have a comic book store. And man, I saved up all my money and I advanced it out of my retirement and I started my own comic book store. And this is back in 2010, some years ago. And then, as I said, life's full of changes. I ended up getting a divorce, and I ended up, as part of the settlement, my ex-wife got the comic book store. Now, yeah, I know, right? So it was very easy to be bitter about that. And of course, I'm not going to kid you. I was very bitter, and I was depressed for quite a long time. And I'll tell you, I sat down on my 50th birthday, and I said, I want to do something that cannot be taken from me. And I sat down and I wrote a script and I said, I'm going to take my swing at being a writer. And if you go that second from the left there, that is the first comic I wrote. It's called Socket, the terrifying true story of America's first all robot detective team. And it's like a comedy. It's like more of a funnier book. And it's not, it's not the same quality level as my newer stuff. I think most people will be quickly aware of that, but I learned it. And of course that was with a publisher. They were called, hi, Katie.
Hello.
How are you? So I don't want to cut into Katie's time too much. So I will just say I had worked with a publisher, and by the way, they were great to me. But then once the book was done, I went, you know what? I just learned how to do this. I think I could almost do this better on my own. Of course, I hadn't heard of Kickstarter yet, but then once you kind of learn the ropes, it's a little bit, you jump in the pool and start swimming. You do the first couple laps and you go, hey, I can do this. So,
I can do this. Katie did it for the first time after.
Yeah, no, I just did that. It was, late September through October, and I mean, it was a lot, but it was successful. So very, very happy and thankful for that. And I think that most of that is just I'm a perfectionist, and so I worry about every little thing, and that inevitably, makes it worse. But it's totally a doable thing, and they try and provide, all these resources to, make people successful by way of, letting them know what they're in for. But it's a great experience, and I would certainly do it again.
Well, and you raise a good point, because I'm lucky I've got to be some friends with some comic creators now from meeting everybody. And hey, Katie, I'll maybe be your friend too. Oh, that does look good. Hey, so you're doing what is that? A CRoM logo there?
Yeah, so that was specifically for the Kickstarter people. So only the Kickstarters got that. And Pops, you want to pull it out and look at the back? Because the back looks sick. So the back was a surprise to me. And Pops, I think you're muted.
Yes. Oh, that's beautiful, bud.
Isn't that cool? So
Yeah,
my
that's
printer
awesome.
did that completely without me knowing. And so I opened them up and I was like, oh my God, they look amazing.
My God. Hey, who's your printer? That's golden.
Yeah, so it's Hero and Villain designs out of Arizona.
Okay.
And can't hear you, Pops.
He's on mute, so I'll just say, Katie, that looks fantastic. That's a beautiful book.
It does, and
that's one of the things we were talking about. As we do stretch goals for Kickstarter, and I was telling the guys, yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, nice line work there too.
Thank you.
All right, I got to step away for just a minute, but I want to come back and talk to Katie. We've had Katie.
Oh, and Pops, go to the very last page.
Yeah, we've had Katie.
I don't know if you saw this because
She's always fun.
So there's all the Kickstarters. So all the backers, there they are.
I see
order.
Pops.
Look, good print, Pops. So I'll be right back, guys.
All right, Doc. So Katie, you bring up a good point, and what I was going to mention was some of the comic creators, and I think we're all wired this way a little bit. And first of all, congratulations to you because yours came out great.
You.
But a lot of us say things like, well, I'm going to do this and it's going to be 900 pages and every page is going to be perfect. And what you get is a guy or a girl who never released the book, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, in a way, these books are a little like children. They start to grow up. But I mean, one day you got to pat them on the ass and send them out the door.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, and I will say, especially this issue, because it, you know, was kind of the bane of my existence for a long time, because it was a project that got delayed due to the fact that when the pandemic first started, I had just released issue 7 and I had nobody to sell it to. Because at that point, my usual clientele was all at cons and all the cons were done. And so, yeah, and I drew, so nice little CRoM there for Pops.
Pretty cool.
But yeah, so I delayed starting the production of, you know, the writing and then, you know, the layouts for issue 8, because I'm like, I gotta sell issue 7 and, you know, I got nobody to sell it to. So that's when I started doing more of this online stuff to just get out to more people. And that's how I found Pops, and, you know, the rest is history. But it's something where, you know, I think that we're, like you said, our own worst enemies sometimes, just, you know, trying to figure out, you know, this is our path, but the reality is we have to be flexible.
I totally agree. Totally agree. And that's a problem that I had with my first one. And I guess the best way I would say it is we get maybe sort of insecure, right? Like, I'm not quite ready to show this yet, but you have to equally balance that with, and first of all, I'll tell you, I haven't met you before, but I'll tell you as a co-creator, your book looks great.
Thank you.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. So you could have that confidence. Hey man, this sucker's ready. You know what I mean? Serve it up to the audience.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, this is not this is her last campaign. Obviously, this is not her website, but I wanted to pull this up and play the trailer. Okay. And then, Katie, if you drop the link to your website in the private chat, so everybody,
yeah, of course,
and I'll share that out everywhere too. But I wanted to play this for everybody. So.
Is the sound going? Hello, everyone. I'm Katie Shaw, the cartoonist behind Dragon Child, and I would like to welcome you all to the Kickstarter for Dragon Child issue 8. Dragon Child is a modern-day fantasy comic where mythical creatures are real, and the dragons have picked one human to represent all of those different creatures to humanity. That unsuspecting human girl is Ryu Kodomo, our main character. First, she learns that elves are real when she meets Chase, a young elf in the woods. And now she's face to face with the reality that dragons are real too. Specifically, Ryu has just met Ember, a cute young dragon who's very excited to be here. And that brings us to Dragon Child issue 8, which picks up right where issue 7 left off. Scope-wise, this particular issue is 32 pages of black and white comic. I have fully completed the cover, inked 20 out of the 32 pages, with 2 more partially inked, leaving 12 pages left to ink, toning for the whole issue, proofreading, and then I can get things sent off to the printer. To both get the issue printed and get more eyes on Dragon Child, I turn to you all. Reward-wise, there are many options past issue 8, including the ability to adopt some of my handmade dragons. Yes, you heard that right. I hand make my dragon characters into large plush toys and puppets.
Oh, that is cool.
We'll just pause it right there.
That's neat.
She makes all these by hand. There's hours involved in this. Okay. When you buy one of these from Katie, it's not China or Taiwan or whatever. Katie made these herself. She made the patterns for them herself. She totally created this. Hand puppets as well as huge actual plushy dragons.
Yeah, it started with the big ones, and then I started making the puppets because I needed something that I could do faster. And they're all the characters, so it's a great way, especially at cons, to, you know, have something up on a big display where people can see it from far away and be like, "Ooh, let's check that out, see what it is."
Katie, were you in Baltimore? Were you in Baltimore?
No, I'm in California.
Okay.
The farthest out that I've made it in that direction is Minnesota, actually, because that's where I went to college. But yeah.
I can tell you this would do really well in Baltimore. People would love this.
Yeah, no, I'm starting to figure out, like, you know, as I can progress to different states, you know, what I can drive to, because trying to travel with these things is a nightmare if you're not driving, because I can only fit so much stuffed on a plane.
Yeah.
And trying to freight this stuff would make me mad, because if I were to lose it, it would make me very upset.
Right.
So, but one day, it's definitely a goal. I have been looking, you know, out east for a bunch of different cons, and trying to figure out, you know, what are my best choices. And Baltimore is one of the places that I've heard great things about.
Yeah, it's
Baltimore,
very
New
creator,
York especially.
Very creator friendly. I thought that was smart. I like how because we were chatting about this earlier. I like how you, in your video, you let them know right where you are. It's not like it's very transparent. Like, hey, I'm blah 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 blah. Like that's something I look for. I had to learn this the hard way, because I try to support a lot of people. You know, because I think we all try to support other creators when we can, as much as our dollar will allow, right? And I've had a couple that are, man, I have one that's 2 years in, and another one that's 1.5 years, and I kind of want to say, okay, what are you guys doing?
And this is where you go to get all that cool stuff. The puppets, the dragons, the books. It's all right here at dragonchild.net. And, you can actually follow the progression, the leveling up, as Doc likes to say, of Katie's art from number 1 all the way through to number 8, which I think number 1 was 2013, right, Katie?
Yes.
So, you got a decade of art progression from watching an artist from beginning, through a 10-year span.
Oh, yeah. Well, I actually, at my last con up in Sacramento, I had a couple people asking, have you ever considered redrawing some of the earlier issues? And I'm like, I can't, because it would be a disservice to the people that read it, frankly, because seeing the progression, in my mind, makes it approachable for people wanting to create the comics of their own. Because, and frankly, as a perfectionist, telling myself you can't go back it's exactly what I need to hear, because if I could go back and redo everything, of course I would want to make everything look as best as I could possibly make it. But seeing
you
the
want to slow down your progression going forward by going back.
Exactly. It's all about, you got to accept, this is where I was, this is where I'm at now, and this is where I want to be. And it's a natural progression, and you can't mess with that, or at least you shouldn't. Some people do, and I think they're crazy.
Well, I mean, like Carissa went back and redid number 1 because she has a different artist doing it.
Right, and that sort of stuff I think makes sense, because continuity is very important.
I still would have waited until it was time to do a trade and then just be done it then, but she was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go ahead and do it."
Yeah, or like Mike with Life on Cora. With his new colorist, same idea, going back and, aligning the coloring so that it matches with what's currently out. But, if for somebody like me who does all of it, I think that it would be more detrimental than it would help. So
I think it's awesome. I've loved watching, since obviously you've progressed in the last few years, just watching you and being privy to some of your older art that you've shown me and stuff. I've got to see it, I think you can go read a couple of the early episodes free, right?
Yes. So the first 7 are available on Webtoon. Okay. And I've been adding it to Tapas as well, which is sort of Webtoon's bastardized child, if I were to be honest in comparing the two platforms. But yeah, I mean, and that was, again, something that happened simply due to the fact that when all the cons stopped, I needed a good way to get it out for people to read. And that seemed like the most obvious choice.
Have you looked into the Comixology angle?
I have. I haven't done that yet, just because, like with I think most creators like myself, with the fact that I do all of it, it's just a matter of one more thing to do. But I have.
Well, and they're shutting down, aren't they? Comixology's getting ready to close.
Shutting down, or if they just had to
Well, they just had the big layoffs.
Yeah, with all these buyouts of the different
But
companies.
but I
and
think
whatnot.
Katie's right. Supposedly Webtoons that's where the action is, they say.
I'm just anywhere where they're sharing income.
Yeah.
Anywhere where they're sharing the income they're making off you.
Well, and I think that the reality is with indie comics like what we all create, where it's, you know, a new IP, the reality is that the more eyes you have on it, regardless of whether they're paying for it or not, is only going to help, because people aren't going to know that it exists, let alone if they want to read it, unless they can find it and check it out.
Right.
And so, you know, prior to putting it on Webtoons, I had the first 3 issues and still do able to read on my website directly. But, you know, again, you have to know that I exist in order to find my website. Whereas with something like Webtoons or Tapas, so long as you know that, hey, I can read comics here, somebody's going to find it. And, you know, you never know whether it's putting it on social media, putting it on Webtoons, you know, all of these different platforms, somebody's going to find it. And if they're into it, they're going to track it down and buy it. So at that point, you know, that's when having it available for purchase online, having the list of, you know, conventions that I'm going to be going to so that they can track me down there, all those things are only ever going to help me. And, you know, this idea of, oh yeah, you know, people are going to read it for free and they're never going to buy a darn thing. And the reality is, like, for myself, being a fan of comics, if I like something, I'm going to buy it. You know, I hate reading comics online and, you know, or in a PDF or any of these things. And I want to have it in my hand. I might look at it and say, hey, do I care on the online version? But, you know, the comics that I really enjoy, I have to have it in print. So, and I don't think I'm alone in that.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Of course, I realize that digital is a reality. That's my fastest growing segment. But I'm with you. I like to have the book. And speaking in your case, if it had that gold logo and what is that, the hollow foil back, I would definitely, as a collector, I would want a book like that.
And again, you know, having things like that where that's just for Kickstarter, where there's physically no other way, you know, I'm never going to reorder that. You know, until the next Kickstarter where it'll be for the next issue. But things like that, the, you know, exclusive things can help.
Can I ask you, when you are making your, when you make that book for your Kickstarter, let's use the gold logo as the example. Do you say it's going to be a gold logo book and then you market it that way? Or you say, hey, if we get to X, I'll upgrade it to gold logo?
Option 2. So basically what happened was I had the stretch goals, and ironically that the stretch goal to do the holofoil wasn't technically reached, but it was like $87 and it would have been hit. So I surprised everybody and said, hey, I'm going to do it anyway. And because I had so many people that ordered it just digital, that the amount that I would need to order to fulfill it for everybody that way. And, you know, honestly, surprises like that when you know, support somebody's Kickstarter, I think is really, you know, a cool thing as a creator to be able to do for people. And I hope that people like Pops who received it are, you know, endlessly happy that that was something that came to reality. But, you know, it builds momentum when it's something where if we reach this particular goal, then yeah, it's going to get printed. But, you know, the initial goal is I'm trying to fund my, you know, initial run of the comic for the purpose of selling it like I would any other issue.
Gotcha. Well, congratulations. It looks fantastic.
Thank you.
That the reason I ask is because I'm always interested in that. And, you know, we were talking earlier about like the price point of comics. And I think you're doing it the smart way, which is if the people, like, in other words, they're your fans. If anybody should get an upgrade, it's for them. And the reason why I ask is that's how I was doing it. And I wanted to see if I was doing it wrong.
Yeah. No, I mean, granted, honestly, the hard part about it for the stretch goals specifically was trying to figure out, you know, not knowing how many people are going to order it physically, because that, of course, adjusts how much it's actually going to cost.
Right.
You know, it's all guesswork. So I'm just saying, you know, here's a round number, you know, go for it.
Yeah. Does your printer do they have like a minimum order or anything like that?
Yes, but I was well above what all that was, so it wasn't a problem. Plus I was ordering, you know, 500 copies of the normal issue. So they were happy to be like, yeah, we'll do the, you know,
I'll take care of you. Got it.
It is per and blah, blah, blah. So, but that's the thing where, you know, anybody who wants to run a Kickstarter, those are the details that you want to find out beforehand, because if you don't know how much it's going to cost you for all these details, or, you know, how big something's going to be, it can bite you in the butt. And, you know, fulfillment especially is all about the details. You want to know exactly how much everything weighs. You want to know, you know, whether or not something's going to mess with the way that it ships. So, you know, I put everything in Gemini mailers, but I made sure that everything that I put in there with the comics were flat so that, you know, it's not going to mess with the plastic, keeping the comic safe. You know, nothing like a pin isn't going to scratch anything, you know, things like that, that I know would drive me nuts as a person who would be receiving it. We want to make sure that everything's buttoned down and taken care of.
Yeah, I hear you. I did that once. I did pins, and I had them shipped in a way that the pin side was facing the cover of the book, and I had like 4 or 5 I had to replace because it's, you know, comic collectors can be a little touchy. So
and for good reason. I mean,
Yeah.
I that would not be something that I would blame anybody for, because I get it.
yeah. And so I replaced all mine because I'm a comic collector too. So
Yeah.
but so now what I do is I ship the pins upside down and backwards from the book.
Yeah, or at least have it wrapped in a bunch of bubble wrap or something so that it's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Number 1, right there. Number 1, yo. Now look, you can get all these as floppies too, right?
Yes, you can.
You don't have to get
each issue, regardless of, you know, so issue 8 and issue 6 are the 232 pagers, but they're the exact same price as the 24 pages. So,
$5 each, yo. $5 each.
I think that's the way it should be done.
Get them all. Get cards. You won't be disappointed. For sure. It's 4:20. Rich.
What?
What are you doing? Sleeping over there, dude?
No, man, I've been listening attentively. Why?
You've been playing with your phone. Get off your phone.
No, I have not. I have not been playing with my phone. I've been doing other things while paying attention
thing
to
in your hand?
Katie's amazing, but watching a campaign thing. Comic.
What's that thing in your hand right there?
Thanks, Rich.
I took a picture of something that I was drawing. You, God, what do you think I was doing with it?
You're drawing?
Yeah. I've been drawing and listening. I can multitask. Thank you.
You act like you're an artist or something. I don't get it.
I'm not an artist at all.
Okay, Katie, I followed you.
I'm a terrible artist, actually. I'm a horrible, horrible artist, and I should never draw again.
Katie, what's
Struggles of an artist, right?
What's the
Yes, no, not like you, Katie, because no one's ever saying nasty things to you. But that's all I ever have
things
to
to
endure
myself all the
whenever
time.
I'm here.
But I appreciate that, Rich.
I'll bet you do.
I do. No, I'm serious. So this little monster
Look how my
is the most
dramatic
recent one
wave
that I
my hair
finished.
back in. Oh, that's lovely. I like
Thank
that.
you. That heart there is the bane of my existence because they have to be sewn in as opposed to applique, which probably most sane people would do. And this ruff here takes way too long, but she's gorgeous, so you know, can't complain.
That's cool.
Good stuff.
I'm now playing on my phone again.
Rich.
Why? I have to remind myself to get PDFs of all these issues.
So we have
because I live in the UK, unfortunately, and it would the postage would be like 5 times the amount of the actual cost of the book itself.
Well, and like separate of that, just trying to ship anything to the UK is a nightmare, or even just shipping from. My sisters were in Glasgow, Scotland for a while, and because they were doing vet school there, and they were shipping me a birthday present, and you know, so they had on the customs labeled all the things that they put inside of it, and one of the custom agents took one of the items and replaced it with a plastic like child safety scissors that were used. So I open up this box and I'm like, why is there a used child safety scissor in my package? And I asked my sisters and they're like, we didn't put that in there. It was supposed to be, you know, a fake rose. I'm like, okay, yay, UK customs. So yeah, not fun.
Yeah, the UK custom. UK has a lot of really questionable things. So it's been been weird for quite some time, but yeah, I like it here, so I'm probably gonna stay. But congratulations on your continuous success.
Thank you.
And yeah, I will get to purchasing this next month, and I have to make sure that I remind myself, because I have to save up for a flat, and they're not cheap here, so I just want to make sure I can do it. But yes, I will invest in Dragon Child #1.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
We will we'll make sure that we invite Katie out to CRoM Con next month so she can remind you.
Yeah, she better remind me, because I'm going to be all senile and forget shit. You know. So
That's valid.
You don't have to act. Look, just because Doc ain't here doesn't mean you have to act like Doc. You don't have to play the senile thing. It's not a good cop, bad cop thing.
You know, you're the one who's saying all that shit. I mean, I disrespect him all the fucking time, but I never saw him senile, okay? Because I don't mess with this man's mental faculties. Because, you know, it's just like, you know, he has enough trouble holding his pee in. You know, it's like this is yet another issue he has to deal with.
Poor Doc.
God.
Doc,
I'm going to see.
If you listen to this later, I apologize for Rich.
I'm hoping he can.
Oh, God.
He's going
because you know it just depends on how he feels in the dream.
It's just not right. It's just right.
Well, I just wanted to know.
You know what you
know.
do.
It's like
you're not fooling nobody.
Look,
I
our boy
know,
Doc
but
survived the tornado.
Yeah, I have to admit, I look cute trying to fool everybody, you know, because it's like, ha.
Now, look, our boy Doc survived a tornado last week.
That's impressive. That is impressive. What has the weather been like in the United States? It looks like it's been rather
we
insane.
Out in California, survived a bomb cyclone, so that's fun.
What's a bomb cyclone?
Exactly, and an atmospheric river, like 10 of them, right in a row. Yeah, no, we had a butt ton of rain. Let's just put it that way. Yesterday I was visiting my grandmother, and there was a eucalyptus tree that had fallen on somebody's red truck. And they'd started chopping down portions of the tree, but they're not nowhere near getting that truck anywhere near even admitting to being totaled, because there's no helping it.
That's horrible.
Yeah, no, it was bad. Like, we're talking, you know, the eucalyptus was probably a good 100+ years old tree, and it just smashed this poor truck. Yeah. But we're all sorts of mudslides everywhere, flooding. You know, it's all bad. But we needed the rain, so we're not complaining about getting rain. We're just complaining about the fact that we got it all at once, and we now have these lovely new weather terms that we get to share with people that sound awesome.
Yeah, bomb cyclone.
Yeah, no, look it up. It's a thing.
Yeah,
I'm gonna look it up. In the UK during the summer, it never reaches above 80 degrees. For 4 days, they did 105.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they don't have...
That was nuts.
Yeah, no, I'm waiting for how long it's going to take for the UK to give in to the fact that it might be in their best interest to start installing AC units.
You can't. The way that UK windows are built, they cannot accommodate. They don't have the slide up windows you know, American homes. They have these windows that you either push upward and they go outward on like a hinge, or it's on the bottom, or it's on the top. That there's no, or it comes back in. There's no in between.
Yeah,
so there's no air conditioner known to man that can accommodate a window like that. But they have these things where it's like the little R2D2s that you have to put by the window with this big hose.
Yeah.
And then you have to tape up the damn hose all over the place, like, you know, you're a 12-year-old making a fort.
Yeah.
And then you have to
You're 100% correct.
that the shit works, because if not, it doesn't work all the way. And it's you don't get the cool that you need, and it gets cool after like maybe 10 minutes. Then you have to turn the shit off. But then it gets hot again, so you have to put it back on. So it's like, all right, now what? You know, it's like you got to keep timing it.
Yeah.
But yeah. There's the duty head.
Duty
Yep,
has
yep.
thrived. Look at this.
That's hilarious. Good job.
Hello, Duty Head. How you doing, man?
What's up? What's up?
What's up? Yeah.
That totally caught me by surprise, bro.
Can Katie and Timothy stay for a while? I like them.
Oh, you're very
They're
sweet.
nice
Yeah, I can stay for a
humans.
little bit. I got one unusual twist in life here. I got my wife's away, so I'm Mr. Mom for the
Yeah.
next few months.
All right.
Well, it's good and bad because I'm also the chief cook and bottle washer. So in about 15 minutes or so, I got to cook dinner for my son.
Oh my God! Order a pizza, man. Jesus.
Listen, we did that last night.
hey, Tim. Where's the coke and the strippers? Where are they, man?
I wish, man. I wish I was cool. Look, let me tell you about the coolest thing I do is hang out with you guys and girls.
It's only one girl here, so that's not plural. That's singular, my friend.
Right now.
Some writer you are. God, I can't even.
I couldn't see behind the mask, so I wasn't sure. You know, Art of Samuel.
That's the dude, I think.
Yeah,
that's the dude. You know, it's well, he's a sentient poop alien, so I don't know what gender he actually is. You know,
Sam, I have to ask you. Did
Sam can be a different. Sam is
hold
a
up,
girl's
hold up.
voice
I
name.
gotta ask Sam a question. Did you, when you came up with Alien in My Toilet, did you go research the name to see if it had been taken?
When I did
the name
it,
Sam?
When I did it, it wasn't taken. Yeah.
No, it's not taken. I'm saying, did you go look?
Yeah.
Did you see all the other stuff?
Yeah. There's an alien in my closet. There's an alien on
Alien in my
Yeah.
pocket.
Yeah.
Alien in your pocket. Well,
there's a whole bunch of them. I just went to pull up your campaign and it's like, man, where is it? There's all this other stuff. What's up?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? I can share something you guys might think is kind of interesting. I got scrubbed for the first time by an AI. I saw it on Reddit. The guys over in one of the groups messaged me. They're like, hey, buddy, a guy's pitching a title, which is called Water Wars. It's my other book. And had a cover and a cover dress and the whole bit. And I was like, dude, like I say, I got 11 issues out. You're going to have to change the name. The guy was totally cool, but he's like, oh, I'm sorry. I used an artificial intelligence generator and it must have picked up your images and logo. Yeah, it must have. Right. So, yeah, I wasn't too thrilled about that. But, you know, when I messaged the guy, I mean, actually, he was pretty cool about it. He's like, yeah, I didn't write any story or anything. I just take the images and the computer creates the. And I was like, yeah, it sounds great.
Hey, you cheating bastard! I should stab someone in the face when they do that.
Yeah.
You want to share your campaign with us, my friend?
Oh, you need the link?
You can pull it up, or I can just send it. To, like I said, I went looking for it, and all I found was 80 different other things. I did find number one, Alien in My Toilet.
Did you?
Yeah, there's a long list when you just like punch that into a search engine.
Yeah. It's
Alien in my, and then it was like, oh my god, they're look at all this shit.
Yeah. They're all just beating themselves over the head. They didn't get the toilet.
Yeah. There it is. All right, that's what I'm looking for. Look at that. All right, I'm gonna drop this link in the chat for everybody else. Can go check it out, and then go pull this up so we can look at it. If you're not familiar with Mr. Vera, I mean the Art of Samuel, where'd you come up with that one?
Art of Samuel? That's my name.
Vera. I see Sam Vera. I see Vera Sam. I
No,
never.
Vera Sam is a Facebook thing because when I was in the security business, I flipped my name, so I didn't want anybody at work to know what I was doing.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, tell us about your baby doll, man. Let's go.
This is book 4, man. This is exciting. This is where the comedy goes to another level. Duty and Herman, they take their rivalry to the next stage. Herman really wants to get at that talking jalapeno, and Duty, thinks that Herman is this ugly little rodent. And but not only that, but Bobby thinks he's seen something in the toilet, and he's trying to convince his dad, and his dad thinks his son has just had overactive imagination. Agent Doe is hot on Duty's trail. The government is tracking him down. They found the crash site. They're putting all the pieces together. And now Duty's father, the Emperor of Uranus, is asking questions. he's like, "Where's my son?" And so General Goatee is now has to find where he set Duty because he was trying to get out of his hair, and now he has to bring Duty back before the Emperor starts getting suspicious. So it's a whole lot of fun. We have the variant cover, which is the homage to Sergeant Rock, which is the homage to Sergeant Rock, Sergeant Rock was the first comic book I ever picked up. Rack at a comic shop, at a candy store. And so it was only fitting for me to do that because Duty and Herman sequence. This is the standard cover. And there's also
that's Herman, right? Yep.
There's also
that's Herman, right?
Yeah, it's Herman. And there's also the catch-up bundle where you can get all of the other issues. So yeah, this is book 5. And if you've never backed my campaign before, it's your first time, if you make a physical pledge, you get an 8x8 print for free as my way of saying thank you. And if you were a physical backer and you come back and get book 4, you get an enamel pin, which is this one right here, which is the classic one, which is that poster behind me. That's the one that started it all. And that was actually the first graphic novel that was distributed back in 2008 and like all the bookstores and stuff.
I'm gonna play this trailer and then we're gonna go through the campaign a little bit. So
cool.
Where's my mute?
Hey, world of Earth! It is I, the Emperor, the most high, the most mighty, the most powerful, the most good-looking. I return with only one message to you. On behalf of the people of Uranus, we'd like to thank you. You have proven your trust. You have proven your loyalty. And over again, you continue to allow my boy to play and have a successful Kickstarter. So thank you for making this one just as successful. But is it only the beginning? We ask one thing of you and one thing only. Go out into the world and let all the other humans know that Duty is here to stay, my young Duty. And let's make this Kickstarter even more successful. Let's bring in the chatter. That is all. That is all. Don't get used to my kindness. Ta-ta!
So that is Emperor of Uranus.
Of Uranus.
Yes, traveled a long way to deliver that message.
All right, so quick.
Wow, one day I want to be called that. One day.
be quick and tell everybody where Duty came from.
Duty came from Uranus. The origin story, I was driving through the Lincoln Tunnel, and it was the influence was a newspaper approach. They liked my art style. They said, "Do you have a sci-fi comedy comic strip? If you do, we'd like to publish it in our paper." And so I was driving through the Lincoln Tunnel, and then he just showed up in my head. He says, "Hi, I'm Duty from Uranus," and I was like, "Oh, there it is." So I met my friends at IHOP. I started illustrating, designing the character on the back of the table napkin, and that was the beginning. And I decided to do it myself instead of giving it to a newspaper, and that was the beginning of Duty.
The beginning of Duty. I love it. I love it. Look. So the dog, dude.
Yeah, Herman.
The dog sees the little alien, thinks he's a jalapeno. Right.
He's never seen anything like it, so he thinks it's a talking jalapeno. And when Herman first sees Duty, Herman's in a cage because nobody's home, and so he's in his cage. And Duty sneaks into the house through the kitchen, the doggy door, and that's how he gets in. And so Herman wants after this thing, and Duty thinks it's a compound. He thinks it's like a base. He doesn't understand what this place is, and he thinks it's like a military place that he's basically infiltrating, and then he realizes there's humans in there, and so he has to hide from them, but then evade the dog. But then when the humans leave the house, it's Duty and Herman. They go at it. So there's a lot of things that happen in the home, while outside the home, the hunt for Duty is afoot. So everyone's tracking Duty down, and so all roads will lead to the climactic end at that house.
Wonderful, wonderful. This book will be the third 24-page chapter in Duty's adventures, plus four bonus pages of trivia, puzzles, and activities for y'all to enjoy.
Yes, every issue has trivia questions, because Duty uses a unique.
There's a test, everybody. There's a test at the end of the book. Every book.
Every book. There's a puzzle. There's all that stuff. So it's if you like crossword puzzles, you could do that while drinking coffee. If you like trivia, that's in there. So it's something for everybody to enjoy.
Okay, tell me about the art.
What about the art? I'm the artist. The only thing I don't do is lettering on this story. George Medina does the lettering for me, but I do everything from the pencils, inks, and colors.
Cool. We seen George recently out here on the Madness. Y'all know who he is.
Yes.
Back on Uranus.
So Sam, what's your process like?
My creative
creating an
process.
issue? Yeah.
Oh, so basically, I have everything plotted out. And so I have the entire arc plus what happens. So Designated My Total is 10 issues, and then after that it becomes Duty, and then he goes on different adventures, and they're going to be 4-issue adventures that will be collected into trades, all standalone. And so basically, I write everything out, I plot everything out, I create all the character bios and the history in the world, and then when I illustrate it, dialogue comes. So with this story, I don't write out a traditional script like I did for like my previous book, Forbidden, where I had everything from page 1, 4 panels, panel 1, blah, 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 narrative, this person speaking, that person. I basically have the plot. I start illustrating, and I do the thumbnails first. Like I have a sketchbook with thumbnails, and then I'll go and I'll start fleshing it out. And then the dialogue just comes when I draw it.
I do have that. I do have that book, Forbidden, by the way.
Yes, the graphic novel is going to be launched this year on crowdfunder.
Nice. I'm just glad to see everybody's putting stuff out, man. Keep me in stuff to read. So here you go. Like now, dude, I've seen Duty in a million different characterizations.
Right.
I mean,
he's the ultimate cosplayer.
Yeah, Sam draws him as everybody.
Everybody. Yes.
It's kind of it's actually pretty funny. Some of them are just like too funny. Oh, look, we got a friend in the backstage.
There's 2 examples on this of Duty as Wednesday. So there's no limits to his cosplay. I'm just saying. Oh, look at that. That's my boy.
What's happening?
Again?
Oh, Rich, you're here?
Hey, Paul.
Hey, how's it going?
Going well.
Paul's a little late. He was going to come out at 4 and interview Katie for me, but he's late.
Yeah, it's okay though. I mean, Paul belongs exactly where he belongs, beneath me. That's right. Yeah, that's right, playa. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, I see
That's
we're
right,
looking at
playa,
Duty
playa,
today.
Tim. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I see we were looking at Duty. And I'm not talking about your face, Rich. I'm talking about I'm talking about the great comic right here.
Oh, dang.
That is fantastic.
Oh, Rich, are you feeling that one?
Gotcha, bitch.
I've got burned so badly. Liquid nitrogen can cool my ass off. That burns me forever.
Oh, guys, you gotta watch that rebound.
I know, right? that rebound is like that was a Dennis Rodman rebound on my face.
Yes.
Oh my god!
And it was so subtle. It was so subtle.
It was subtle yet deadly, like his
Paul.
heart.
Right.
Paul, take over the interview, bro. It's all yours.
So how's it going with the campaign? It's looking great. Duty's here and he's doing his thing. How's it going, Sam?
Good. We're down. This is the last week. So at 8 o'clock tonight, it'll be 6 days left. The campaign ends the Saturday coming. So I'm excited. So there's a lot of good things. The biggest thing is that a lot of the backers on this campaign are people I've never met, which is fantastic. That means it's getting to more people's hands. And the catch-up bundle was golden for this campaign.
Right.
But yeah, so there's a lot. The plot thickens in this series. There's a lot of new characters introduced. You get to see who General Goatee is. You get to see who the Emperor is. You get more of an insight into Agent Doe. And Bobby, the son. So there's a lot of new elements, plus the dad's friends who play an integral role into the series. There's also there's more characters to come with every issue, and it's starting to intensify because Duty has a slim chance of evading everybody, so he has to come up with a plan really quick.
And it's great because Duty's a great chameleon in his own unique way. And it's fun to watch and catch up with him. So you were talking about that catch-up tier. How many new tiers do you got for this? Which ones are the most popular at the moment?
The catch-up tier is the most popular for the new people because if they've never heard of it, and this is the first time, so they get all the issues. So you can get all 4 issues in the catch-up bundle. So that's been popular. I think that's the most popular of the entire campaign, I believe. But people are digging it. And I think what's attracting some of the new people are because there's a free print. If you're new to the campaign, you've never seen this and never backed it before, you get a free 8x8 print, which if you scroll down, you'll be able to see what that looks like. And then the return backers, you get an enamel pin for free. So it's just my way. I always try to find ways to say thank you. There's even $1. There's even a $1 tier where you get 2 digital screensavers downloads. Just because I not everybody can afford but they may want to contribute. So you donate $1, you get 2 digital PDFs. And that's just my way of just saying I appreciate your support.
I like the art style.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and I love the fact that and I don't know if you did it with this one, but you have the children comics add-on. Did you do that with this one?
I didn't do it with this one. I'm going to do it with the graphic novel in April. I forgot. I was the time I realized it, I was like, oh, it's too late now. But yeah, for the graphic novel, I'm going to do it.
Oh, definitely looking forward to that. I did see that print that you're going to send out with those physical copies of the ones that order on. Great, beautiful print. And again, it's Duty, kind of like I said, being a chameleon of sorts, jumping into different roles and getting along to that storyline. I love it. It's beautiful.
Thank you. If you scroll down, you're going to see 2 prints that are available of Duty as Wednesday Addams. And he does not discriminate. He will put on any costume because that's what Duty does. And but it's just fun. I'm loving this. I'm working on issue 6 right now. Issue 5 is done. And so I'm ahead of the game for the year. And if you back the Kickstarters, then you got an update today on what 2023 looks like. And so there's the consecutive issues plus the art of Disney and My Toilet book will come out in time for Christmas. So that's over 200 pages. So if you've been watching my live art streams on the Art of Samuel on YouTube, you'll see a lot of that stuff in the book. And a lot of it was fan requested. So a lot of the characters that you see Duty turn into were because of people on my streams that say, hey, can you draw Duty as the Brown Hornet, or can you draw Duty as Captain America, or whatever it is? And
I mean, my son loved the Duty as the Blue Beetle, and me personally, I have Duty as Buzz Lightyear. So that's a great thing to do. Kind of personalize it for the people that are getting it. It's amazing.
I'm just waiting for Duty as CRoM.
Yeah. And I one of the things that I tell people, especially about this campaign a little bit more than the others, is that like my entire family loved it. My kids, I've got 2 14-year-old teenagers. They enjoy reading it, especially Dylan. And I read it to my 6-year-old. And the first time I read it to him, he was like sitting on my back, just looking over my shoulder while I was flipping through the pages and reading this. And it was a great story for the whole family.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm loving this, and I think people are going to start appreciating a lot of the stuff that's coming in the next issues, especially in issue 4 and 5. But that's the free print that everybody gets.
Yeah.
If you've never backed it and you make a physical pledge, doesn't matter what level, as long as it's a physical pledge, you'll get that in your reward box when it's delivered.
Yeah, and some unique things like the resin piece right there.
Yeah, there's only 3 left.
Oh, that is cool.
Yeah, a couple of people picked it up because they took advantage of the 48-hour special. So, but there's 3 still available of Soldier Duty.
Jesus Christ, I've been at this for over 5 hours.
Hey, and guys, I'm sorry, I have to duck out. I got to cook dinner now. But just
Definitely.
real quick, I want to wish everyone best of luck with your projects. It's great to meet everybody, and thanks as always for having me on, Pops. I really appreciate it. Great to meet you all.
Likewise. Have a good night.
Coming on.
Okay, take
Great
care,
to see
everyone.
you, bro.
What's up, Laurie?
Hey guys, how are ya?
Hey, Laurie, how's it going?
Good. Happy CRoM Con. Woo!
Yeah.
That is the most professional microphone I've ever seen on this show.
I just got it. I'm so excited. It was a Christmas present from my hubby who was like, "Hey, you're doing shows. We should probably get you some more equipment." So
Yeah.
check it out, everybody. I got this, and I actually have a 4D camera or 4K camera, whatever. I haven't tried it in 4K because I'm afraid you can see everything. You know?
Everybody seeing your little blackheads and stuff. What?
What's that?
Seeing your little blackheads and stuff. What?
Yeah,
no,
we don't need
I
to
don't
leave
think
some things to mystery, right? So I don't know. It'll be fun
Zoom
like
in.
looking
See-
videos and stuff in the future, but I don't know.
You guys are
Yeah.
Nonsense. I thought you were flawless, Laurie Calcaterra.
Thank you, Rich. We will let the viewers think that. Yeah, of course.
More beautiful than Laurie Calcaterra because she is flawless like a diamond.
All right,
You
all
know?
right, all right. We're still dutying. We're still dutying.
I just came in to say hi, and everybody who doesn't.
That's
know,
so
I'm a
funny.
huge
You said
fan of There's an Alien in My Toilet. I have supported every single campaign, and these comics are hilarious. So let's continue on with There's an Alien
There's a
in My
snake
Toilet.
in my boot.
Yeah.
Okay, that was the.
I opted for the Sergeant Rock one, and this one that was really cool because I have a friend that's like a big Sergeant Rock fan, and like whenever I go to local comic book stores, I'm always looking for Sergeant Rocks for him, and I'm like, hey, which ones do you want me to get? And he's just like, all of them. So I was really excited, that you were paying homage to those classics here as well. So I was like, I'm gonna push the button on that. Take my money.
Awesome. Yeah, I still have all my Sergeant Rock comics.
Do you really?
Yeah,
cool.
I have a few. I got a few.
Yes.
So,
but then there's a 5x7 sticker sheet that's available as well on the campaign, and there's also mix and match bundles. There's Duty as a couple of characters, like Vash the Stampede and Jon Snow.
Duty Snow.
Yes.
I love how the Chihuahua is there because it's a dog.
Duty Snow.
Duty Snow.
That's awesome.
Chihuahua Ghost.
Yeah.
Western.
Yes, that's an acrylic painting on a piece of wood. It's about 12 inches by 9.5 inches wide.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it's about an inch thick. Yeah. And then there's a canvas of Samurai Duty, also acrylic.
I love it.
And then you can get the 5x7 original art, black and white ink drawing. Those are examples of what they will look like. So on one side of the card, it's the dwarf Duty, a full color image, and the other side you'll get an original illustration.
Nice.
That's great. Yeah.
Then there's the Duty Mask.
I love this.
Where you can download and print as many as you want.
Show it back on.
It's like the new anonymous mask.
Yes, but right here.
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes, and you can download it. You download it in black and white, and you can color it yourself, and then play with it. And anybody who's done that and tags me and puts a post on social media, they get a reward on the next campaign in April. So there's a lot of good stuff for a lot of people.
Old Dirty Fatty is
That's
just having a
fantastic.
blast in the chat, by the way.
So there's the podcasting bundle. This is a savings of $90. Basically, you get 4 30-second commercials on Catch the Craze podcast, which is an add-on. I think there's only 5 now. But yeah, this is something that I was asked by a podcaster, can I add that on? So I did. But yeah, so you get you send us a 30-second promo, and we promote you on all our social media and on the episodes that you're on.
And that's not sold out yet, man. That's a great deal right there.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking about that. I was like,
You and me both, yeah.
Paul and I are gonna split it.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. I mean, you have such great deals and such unique tiers. One of the things I always tell new creators is definitely go on other campaigns and see what they're doing. You're doing this stuff right. I love that wood and acrylic painting and that sketch card. These are great things to put on.
Thank you.
Yeah, these are your packages right here. You have that 4 digital, the 4 physical.
Yeah, I try to have a tier, a good value price point for everybody. With somebody you can walk away with something, because we all know that the prices are changing with shipping and all that other stuff. But I still try to be as reasonable as possible because I'm trying to get as many readers as possible.
Retail tier.
Yeah.
Retail tier. I got to talk about it. That's what we do, man. We try to get them in stores. We try to give them to them at a price that they can make some money so that they want to put them on their shelves. Hey, make it affordable, you guys. It's you're playing long game, I hope. I mean, everybody. I hope you're playing long game because very rarely does somebody make a whole bunch of money on that first campaign. You got to play this out. It takes time, book after book after book, and eventually look at Max this morning, $13,000. It's like you gotta play long game. You gotta work for the reward. Eventually, the reward comes, and you keep putting out good product, right?
So,
yeah. But I love these tiers. Like you said, you got a retail tier there. You got a catch-up bundle. You have bigger bundles and the canvas art.
Yeah.
And then there's that wood set that we showed earlier. That's beautiful. Like I said, you don't see that in just about any campaign.
Yeah, no, I tried to incorporate as much of because I'm an artist, and I do better at Comic Cons with my original art than I do on crowdfunding.
Right.
That was going to be my question was, did you start doing that as a, add-on type thing, or have you been doing that just because you enjoy doing the acrylics?
Oh, I enjoy it, and because I sell them at events, so it's like, oh, let's see if I'll get the same reaction on the crowdfunding, and then you can add on, there's Duty as Wednesday,
dance. I just saw
it's Dude's Day,
Continue.
because
hey guys,
I got invited onto a Reddit Wednesday community because of that.
Rich, you gotta go.
I'd like to go for a little bit. I'll return in like an hour or so. Is that okay?
Oh, so you're gonna
we'll
miss
be
mine.
here, Rich.
Okay, thanks,
Yeah.
bye.
Take a nap.
Sorry, what was that? I didn't hear you, Laurie. What'd you say?
Bye.
I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
Nothing.
She
See you
said,
later.
night night, Richie Poo. Night night.
What time is it there anyway?
It's 10.
Okay, it's not too bad. See you later, alligator.
Night night.
Yeah, so you can get everything in the Duty catalog, from Duty's Monsters, which is a separate storyline, which is Duty After Earth. You can get the children's book, you can get the coloring book, you can get the guidebook to Duties and all the characters. So all that stuff's available as add-ons.
Everything. Tees, hoodies. Look at all.
I just love really how much fun you have making all this stuff, because you can. There's certain artists that you really can't see that kind of stuff, but yours, it comes through so clearly, and I love it.
Yeah.
The best time I have is when I'm drawing and creating this character. I mean, he's an extension of me, and a lot of it has to do with my childhood. I grew up with Alf, and Marvin the Martian and the Looney Tunes. So for me, it's that slapstick humor with characters with heart that really inspired me. And Duty is just an extension of all of those.
That right there says it all. That one right there says it all. Luke Duty carrying Herman Yoda.
Yeah.
That's perfect, dude. I mean, I might have made Herman Chewbacca, but you never know. I mean,
he's a little too small for Chewie.
Right?
Yeah.
Maybe an
Giant
Ewok.
Herman.
Maybe an Ewok, but not Chewbacca.
Oh my god, that'd be terrifying.
Dude, Baka.
Chewbacca-sized Chihuahua, we'd all be dead.
Herman's already a little vicious right now. Wait till you see in issue 4. But yeah, it's on like Donkey Kong. These two go at it.
That's awesome.
It's good stuff, you guys. Go check it out.
Yeah.
There's an alien in my toilet number 4. You got Sam. You got George. Barbara.
She did the colors for the first 2 issues. I took over from that point on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you get the back issues, you're getting her work. But this is good stuff, you guys. Sam's on top of it. Not only that, but his more serious stuff, Forbidden, was really good. You know, it's not like he's just a clown show creator. He's like Paul. He's got range, you know. So give it a look. I'm sure you're gonna like the comedy in this, and I know you'll like Forbidden.
Yeah,
you know, that was a good book. Just saying.
Yeah, and Duty's Monsters is a little more. It's like I think we're like 12 years old and up with Duty's Monsters on Planet Cthulhu. Well, Duty's there's none in my toilet. You can go as low as 8 years old, or you know. But with Duty's Monsters, I always start at 12. There's no gratuity or like blood and gore, but it's you know there's weapons and there's lasers and there's monsters. So but it's just as it takes. If you enjoyed the slapstick humor, you're going to love Duty's Monsters because there's a lot of layers to it, between his relationship with his dad, between his journey to identify his purpose, between his relationship with a female that's in love with him, but he's annoyed by her. Between his best friend, between his best friend Cheeks and his daddy issues with his father, who happens to be the general. There's a whole lot of layers to this, and there's a lot of sub stories within it, and so that takes the whole journey of Duty to the next level.
Yeah, I definitely love it. Like I say, I tell people it's fun for the whole family. Dylan's really into it a little bit more than all of us, but my young one at 6 was having a blast while we were reading. Awesome. And it's not just the story and it's not just the humor, but all the educational stuff that's in there too kind of sneaks in there and kind of gives that extra aspect that I love for the kids. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
There you go. There you go. Sam, as always, brother, it's great to see you. Now, if you want to hang out while we give Laurie a hard time,
bring it.
Actually, my tacos just got delivered, so we're
gonna going for the tacos.
I'm gonna go for tacos too.
All right, I can't stay for CRoM Con. Gotta go to Sam's and eat tacos. Bye.
But thank you guys again. And don't forget, check out The Art of Samuel on YouTube or Catch the Craze on YouTube. Or Catch the Craze anywhere. And you guys have a great day.
Thank you. Take care,
Sam.
Sam.
Coming out, bro. Peace. I love that, dude.
Everybody.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Yeah.
Have you been working on certain projects that we're not talking about just yet?
Of course. I've been like chomping at the bit, like, give me more things to do. And he was like, why don't you do this? And I was like, why don't I talk to Paul?
Start out. I just
so
gotta
read your
start
message.
out. I gotta start out by saying,
yes,
the Tuesday Morning Brew this last week.
Yeah.
Okay, it was a great show. Okay, we launched Carissa's book. It was a great show. It had over 80 views, and we had to take it down, edit it, and put it back up. Wherein it's gotten another 40 views. Laurie, people like what you're doing.
Yeah.
Hey, man,
keep doing what you're doing. Okay. I heard you're talking to our Comics Foo guys. I hope you got them scheduled for a show.
Yeah,
Yes?
they're going to be here on Valentine's Day.
Cool.
Wow.
So I'm excited to talk to them. We kind of had like our nerd out session talking about martial arts. because they're, you know, one's an aficionado and one of them is an actual instructor in Kung Fu.
Yeah.
So we were talking about like people, he's met some of the people in my art. Like, it was really cool because most people don't know the art that I practice. They're just like, what is it called? I've never heard of it. Have no clue. He knows, not only does he know it, he knows the people. Like he knows my instructor's instructor. Got to meet him. I didn't even get to meet that guy. He was passed away before I started practicing.
Right.
So it's like he knows the things that I'm talking about. So we're gonna have a really fun time. We're probably gonna bring up pictures of his comic and talk about the fights that he choreographed in his comic. So we're gonna break those down move by move and talk about what's actually going on. So I'm really
see, we got to do that for a short time today with each of them.
Oh, cool.
Both, you know, they both had an hour slot, but I wanted them to get more time. I wanted them, you know, because, you know, not only that, but you know what to ask. No, they're my friends. Those guys are super cool.
I'm excited for that one.
Kurtis, Fujita, and Patricky Lugo.
Yep.
The Comics Foo guys. Okay?
We're going to have Mr. Big on this coming week. We're also going to have my artist, Marco DeFillo, and King Eddie are working on another project that's Kickstartering right now called Muwaka, which is amazing. So we have all sorts of people planned for the show. I'm really excited.
Make sure you get that link into the madness so people see it.
I will.
I have.
He joined the madness, so he should be dropping his own links because I'm not in charge of running his projects too. I love him. He has somebody doing that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, make sure he understands he can do that at least once a day. Make sure you drop that link so we can see it. You know, a lot of people don't realize the madness is promotion friendly. It is a networking group. I want you to come to the Comic Related Madness. Drop your link to your book once a day. Once a day when you got an active campaign. At least once every few days when you're in pre-launch. You know, make sure people know what
right what you're doing.
They don't see it. They can't buy it.
Hey,
look.
So Path of the Pale Rider issue number 2 is complete.
Bam!
Nice.
It went to editing. This is issue number 1. For people who are not familiar, we're going to go through some pages real quick so you understand what the concept is and like kind of the premise of the story. And then I'll click over and I'll show you issue number 2 a little bit too. And I brought some of the merch and I kind of talked about some of the cool things like the Funko Pops and the hot sauce. And we're coming up to the next issue and what's coming. So let's go, right? We got some
awesome. Yeah.
For those of you who are not familiar with Path of the Pale Rider, it is a Western apocalypse where the death process has been broken. So your body can die, but your soul or your energy, your consciousness, it doesn't leave your body. So you get to hang out and enjoy your own decay phase. And this is for people, plants, animals, insects, everything. We're all stuck here together because something happened where the dead no longer die. So in this comic, we're 10 years into the apocalypse, and we're following our protagonist, is cowboy named Jude St. Clair. He's kind of like the last guy still looking for the answer. Why did the dead no longer die? So you're going to see all sorts of the apocalypse. It's very Clint Eastwood meets Fallout with some Mad Max. You know what I mean? So there's the sci-fi. There's definitely a horror aspect. We have a ton of gore. We got some steampunk. We got all sorts of really fun stuff in this world. And you can see that it's beautiful and dangerous. It's never quiet for very long, but our cowboy does a good job. I mean, it's 10 years into the apocalypse. He must know something in order to survive. Kind of is going through looking for a place named Santa Claus and a guy named Dwayne Fink. Apparently he knows something. What he knows, we don't know. I love this whole 8-page sequence where he's on this cliffside road. He has a conversation with his horse. If you're familiar with The Witcher, it's kind of like The Witcher and Roach, Geralt and Roach, that kind of relationship where she's his companion and transportation and like his whole world. Makes a bad decision to do something he probably shouldn't have. He's tired. Finds a clue and comes upon this undead bear. has a decision to make, go over or go back. I love that little inset panel where it's like crunch. It's like right on the edge. It's so dramatic. Gets over, has one moment where it's like, oh, we made it. And then out comes this glass that he stopped to pick up. It smashes into the ground. And now, of course, we got Big James, the undead bear. And he doesn't make it a good day. So
Undead bear, yes. Big James.
That's a bad day for Jude.
Right.
Here, let me switch to the next one. Give me a second here. In issue number 2, we get to the town of Santa Claus.
Right.
Which is not a nice place. They have zombies hanging from the walls. Let me share this. So it's just interesting to me, like in this world, you could see towns that are like friendly to zombies or undead. You could see towns that are not friendly. You could see places where they pretend the apocalypse never happened. There's the undead retirement community. By the way, just in case I didn't talk about it, like when you're undead, you're still yourself. So you don't turn into this like mindless flesh brain craving
until your brain decays.
Until your brain decays, and then you become like really unpredictable. Could you become a cannibal? Yes. Do we have cannibals in real life? Of course we do. But usually it's just people who are themselves turning into like more like a dementia case where they're forgetful. They could get violent. They could get uncaring, because to them maybe being alive doesn't matter. So would they drive their car through a bunch of pedestrians? Maybe. Would they shoot people they really don't like instead of talking to them? Bad things can happen, right? And of course now it's like food is a problem because animals, this is happening to animals too, so we can't eat meat, or you can, but it moves while you eat it, which is disgusting. We have problems raising crops because now we have insects that are undead and eating everything, even though they're dead, but they probably don't realize it. Overpopulation, rights being taken, riots, famine, the fall of society. So here we are in issue number 2. I love this cover, by the way.
Yes.
Marco does such good work. And you'll see the progress that we've made since issue 1 to issue 2. Issue 2, we went ahead and did in color. We raised enough money through our Kickstarter campaigns where we could do all color. So it's really interesting to see Marco's view on this world and really bringing it to life. So here we are in Santa Claus. This poor he's all beat up. He's at the bartender and he's like, why are you here? Nobody comes up that way because of BJ the bear. And he says, I'm looking for someone super important. His name is Dwayne Fink. And he's like, it's your lucky day. He's right over here. And it's this drunk guy. Yeah. So it's this like town idiot who's telling stories about the man of gold, who's 102 years old. And they kind of go to him on. He stands on the table, spilling his drink on people, falls off the table, gets thrown in the drunk tank. So that's a great first impression of this guy you've been looking for 5 years, right? Fun times.
To be fair, at least he knows where he can find him.
Right, exactly. And it's funny because in this panel right over here, it says, are you sure Dwayne is the person you're looking for? He says, yup. He says, things I have to do to get information. The bartender's like, what's that? He's like, oh, never mind. So something's going to happen. Jude didn't come all this way for nothing. And like, we have a card game. I've kind of shown, I'm going to scroll fast because I don't want to spoil much, but like, I love this panel right here, this group of panels where they're, playing cards. So the playing cards are the panels. You're going to see stuff like over here where Jude is using sign language, which is a lot of fun. It turned out so beautiful. And they're kicking him out of town. So it's like, after all that work of finding Dwayne, they're not going to let him stay. So what's he going to do? So fun times. Just as a reminder to everybody, we have the comic We have the riddles on the back page, on the back cover. So not only do you get to read a comic, you get to solve riddles and kind of fall down into this rabbit hole of, how dead do you need to be to become dead, burned away by an A-bomb? You cannot die. You can be a pile of bones and you're still in your bones, unable to communicate. There is no dead. You cannot, like in a typical zombie movie where you shoot them in the head and they die again. Nope, you just made that zombie more unpredictable because they have less of their brain to use. So trust me, when you start getting into it and you start seeing the apocalypse happen, you're going to encounter some of these situations where we kind of lay the rules out, like how does that work, or how long do you have to be, or what happens when you're a pile of bones, and what's really going on. I will answer that question in this first series. So it's 13 issues in the first series. I'm 9 issues into the second series. It's fun, it's dense, it's sarcastic, and bloody gory fun. So it's a good time. And let's see. So this week, issue 2 is going out to PDF, and then it's going to go print. So the riddles, what happens is when you solve the riddles, it either take you like to a website, or it might take you to a secret YouTube video that's based off of my world. So maybe it's a video of someone in the undead underground teaching you how to hack a disc. Or it takes you to a fake CDC website where if you type in the password, you get to see footage of them experimenting on some of these undead at the beginning of the fall. You might get to interact with characters. So, what bones burns me? Yes, you live in the ashes. Let me show Jen, let me show you something, Jen. This is one of the secret perks of campaign number 2. This was called the Bones of Despair. So people got to name their own bones, and inside of this box that I made from scratch, by the way, is a collection of ashes and bones in the bottle. So from the lore of the book, if you hold it to your ear, can you still hear the voice of the damned in the bones? So it's kind of like if you were to put a seashell to your ear, can you hear the ocean? So there's wood burnings on the side. It says, when death has abdicated the throne, decay shall rule, rotten bone. And then like a seashell sings of absence, beware, even bones can despair. So that's one of the things in the book is like, there is no escape. There is no way out. And that's what kind of like raises the stakes, is because things get so much worse when people are stuck here all together.
I need the bones of CRoM. Oh,
you want the bones of CRoM? These took me a while to make. Like I constructed the wooden box from scratch, like did all the woodworking, staining, wood burning, constructing, ashing, boning, all of that. So these were a lot of fun. I like doing surprise rewards. We're going to have one on the next campaign. It's going to be fun. I can't wait. I'm getting some electronics so that things will be functioning. I'm excited.
That's awesome. So that's going to be a tier on your campaign, that box right there?
Well, this box is a one and done. There's 4 of these going out. See, that's the thing, is I love giving people enough information to be like, you really want this, but I'm not going to tell you what it is, and see who's brave enough to do it.
Now, you also had Funkos on your last one. Are you doing Funkos on this one?
Okay, so this is the Jude St. Clair Funko Pop. So on every campaign, I'll have a big tier. It's called the Singularity, and that's like the prototype of whatever design Funko Pop we're releasing. So the first campaign, the Singularity, was this Jude St. Clair. The second campaign, I open it up for everybody else, and I change like the box or slight design issues, or not issues, but design characteristics of the Funko. So whoever's getting the Singularity gets the only one of that, the first one, and then everybody else can kind of sign up for the Funko that's available, right? So this was the one for everybody for issue number 2. The Singularity for number 2 was Big James the Undead Bear. So in campaign number 3, people, you get to order Big James the Undead Bear. I can't wait. He's so gnarly. He's bigger than, obviously, Jude. So it's an extra large pop. So whoever got the singularity level gets the white box. She gets that one. I get mine because I get the creator one. I always get one for me. I'm thinking about getting an extra one and doing a raffle.
Oh, that's awesome.
Because that one is so cool. People don't want to miss out on that one. And then he'll be available on Kickstarter number 3. And then we'll have a new design for that singularity level. I haven't decided if it's going to be Dwayne, Fink, or Jimmy, but it'll be one of them.
That sounds good. Yeah.
Yes, I have a Pop Gens. Isn't he cool? Look, they do such a good job too. It looks legit.
Yeah.
This guy, these are custom made, so they're a little more pricey than getting them directly from, Funko. But like, look at the box. Look at the detail. He has the pop information. He has the cover of the freaking issue. So the big James one will have Marco's cover for issue number 2 on the back. He just does such an amazing job. So kudos. It's Unique Concept Studio. And the guy goes by Charton, and he's amazing. Yes.
And you had some amazing videos whenever it came to that first campaign. Are you going to do something new this time? What are you going to do?
Yes, we're doing a horror video.
Awesome.
I'm excited. So yeah, here, wait, I can share some of that too. Let me get rid of this one. Stop screen. And I will share some of the YouTube. Which one do you guys want to watch? You want to watch Pine Fox or Conspiracy Theory?
Well, my favorite is Conspiracy Theory, but Pine Box gives you the other view, gives you a what happened in the beginning view of it, as opposed to the apocalyptic what's happening after everything.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm going to agree with Pops that Conspiracy Theory is my favorite as well.
Is it? Okay. Did you guys watch the bloopers?
It is hilarious.
Yes.
The bloopers are hilarious too.
Yes. We had such a fun time. So the third part of everything that I do, because of course I can't do one thing because of ADD or whatever. So we make short films where you can not only see more, experience more of the world, but these are fan interactive. So you yourself could be in some of these videos should you so choose. And that's what happened with the Conspiracy. I don't have my Lego connection, but that I thought about that. That would be really fun. So in this video, what we did, this is from the first campaign, where it's like a commercial for the undead retirement community, which is like a place where the undead are sold to go to. Like, it's kind of like buying a cemetery plot, right? Buy your spot at an undead retirement community. We only have so many spots available. So that way, when you do pass into the gray, that you can go live out your years there, and you don't have to worry about being a threat to the living society, blah, blah, blah. But in this video, we it's like we're interspliced with the views of what's really happening. So some riots, some violence. It's like the picket fence view of what we want society to be versus what's really going on. And it's interesting. I wrote this back in 2018, people. So the unrest that's been happening recently, it's weird when art portrays reality or vice versa. I'm just saying. Like 2020 was surreal. When we went through that and I'm reading my comic, like, things better stop following my comic because anyway, let's play some Pine Fox. I'll put this up here.
When it comes to an inspired and privileged retirement, Pine Fox is where you want to be. Quality of life, peace of mind, harmony, it's all here. The setting is beautiful and peaceful. The atmosphere is lively and enriching. The amenities have something for everyone and every interest. At Pine Fox, your health and well-being is a top priority. Our community is growing and just waiting for you to join us. If making the most of your AD years matters to you, the choice is clear. Pine Fox.
Katie, time to come in. Okay, Mom.
For more information, call 555-3323 or visit pinefox.com today.
There you have it, folks. That's what that looks like. Yeah. So we don't shy away from some of those ugliness, like of the human race. Like I kind of shine a spotlight on.
Yeah.
How do you think we would really react? How do I think we would really react if the dead would stop dying? So, so we did the second film we did was interviewing people about conspiracy theories and what they thought broke the death process. It was really interesting because nobody really knows yet because I haven't gotten far in the comics. So it was the perfect time for people to like really think about what would cause a global problem like that. And a lot of people said food.
I have to interrupt for just a second.
What's up?
It's freaking Max.
What's up?
Hi, Max.
What's happening, Max?
He's out of the hospital, everybody. He's back home. He's back home.
Back from the hospital.
How you
And
feeling?
I'm just going to go ahead and bring our next guest out now anyway, because Michael needs to meet some people too, y'all. If you don't know Michael Gonzalez of Brady Road Media,
hey, what's up?
like that. He's been around. He's one of us. He's been here for a while. I got a few of his books. Look at that.
Nice.
Look at that. I see what I'm saying. Look.
Representing.
Yeah.
Right.
Max, 13,000.
I know, dude. That's fucking amazing. I mean, it blows me away.
Yeah.
I was
5 backers, dude.
I was praying for 10, and it just kept on going. And I was like, all right. They're like, your blood pressure's high. I'm like, look at this.
He's like, now look, calm down. You relax now.
It's like, don't get excited on the show.
Yeah, he's sending me texts like, woo, it's like, because he can't be yelling that in the hospital room, but he probably was. He goes, yeah, man, the doc says if I get my blood pressure down, I can go home tomorrow. And I was like, did you tell him you're on the last 12 hours of your campaign? That ain't gonna happen. Max, you did good, bro.
I know. I was impressed. We beat our old backer count by like 40.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And
Wow.
we beat our highest campaign by like $4,000. So
yeah,
that's awesome.
It's cool. I love
doing well.
Totally happy for you, man.
Yeah.
And just want to give a shout out to Johnny for picking it up for you, and
oh yeah, he was all over it when I was incapacitated. He picked it up and took care of it. And he even took care of my dog. Went to my house and walked the dog.
There you go. That's what friends do for each other, y'all. We got each other's backs, right? As soon as Max told me, look, I got a message yesterday. I got up to do the game stream, right? And I opened up my inbox, and there's Max going, dude, no game stream today. I'm in the hospital. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What'd you do, Max? He's like, you okay? What's up? But right away, the first thing I thought about wasn't, oh my God, we're not going to have a game stream. The first thing I thought about was, you got 24 hours left of your campaign. You're in the hospital. We got you. And
Oh yeah.
anybody that wants to go, look, I plastered it everywhere. That's what we do. We look out for each other, man. That's not the first time we've had a situation like that where somebody couldn't actually go out and promote their stuff for one reason or another, and we do our best to pick up that slack.
Well, you did a good job, man. Thank you very much.
Dude, you know it. I got you.
I know you helped. I know that the madness helped bring it up. That's good shit.
Yeah.
But for those wondering, what happened was my blood pressure spiked really, really high, and it caused fluid in my lungs, and I couldn't breathe. So about 1 o'clock in the morning, I was like, all right, it's time to go to the hospital. And lucky for me, the hospital is like right across the street from me. So I just drove over there and went in there, and I was like, I can't breathe. And then they whipped out the wheelchair and the oxygen tank and slung me back into the ER quick as shit. Got ahead of everybody.
Jens, find me in the madness or send me a direct message on Facebook. We'll talk about it because they're a little more expensive than a typical pop. I just want to make sure you're aware, but I can definitely get you one ordered, one or both.
There you go. There you go. She's in the
Need a Mary machine gun pop, that's for sure.
That would be awesome. You guys should contact my guy. He's fabulous.
No, what you need to do, Laurie, is tell him every time you bring somebody to him, you get a discount. That's what.
Well, he hooks me up already. We have discounted and have a thing, so don't worry about it.
Right.
But yeah, I blast him on social media every time I get the pops, and I take a bunch of like professional pictures and I post them. I always post his contact information because he's wonderful. He does a great job. And he just jumped on it because usually he's making like Funko Pops for like wedding cake toppers, and the bridezillas drive him crazy. So anytime I'm like, hey, I got more comic stuff, he's like, yes, like let's make this Undead Bear.
So I know everyone's wondering, when's your next campaign, Laurie?
It's probably going to be in March is what I'm aiming for, just because it's already the end of January. I want to make sure that we have time to fulfill. I'm already building the next campaign. I'm doing surveys to find out what people want as merchandise. We're going to be, filming. I'm looking for people, like probably 4 or 5 people that want to be in the next video because this one's a little different than the last one. So we're working on that next one. I'm already hiring artists to do variant covers. We're working towards it, but I want to make sure everything is fulfilled. We can do a book signing. We're probably going to be at Pastime signing some books and doing some, passing some stuff out there. Just a little bit of promo, and then that promo will lead into the next Kickstarter. You know what I mean? So as soon as this one is fulfilled, the next one kind of doesn't really go live, but you can start signing up for notification when we're going to go live. So probably the first week of March, which is right around my birthday. So that would be a lot of fun to run a campaign in March when I don't know. It sounds insane.
I think you need to launch your campaign on your show.
I want someone else to launch my show on their show. I'm always launching other people's. I love launching other people's, but someone needs to launch my show, Paul.
Well, I mean, we can always do it on the Madness the night before.
That's true.
And then the next day you get to come out in front of your audience, which is larger than ours. All right. So, I mean, no, really.
I just want to hang out and have someone ask me, or someone could just come on my show and ask me the questions instead of me just talking to the screen.
You have Paul interview you.
Here you go. Paul,
you want me to come in there? I'll come in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe you could take a page out of my book, launch it from Pastime and on your show at the same time.
Party is a party. Okay, a launch party is a party. It's not a one-on-one interview. It's a party.
Right. No, I want everybody to come and hang out.
Your artist. You bring out your Chris Hayes, I think is his name.
Yeah.
You bring out all your people.
Yeah. Like I said, if you could do it from that LCS and have, some of those charter people there, that'd be a great thing to do. Promote them, promote you, promote the channel.
Absolutely.
It's just an idea. Yeah.
We got you. We got you. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah. So things are coming. Things are moving. I'm really excited to film the next short film, you guys. I had a teaser trailer that it was at Halloween. It was really creepy looking. That's what we're going to. So
awesome. That's awesome.
Paul, I need you to chase you with the potato peeler for part of it, if you don't mind. No?
Cookies.
No, potato peeler.
No, I need cookies.
Now, our next
he works for cookies.
I know he does. He says it all the time. Where's my cookies? And I'm like, okay, Paul.
Our next guest got my attention with a book called Neotheric. Couple years ago.
Look at
Man.
I remember that book.
Nice.
Dude.
Turn up the
is Look, this is one of the best books I've read in the last 3 years. I say it proudly, and Michael knows it. This is good stuff. I loved it, and pretty much everything that he's put out that I've read is good. 6-8, Epic of Darkness. Yeah, I know I'm forgetting one or two, but he's got like just tons of good stuff. Rainy Road, y'all. You need to be getting on board with Mr. Gonzalez here. And I'm going to let him tell you all about it right now. What's up, man? What's up, Mr. Gonzalez? What's happening?
What's up, everybody? Thanks for having me on, Pops. I appreciate it. Yeah, so we're doing I'm going to be doing the second issue of that Epic of Darkness. It's an adult horror anthology, and that'll also probably launch in mid-March. Right now, I just have the pre-launch page up, so I'm just trying to build, momentum for it. And that's kind of
like link in the private chat real quick so I can drop it.
Yeah.
And look, like I said, man, Michael's stuff is really good. He knows he caught me by surprise with Neotheric because I think I was looking at a different book that he did. I think we were looking at 6-8.
Yeah, that was the first time I ever came on with you, is when I was doing the crowdfunding for 6-8. The book was already done. I was just trying to get money, to have it printed, and that was the first time. It was RJ who introduced me to you, because I didn't know anything about. I didn't know there was all these groups on Facebook at all. I wasn't using Facebook at all, and I still don't use it that much. But that was the first
groups. Groups is where it's at. You get to publish your stuff around. I mean, if you've got a book about anything, you can post the comic stuff and then start posting it in the groups that are somewhat tangentially related to your comic too.
Yeah, I do. There's now I'm in 30 different groups and stuff.
So I post. So what started you on this crazy adventure of making comics? What did you do? Basically, you a masochist like me, or
probably, yeah. I was just growing up reading comics. I started in the late 70s, early 80s. I loved comic books. There was that whole escape thing, and I got the crazy idea that maybe I could write my own comics and stuff. So I started coming up with ideas, and all since I was a little kid, and I even submitted my first thing to Marvel when I was 11 years old. And then I kept trying. I submitted stuff to Dark Horse back in the early 90s. Then I kind of got out of it, and then I got back into it a few years ago, trying to do some more stuff. So it's just something that I've always loved. I really enjoy the comic book medium. I think it's and it's a great way to be able to tell your stories when you don't got enough money, to make a movie or anything like that. Yeah. So
that's
you got
awesome. See, that car crash scene right there would cost you $200 million.
Right? Minimum.
Yeah.
Or you can have some shaky CGI for half that.
Yeah.
It looks like you have a combination of black and white and color.
Yeah. So the Epic of Darkness is an adult horror anthology, and some of them are black and white, some are full color.
Some are both.
Yeah. Then so it kind of, one aspect of it is because it's a budgetary concern, is that I figured
color costs money.
Yeah, a lot more money. So and some of them, I think they just work better as a black and white rather than color. So
Totally
that story right there, and that guy right there who's doing that story, he's doing another one for me. It'll be the first story in the next issue. It'll also be black and white. And he's
wrestling
really amazing.
And then bingo. That's a hell of a venue.
Saturday wrestling, Sunday bingo, baby.
That's ECW, baby.
There you go. And don't mess with her. Just don't.
I like her.
Yeah, so she's
she looks nice.
I'll bet you like her more though, Max.
Yeah, she looks nice too.
That's the same girl. Yeah, so she's kind of what I wanted to do with this book is kind of like what they do with 2000 AD with Judge Dredd. It's sort of like this book will feature that character, but then there'll be some, other short stories and stuff with other characters in it as well. But it's kind of like featuring this character. She's like the main one.
That's cool. I like that.
And this campaign, I'm trying to have some extra like cool stuff. We got like this 3D printed bust for that character.
Nice.
This is just a real rough version prototype of it. I'm trying to figure out how to paint and trying to mess around with like her skin tone and all that, get all that kind of stuff right.
Now, I want you to notice also that Mylars, he sends his books to you in Mylars, yo.
Yeah.
Not just any old crappy bag. He goes and gets the best bags he can get. But because I brag on it, I got to show a minute of it anyway. Where's my boys at? There they are. It's Neotheric, yo. Look.
Yeah.
Oh, big in this. Come on, Pops. Do this.
And I want to do so that graphic novel has the first 4 issues. I want to do the 5th issue this summer, do the crowdfunder for that. And I got a new art team for it. And they've already done 4 pages for me, so I can use as, promotional stuff and show people what it's going to look like. So, yeah, we're hoping to keep continuing that. That one is really supposed to be an ongoing series. I know I could probably get like 50, 60 issues out of it because there's very definite, defined story that I want to tell with this. And hopefully we can keep going with it.
Sweet.
Oh, where is it? Where's the page I'm looking for? Dang it.
So is it's a continual like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or do you do like story arcs and then finish one story arc and start another one?
Well, what I want to do with that one is basically I kind of separate him into like 4 issue story arcs, but then there's a bigger, an overarching arc that goes for the first 12 issues. So there's a main story, a story A, that, from 1 to 12, but then I separate this. So like this first 4 issues is basically when these dinosaurs come back to Earth, and it's like
dinosaur with a chainsaw.
Yeah,
awesome.
Now, do you see why I like this match? Do you understand? Do you get it now?
Yeah, and we also want to do a 3D of that guy too.
Oh, that's awesome.
We got the Texas Dinosaur Chainsaw Massacre. Right?
Yes.
This is just going to be, and this one will have like a base with a light on it, so you can turn a light and the light will come up on it. But we're working on that one. The trying to find some guys to do that. They're still working on that one, and I've been playing around with painting and stuff.
We've been working on Mary and Charlotte statues. They're characters from my book, and we got the prototypes done. And there's some things we got to fix on them, and then once we get them done, I'm just going to pay someone to paint them because I don't trust myself.
Well, when I was a kid, I always wanted to get into like painting like little models and miniatures and stuff like that.
I did that when I was a kid. My eyes suck so bad now that I can't see shit.
Ooh, look at it.
There it is. There it is, right there.
An anthology. Cool. I'm gonna go sign up.
Yeah.
So how many pages is the first book?
The first one is 48 pages. The second one will be more than likely 36 pages. And I'm going to drop the price of the book. So, and the first issue was like $12. The second issue, I'm trying to aim for maybe like $8, something like that. So
ambitious.
Yeah, I'm trying to get more people in on it because I need more people.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said that backers are more important than money.
Yeah,
you get more backers so you can get more readers, so you get more people involved in your story.
This is what happens when I try to go to Kickstarter. See that it says continue with Facebook, right? And if I don't use Facebook, it'll just say continue with Facebook. But then when I use Facebook and I try to log in, I get this dead screen. Nothing happens. See that?
Weird.
Nothing happens. I
want to
log in. I don't know why they won't let me log into Facebook or to Kickstarter, but
I want to say a couple months ago they were sending out emails having everybody who was using Facebook to switch over to email login because they were discontinuing it. So that might be what it is.
yeah, but I try to do it with my email and then nope.
Yeah.
It goes right back to use Facebook. It defaults back to log in with Facebook, which they won't let me do. So I'm kind of stuck in that loop. And Brandon got a hold of me the other day so that I could fill out my survey with him, because obviously I can't do it on Kickstarter. If I did back your Kickstarter recently, I can't fill out the survey. So get with me and let me know.
No.
Can you just log into to Kickstarter?
No,
like up in the right corner.
I can't. No, I tried. That's what I mean. It just defaults right back to the login with Facebook.
Weird.
I don't know why, but that's all I got. It's weird.
Well, I signed up to be notified.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Michael knows I follow him anyway. So
yeah,
we love what he does, man. I ain't lying. Look, doesn't get seen near as much in near as many places as he should. Probably should do a little more of this online promotion thing. But his books are solid.
It looks beautiful, yeah.
Yeah, it looks great. Yeah, Dinosaur with the chainsaw, that's good stuff.
Dude, Eric is bomb.
Plus, one of my battle buddies from the Army lives in Asheville, North Carolina.
And that's Rainy Road Media, you guys. And rainyroadmedia.com. And you can get all the back issues, the other stuff that they got there, and every bit of it that I've read is well worth being part of, well worth getting behind. So you can get all that other stuff there and go follow this one and wait for it to come out.
Yeah, and in this campaign, I'll have copies of the first issue available. I'll have those print damaged copies, that Comics Wellspring sent to me.
Right.
What?
They never picked them up, so I'm gonna sell them for like a couple bucks or whatever. They're just there's weird things, just like like extra gloss like glooped on it or something. There was like the tops of the page, some of the covers weren't cut clean, so they're all like kind of ragged, and it's a bunch of just dumb little things. But and they told me to put them in a box and put them on the porch, and UPS will pick them up. Okay, it sat out there for a month. I was like, okay, I'll keep them.
They looked at the cost of shipping, and they're like, just keep them.
So I won't be using Comics Wellspring this time. I'll be using Comic Impressions, probably down in Florida.
Where are you based out of?
I'm in Asheville, North Carolina.
That's where one of my buddies lives there. My battle buddies from the Army. He moved to Asheville, North Carolina.
Because finding a new printer was one of the big problems that I was having last year. And I ended up, so typically I'd go with something that I could physically go and drive and pick up and just, save on shipping. But I ended up going with a group out of Arizona, and they did a fantastic job.
You went to Christie Crawford, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Yes, you did. Cookies and Scream. We'll be showing that book off tomorrow.
Yeah, no, they did an absolutely fantastic job. All my individual floppies are going to be done through them. The only thing that I'm having them not print are the trades. Right. So.
Yeah. Some printing companies haven't got to the point where they print past floppy yet.
They do some of the trades, but the problem is they're not at a price point that's anywhere near what my previous printer was doing.
Right. And I have another friend in Phoenix that works at a print shop, and it's like they'll do all the floppies you want, but they don't want nothing to do with saddle stitch. They don't want nothing to do with it. It's like, can we staple it? Oh, hell yeah, we'll do it for you. Hey, they're trying to keep costs down. They're trying to keep it affordable. So
Well, and if you have a system where, you know, you have all these presets and it's like, this is how I print, this is how I keep my costs down, I can respect that because especially with the way that, you know, like you say a lot now, Pops, the, you know, gold comic book paper.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, nobody
So-
else's paper is gold, but comic book paper is gold. You notice that? Start printing everything magazine size, you guys. It's cheaper, probably, right?
Yeah.
So this one, Michael, you
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming you killing this again.
Killing it.
Yeah, because the last one was pretty badass. So I'm assuming number 2 is going to be better than number 1, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. Everything just ramps up. So this one, even the very first story, will, yeah, it's gonna go crazy. So that's the whole idea. Is, you know, the first one kind of just introduce you, you know, but then every future issue, the next one is get crazier and crazier. And just like with the stories with this character here, we're gonna learn like new things every time with every chapter of it. So I like to keep a little mystery in everything I do. So the first one, you know, reveals a little bit, second reveals a little bit more, and more and more and more.
See that? I just shared it to Twitter and Facebook, both in about 6 seconds. It doesn't take long, people, to share these things out and help me, you guys, get seen. It doesn't take much.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Just even if you not interested in it, if you want to share it, or that would be great. Because yeah, I just had a hard time getting people to, you know, back stuff or follow stuff. And I know it's like I'm not on Facebook or on, you know, online all the time because I just got a lot of other shit, you know, in my life I gotta take care of.
Right.
Mostly 2 little kids. But you know, so I really appreciate anytime anybody is willing to, like I said, even if you specifically are not interested in it, if you're willing to share it to whatever, I greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, because sharing is
caring.
is almost
Absolutely.
as good as backing, because with the share you can gain multiple backers.
Right.
Yeah.
One share.
I'm follower number 25. So
That's awesome.
I'll be
My
there.
birthday's in March too. So
Is it really?
yeah, March 28th.
I'm going to be 29 again.
The same as
Right,
me.
Katie?
Yeah.
Hey,
if anybody says-
my birthday's
What?
coming up in February, so
Oh yay!
Valentine's Day.
I
baby
just
myself.
graduated high school.
Did you? Well, I would assume you're a little older than
Well
that.
done. It's about time.
I've been 29 for 16 years.
Right, exactly. And if anybody says anything otherwise, come see me.
Yeah, my mother-in-law does that as well, and it's, you know, getting to the point where she's like, okay, so what's that make you? How does this work?
You know what's awesome? I'm 29 with 25 years experience.
Excellent. Hey, it's what everybody wants.
You're 25 with 29 years of experience.
Something like that.
You know what you were trying to say.
That's even better.
Whatever.
Switch
it all
that,
works.
reverse it.
29 and 25 is what?
A lot.
It's a lot.
Is your actual age?
Actually, no, it's not enough, actually.
Don't tell anybody.
54.
Yeah, I'm 25 with 34 years experience. How's that? 25 with 34 years experience.
29 version 34.
It's crazy.
No, my birthday's on a Sunday this year. I was hoping it was going to be on a Tuesday. So that would be fun. Birthday show.
Everybody wishing for their day to be on a Friday. She's all like, I want it to be on a Tuesday.
Hey, mine
No matter what day.
I just looked. Mine totally is on a Tuesday. It's going to be great.
Oh, well then.
Yeah,
You said
me
it's
too.
Valentine's Day, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah, that's a Tuesday.
Yeah. No,
I got
I
people
always
booked.
ask for a live plant and to go and see animals somewhere. So we go to like a zoo or an aquarium or something. It's fantastic.
Alpacas.
Hey, I mean, I like seeing, reptiles personally, but
yeah,
I love any animal. Let's be honest.
We went to the aquarium in Denver, and that shit is amazing. I mean,
Really?
they have like a 60,000 gallon aquarium tank. It's got sharks and all sorts of shit in there. And it goes like you walk through it.
Oh,
and
one
you
of the
can walk-
tubes, yeah.
Yeah, you can walk through it in a tube, and then like you walk all around it, and it's
That's
just
fantastic.
amazing.
Cool.
It's one of the coolest aquariums I've ever been to in my life.
And it ain't nowhere near the ocean.
Nope.
They bring
Yeah,
the
Look
ocean.
at all that fish there.
I was spoiled as a kid because I lived down in the Santa Cruz area, and so my home aquarium was the Monterey Bay Aquarium.
Oh,
And
so
it's
nice.
gorgeous. Oh my god.
That's a nice aquarium.
It's so nice.
So there you
Go
go.
sign
Go
up,
sign
people.
up for Epic of Darkness #2.
Whoop,
Epic
whoop.
of Darkness. Well, what day are you going to launch this?
Click
He
the
Yeah,
button.
what day does it launch?
What day does it launch?
I'm not exactly sure yet. I'm aiming for maybe the 15th of March.
15th of March?
The Ides of March.
I just want to point out
Nothing ever bad happened then.
#1's
Cool.
right here. He's got #2 coming out. He does fulfill. He fulfills nicely. Mylars. He makes it worth your time. He makes it worth your money to back him. Give the dude some love, man, because his stuff is freaking good. That's,
Yeah.
Bottom
Yeah,
line.
seriously. If people aren't back in indie, what are you doing?
Right.
What are you reading? Anything?
Good question.
Nothing?
They're buying Marvel and being disappointed.
That's what I'm saying.
They're
Like,
hate
Alan
buying.
Bad.
Look, it's just like they hate watch Netflix shows, right? And then
Yeah, I
and
hate
then
watching
because they hate watched it, now the ratings people think everybody loved it because everybody was watching it. Now half these people were watching it just to find out how bad it was.
Is it weird?
Watched
Only-
many people
so-
to see how terrible it was, and then when we got to the episode where it was like B Blade, yeah, people all had to turn into CB Blade. After that, they turned it off.
Yeah. We just, sometimes that backfires on you. If you don't like something, don't go give it ratings.
No, I mean, just why waste your time?
Right. People do it.
But in the comic book world, if you don't like it, you still hit the share button because you're going to help somebody else who's connected to somebody else that you probably know and want to help anyway.
Yeah,
That's
talk
really
about it.
cool.
Let them know if you like that. I mean, because it's beautiful art right there in that comic.
Yeah.
So
His stuff
let people know about it. Yeah.
People don't realize what a labor of love it is, or sadomasochism. Whatever you want to say. So, like, take an idea, put it on paper, edit the shit out of it. Get it to some kind of working script. Find an artist, collaborate, put it on paper, spend all your time and money putting it into something that's a tangible item, and then trying to get people to read it.
Right?
Yeah.
Get it in front of people.
And then
Whatever.
have
it
to
takes.
hear all the people saying, "Why are you spending money doing this? Why are you doing
Yeah.
that? You're just wasting time. What are you doing?" So
If the
yeah,
story needs to be told, we are compelled to tell it. That's what we're
Yes.
here to tell you today. Is the stories that we wrote compel us to talk to you, to read the story, because this is what we dream about at night. Right?
Yes.
It's what
No.
we dream about at night.
No, the fact that this exists makes me so happy.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
I also wanted to say, I'm pretty sure 6-8 was given some awards and given some pretty high acclaim from some pretty big names, if I remember
Yeah.
correctly.
yeah. It was Nicolas Cage. He said, "No, just,
I
it was.
was like, really? What?
Yeah, that's high praise."
Yeah.
No, it was, yeah. So I had it originally. I was doing the digital only stuff, so I had it on this website called Comics. What was it called? There was another. It was like Comixology, but it was just for indies. It doesn't exist anymore. But every year they would do like awards, and they would get industry pros to come in and judge the books. And this was back in 2018. I didn't even know they were doing this until I got the email. It said that 6-8 had won the award for best horror comic of the year, and it was judged by Charlie Adler, who was the artist on Walking Dead.
Yeah.
So
Pretty high
Yeah.
praise.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Charlie
Okay,
Adler.
pretty high
that's what you
praise.
want.
That's, dude, his stuff is good, you guys. You just don't know. Go check it out. I'm just saying, it's good.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Love it.
I'm waiting right now. I don't know. I'm hope. Oh, yep. I just got the thumbs up. Our next guest will be here in a moment. As always, Michael, it's great talking to you. Drop them links. You know what's up, dude.
Yeah, I'm starting to ramp up everything now, so you'll be seeing all my annoying posts all the time now.
What I can
And
see.
make sure whenever you kick it off, come on our shows, come on Laurie's show,
Yeah,
come on my show, come
I
on the
love
madness
launching.
and talk about it. Yeah.
Launch.
And if you
What
think you're posting too much,
Yeah,
keep
you're not.
posting more.
Yeah.
Right amount.
So true, though.
Hey, what is it? What happened to Jibber Jabber? Is it gone?
No, it's not gone. It's just there was some
Going
hacking
maintenance.
activity. There was some hacking activity that was going on in the server, and the host set it down. I got to fix some things on the code so people can't inject this thing into SQL, and this it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
It's
I
coming
tried
back.
to log
It'll
in.
be- Yeah, it'll be back up on Tuesday.
Okay, all right.
I've got a plan to
He's like,
figure it out.
let's keep blood pressure low.
Yeah. Monday I'll work on it.
All right,
and
cool.
Get it fixed. And then Tuesday.
Is there any
I'll-
Is there any plans for like a phone app version of it?
Yes, there will be a phone app version of it coming sometime this year.
Oh, cool.
It's all in the works. It's all in the works.
It's coming.
And what about Pops? You said there was last year. You're talking about something with maybe getting printing.
Financing for the big plan fell through, but we still have plans to do the Roku network.
Okay.
Which gives everybody a little more opportunity to be seen. Partnering up with, of course, Max and Hart Fisher and the American Horrors channel, and we'll be doing some cross promotion with their network. We're also being looked at by by another streaming service that's already on Roku and Fire Stick and Apple and blah 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 blah. And it's like, okay, so we're talking to them. They're looking at our network right now, picking out, looking at all the different shows, and they'll be in touch with me about which ones they want to bring over to their channel. And that's, that's ad revenue for whoever shows they are. That's, that's a little cut in the pie. That's wonderful times. That's what we're trying to build here, is something where everybody gets to make a little money, right? Everybody
will spend it on comic books.
Yeah.
Hey, you got to supplement that income however you can, right?
Well, and again, just get in front of as many eyes as you can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, we still got our plans. The vision's still there. It'll all take financing. You know what I'm saying, Michael? It's all but as far as as you're talking right now, where you're at right now is the same exact place where Laurie and Paul are.
Yeah.
And you might want to talk to them about the people that are publishing their books, or the people that they're partnering up with to get their books out there, marketing, actual help.
Yeah.
To get it out there where people can buy it, because you just said it. You just said it plain as day. I don't have the time.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's a hard thing, especially if you got another job and got kids. I got 3 kids myself, and a whole bunch of medical issues. So it's hard to make time, but as long as you're doing it slowly and progressively and keeping at it, that's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Consistency is key.
Well, one of the things, because when you're talking about the printing thing, is if there was some way to get down the price of printing, that would help hugely.
We're all there with you.
You can drop your printing price as long as you print 3,000 copies.
Yeah.
Right? Bill and I were talking about this.
Yeah.
It's still
But
expensive.
then the
as
problem
hell.
becomes, where do you put them all?
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, it's
And your
still expensive as
family
hell,
is
but then
like, the dining room is now the comic room.
That's my new bed. Put them all on the floor and just lay on top of them until you sell them.
So true story real quick. So I just ordered a bunch of comics, and it's been raining here in California, and my husband and I, it's 10 o'clock at night, and we start hearing plunk, plunk, plunk. There's a leak from a light fixture in the living room dropping right onto my brand new boxes of comics, and I'm like, oh my god. So we rush like mad people, move all the comics out of the way of the drip. Luckily everything was fine. The guy ships everything super nice and triple boxed, and everything was fine. But you got to know that in the back of my mind I'm going, oh my god.
Yeah, no, I mean that's
that.
That's definitely one of those things. You got to make sure to kind of back things up. I throw like garbage bags over boxes that I don't open yet.
Yeah.
Because I try to order a lot, so I do get that price down. But I put like trash bags over them so they don't get touched or anything. Usually put them on a higher shelf so the kids don't get to them or anything.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, you definitely have to do that.
Look, comics, yay!
Yeah.
Jump in. This is
Mama, I colored all your comics for you.
our next guest right here.
Hi.
Hey, Doug.
Hello.
This
Can
guy,
you hear me
look.
okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
Good.
Excellent.
This guy, I go through my comics. We're doing one of the show off shows, and I'm showing off indie comics that I have in my drawer that I don't know anything about, right? So I'm looking for I'm pulling out all the obscure ones that I can't find anything.
This is an introduction.
Here we go again.
This is an introduction. There's a book. I had it. I never bothered to read it. It's
I don't know anything
obscure.
about
Maybe
it.
probably you
It's
never
sitting
heard
over
of it.
there.
And it's just
Not that,
kicking around
there
forever.
was nothing on it that you could find online. That's what I mean. But it's like nothing on it that we could pull up, that we would type into the search engine. would
Have
give
you
us-
tried typing in the title of the book?
We did. It was
'Cause
weird.
Oftentimes, I'll see something, a title of perhaps a movie or a book, and I'll type that into the old machine there. And what you want to do is you hit that button that says enter, pops,
Oh.
and the world opens for you.
This is the problem, though. I'm one of them people, and I'm like looking in the comic databases, right? Okay, like Stash My Comics, and those, because that's what I use to keep my database up to date, and I can't find it, and I can't
just
find it.
Googled
So I
arsenic
submitted
lullaby
it.
and pulled it right up.
So I submitted it.
Lori.
Okay.
Lori's telling on Pops.
Like it's right there.
This is what I'm saying. I was one of them people that thought, oh, if it's not in the database, I couldn't. So I submitted the comic to the Stash My Comics database.
What off-brand Chinese data? What are you talking about?
Stash My Comics, man.
Stash My Comics. Yeah, they carry a lot of comics,
free
but I mean, a lot of
database.
indies they don't really carry them.
Well,
They
you
carry
gotta
mine.
submit 'em.
I was like,
But
I don't
yeah,
think
you
it's
got to
fine
kind of.
there.
Yeah, you got to kind of submit them most of the time. I know somebody did it for me because I didn't know anything about that stuff.
I submit a lot of them over there.
Can you submit mine
because-
too, please?
While we're on that train, go for mine too, Pop.
I had
While you're
just
at it.
talked about it, right? I had just talked about it and was talking about the book and showing the book to everybody. And the next weekend, I go to Grand Rapids Comic Con and I'm walking with Chris or Brad, and there's this huge freaking banner, like 12 feet, 15 feet long, Arsenic Lullaby. And I'm like, oh, fuck, do I feel stupid? He's local.
So with that short introduction, let's talk about this comic.
Yeah. So Doug's in Michigan.
No, I'm in Milwaukee actually.
Oh, so you're close.
Nice.
Yeah.
Evie Waukee.
But he was in Grand Rapids for the show, and it's like he had a corner booth, a nice sized booth, and a gigantic banner. And I'm like, Oh man, I feel stupid. But I will say in my defense, the book I have was not on his table.
No,
Like,
it was
call the
not
man
on
out.
your table.
No, he didn't. He had all newer, nicer stuff. That's what I mean. The one I had is like,
nicer stuff.
Old.
Nicer stuff. Yes. It wasn't this.
You can come on my show, and I won't harass you when you come on.
Lori won't harass you. I mean,
I'm
she might
nice.
chase you
I
with
ask
a
lots of
potato
pertinent
peeler, but
questions
she's
and I
thicker
promote.
books.
got cookies.
Bigger,
I'm used to people just maybe butchering my last name or something like that. But Pops, really, he rolls a red carpet
He was
out
going
for
to give
me.
me a hard
the
time,
book
but
itself
really,
is
he meant you.
hilarious. The little zombie embryos are just fucking hilarious.
Zombie embryo.
You have my peaked attention.
Yep.
Yeah. One of the main characters is Voodoo Joe. He's a witch doctor who lives in the suburbs.
Nice.
And so he needed a zombie henchman, like any good witch doctor, but he just has a ranch house. He doesn't have a lot of room, you know? He doesn't have a lot of square footage out there. So he just made zombie fetuses. That way, you know, you can have a horde and you just keep them all in the refrigerator.
Nice.
That way they don't.
Neighbors just, yeah.
They don't ask questions. The smart
Okay.
ones don't ask questions. They just,
Probably
you
does
know.
invite a lot of them over for outing.
Lunch.
Yeah.
No, he's not
No.
much of a social butterfly. You
Don't
know?
mind my zombie fetuses. They're just getting the mail.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, they'll be out there with spatulas shoveling the snow. 16, 18 of them, not just.
I kind of want a horde of my own zombie embryos.
Yeah, right?
So they could shovel the damn snow.
They're darn handy, really. But in a blizzard, they're easy to lose track of. So
Yeah, I
you
was gonna
gotta.
say they
Okay.
get blown away.
Lori, I want you
Yeah.
to see if you can find this cover.
Do I have to?
I want you to see if you can find this cover right here.
He threw down the challenge.
May, June,
Let me see.
2001.
Okay.
Silent Comics.
Okay.
Make love a lot.
With the there they are. I see them.
Zombie embryos.
Let's see.
Dude, zombie fetuses, embryos, whatever.
That's great.
Good stuff. guys.
They look
This,
precious.
this is some funny shit. I'm just saying.
It is. See, I love doing CRoM Con because I meet new people every time, and
And you
find
hear
new
about
things
books you
that I
never
like.
heard of before, right?
Huh?
And you hear about books you never heard of before. right?
Exactly.
It's not a dig, Doug. There's so many
Dig,
books
Doug.
I never heard of before. I've heard of since I started doing this. Okay.
I found it.
You found this cover?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
It's there.
14 seconds it took.
Right?
14 seconds.
Well, I mean, 'cause I'm looking at
Did we time?
and that's probably 10 seconds of that was scrolling past pages of porn.
No, it's all images of your comic on Google. It's great.
Yeah, it might have been some of the newer, nicer stuff that Bob's been
Yeah, the
talking
nicer
about.
stuff. Yeah, back when, after he didn't suck.
I never
so
said
much.
it sucked.
Great.
Like
Never said it sucked. No.
No, this looks great.
But do you have like a website link where people can go get all of your stuff or see all of your stuff?
arseniclullaby.com.
Okay.
You just
Okay.
tack a .com on the end of that title there, Pops.
Okay.
That will take you
He's not born from
directly to the
internet era.
website. To the website, take you right there. But there's no store.
Okay. I got arseniclullabies.com. Is that, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Singular or plural, either one will get you there.
Okay. So the online store doesn't work?
There's no online store.
Do you have a list of all of your different cons that you're going to on the site?
No, the hell with you. The hell with it.
Look, I'm not trying to sell it. I'm going to show it to you.
Figure out. There's several 100,000
Come and
copies
get
out
it.
there. Find one. It's not my problem.
So the website consists of your email address?
No, there's also no email address.
His house address. Go get it.
It only exists so that I can tell Pop I told you so. That's the
Oh.
only. That's the only purpose it serves. Is I can just say, type that in there.
Sometimes
You see?
spite leads to good things.
Okay, so the only way people can get your book is to catch you at a con?
No, there's copies out there. Figure it out.
No. How do we get it from you?
Works.
How do we get it from you? We might want you to sign it or something. How do we get it from you?
You got a new campaign going on?
Do you have it at,
It's a
do you have it at
treasure
local
hunt.
stores in Milwaukee?
No, it was distributed by Diamond. It's all over the place. You know? I have complete confidence that somebody who heard Zombie Fetus, they're either going to be able to figure out how to get that book, or they're going to have nightmares for the rest of their life. You say that word, and they are now either on a mission or they wish they never heard that phrase. So I don't really have to put out effort.
I'm really not sure how the zombie
the work
fetus
that I
even
create.
ended up in my collection, Doug. But I'm trying to find more.
The book finds you. The universe.
It shows up at your
works
door, Pops. That's
in
how it works.
mysterious ways. Yes.
Is this the
Look.
first issue of a series? How many are out?
The funniest thing is if I hadn't have looked at it like just the week before and been talking about it and stuff, I would have walked by your booth and probably just like not even known anything about you or anything, right? As opposed to that gave me a reason to stop and talk to you because I had just looked at this book and it's like, hey, that guy.
It's how it works. It's the serendipity of the universe. This book finds the people who need it.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying
Things
to get.
take care of themselves.
You know.
At a certain point. There's only so much you can do. You know, there's only so much marketing you can do. There's only so much you can do. At some point, things either take care of themselves or they don't.
There you go.
To answer your question, I don't know how many issues there are. 20 or 30? I don't know. A lot. There's a lot of them. A lot.
He's like, there's a lot. Go find them.
They
Go find them.
Yeah.
Should I Google that too? How many issues?
Yeah. Check it up. So let's see how many issues there are of this. Are you going to continue doing them? I mean, is this is this like I'll do an issue every once in a while, I think.
Yeah.
I might stop whenever I decide to stop.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I just, well, everything I put out, all kidding aside, I make sure it's good, because I write it and I draw it. So it takes me like 10, 15 hours to illustrate a page.
Right.
So I'm not doing that unless it's a really good story. I'm not drawing for 15 hours on something that's kind of okay. No,
Dude, it was hilarious.
I just won't put out a book.
No, it was good. I loved it. It was hilarious.
Thank you.
And I really felt bad that we couldn't come back up the next day to Grand Rapids. The snow hit, and Chris had to go back to Philadelphia. He had to go back to Pennsylvania. He wasn't going to hang out until it got bad and then try to drive back to Pennsylvania. So he jetted out Saturday night, so I couldn't get back up there on Sunday.
Well, you told me, I'm going to go home and read it, and then you didn't come back, and I said, well, he went home and read it.
But I didn't get to come back.
He read it. He probably got to about page 4 and said, holy
dude, I was cracking up. No, you don't understand. You got to understand the people in our group. We got the zombie. We got the zombie ninja guy over there, the zombie bimbos with.
Can I try to pronounce your last name?
Okay,
go for it.
Paszkiewicz.
No.
See, I've heard it and I still left it alone.
It's Paszkiewicz, but I accept all honest effort. Yeah, I don't get bent out of shape about it. It's
Polish?
Albanian, probably.
Somewhere over there.
Some Eastern Bloc country that ran through during World Wars 1 and 2.
They're all related anyway.
Yeah.
Prussian. Just say Prussian.
Prussian, whatever. Someone with spiked helmets ran through there at some point and changed the flag a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Who knows? Yeah.
It was a game of capture the flag for a while.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That whole swath of Europe is really just up for grabs constantly.
And depending on how close you are to the border, it happens more often.
Right. Yeah. This Ukraine is nothing new.
Right.
Whatever happens to them, it'll come around again in another 5 years. That place is a mess. Place is a mess. The Eastern Europe, that's the inner city of Europe. That's what that is.
In the ghetto.
Yeah,
No,
it's-
who sang that?
Yes.
Who did it? Was that Michael?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't even know.
Oh.
Compton
Really
of
hates
Europe.
that song.
That's what
Hates-
that is.
hates
So
that
that's like fingernails on the chalkboard to me. I have that written into my second issue that the guy that sings that song gets smashed by a car immediately after.
No.
Can't believe you just did that out of the universe. You just
She's got the booty.
Well, I
on
think
people
what
that sing that
didn't
song.
Elvis do that song?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's the problem? I think
Have you heard
Elvis
that song?
did enough narcotics
It's not
that
about
he's
Elvis.
allowed to sing about living in the ghetto.
I got the
Not
tape.
about
You want me to
Elvis.
play it?
It's that you
Yes.
better not. I will go. Be careful. There's a curse that follows that song.
A lonely child was born.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Never thought I'd see Laurie mad before, but apparently today is that day.
Yeah, I'm not mad. It's just like it's so cringe to me that I can't handle it.
Now look, I got this Elvis coffee cup, and that song
That's
is
not
not
Elvis.
on it.
Elvis is fine.
Not on it. Okay.
I'm surprised because that's got to be one of his top 10 songs.
It is not.
It's got to be one of his top.
It is
It
definitely
was
not.
huge.
It's his
huge.
best song
He had a
ever.
really hard time. He had a
You guys
really
just
hard
want me to
time
leave the stream.
shaking his hips in the ghetto. But
We'll sing it on my song. I put him off the show.
And his mama cried.
Oh shit.
Stop it.
Michael, she's not going to promote your book if you keep
Don't be like,
It's okay, Michael. You can come on my show. It's all right.
I'll come on your show. I'll come on that show too. And he's
We can all dress like Elvis.
yeah, that's fine. You can be an Elvis fan. You can sing any of his
Oh,
other
oh, oh,
songs. That's fine. I was actually, oh my
Honk,
god, I was
honk,
friends with
burn
an
it.
Elvis impression. What do you call them? Impressionists?
Impersonator?
Yeah, in college, and
Impersonator.
he would like go to places and dress up and sing and pass out flowers to the old ladies. That's how he like made a living. He had like facial construction done to look like Elvis.
I
And the
told my
following year,
son.
he went to
What?
Vegas.
I told
Yeah,
my
it's a-
son that he needed to be an Elvis impersonator. Dylan?
It's a whole career. Like you can
Yeah.
you can choose it as a career, yeah, and be a performer.
They make enough money to have facial
Yes.
reconstruction?
Yes.
He had a chin implant and he had his cheeks done.
A
and he
chin
dyed his
implant.
hair and had it cut like Elvis. But that man could do the best Joe Cocker impression and he could sing. So he would do High with a little help from my friends, but we had to stop him from doing it on karaoke nights because he would get us kicked out because people thought he was wasted. It was part of his act. So I was like, it's not okay.
But they
we're
make that
stopping
much
him.
money. I mean, if you look into like Santa's for the year, they work like a month or two, make more money than I do for the past year. I knew a
Big
Michael
money.
Jackson impersonator. He used to make money.
People book them for like shows. It's weird. It's a weird thing.
It is
Yeah.
weird. That's true. It is.
I'm gonna head out, guys. After all that in the ghetto singing, I'm gonna go barf in the toilet. So,
All right, Laurie.
thank
Just a
you.
hunk of burning fuzz. Yeah. A hunk of burning fuzz. Yeah.
When I go, you can sing in the ghetto, and I don't care. So, love everybody. See you on Tuesdays. Look for
Take care,
Pat
Laurie.
Raquel Rider issue 2 this week. PDF's dropping. So
There you
I'm
go.
excited. I'll talk
Look
to y'all
forward to
later.
getting it in print.
Love you. Bye.
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 In the
On that
ghetto.
note, I hear a
the
guest showing up in my house, so I need to get going too.
Oh my God, everyone's leaving.
That's all right.
Yeah.
We're almost done with this segment. I got to go get ready for segment 2.
Sure, sure.
sweet.
But real quick, Paul, I
Yes.
do want to talk comics with you. So
Let's
whenever
do
you
it.
have a chance, let me know, and I will be there.
Yeah, you got it. Definitely, we'll talk about it.
All right, sounds perfect. Everybody, take care.
Cool.
That's what it's all
Douglas,
about. Comics.
I promise you, all the other people that run shows on my network will do so much better than I do. Okay.
Obviously, Pops.
That's all-
Yeah.
Okay, those two are gone. Let's talk shit about them.
1, 2, 3 in the ghetto.
My friend had facial reconstruct. You don't have a friend. You're lying.
One thing that we don't need, it's another little bear mouth to feed in the ghetto.
That's one of those strange earworms that you get it in your head and you're singing it and then you realize how depressing it is. Wait a minute, this is a really depressing This is a horrible song.
It really is. But I mean, it was a huge song for him. It changed his career path whenever he started with that song. I mean, like I said, it's got to be one of his top 10 because it was such a landmark song for him. But I mean,
because it's an earworm. But as long as you don't listen to the lyrics that you're humming to yourself, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, but that was one of the things. Everyone thought he was just like a one-trick pony, and he came out with In the Ghetto, and everyone was like, "Oh, maybe he does have range."
Okay, and this is Billboard. This is Billboard, Paul. Okay, it's not 40 or 39 or 38 or 37 or 36 or 35. Okay, so we're moving up. We're moving up the chart. Oh, it's number 30, Paul, according to Billboard. The number 30 of Elvis's songs.
I'm surprised.
1969, number 30.
Did you Google that? You managed to Google
what
number?
I know where
on the
Billboard
charts
is,
that
ghetto,
but you couldn't.
Not his book.
I'm doing music way longer than comics. I used to work for Z-Rock back in the 90s.
With the Wolfman.
But like I said, that was like one of those songs that changed his career. It's like the song that he did whenever JFK died, you know, on that Christmas special.
It was that old.
It was one of those turn of his career moments.
Wasn't it when Martin Luther King died?
Was it JFK or was Martin Luther King? It was Martin Luther King, wasn't it? Yeah.
69, yeah.
I don't think there's a whole lot of songs about JFK getting his head blown off.
It was a special that he did. He was supposed
in
to
the
do
back
like
seat.
Oh, my catty.
And his wife crawled out of the car. Covered the brains all over her pillbox hat.
Because he called out on the grassy knoll, then he climbed a tree, then he climbed the wall in the Dallas.
In the book depository. The gun he got from Cuba, mail order. He went in the book depository.
On the grassy knoll.
On the grassy
You
knoll.
just said the way that it could have been the CIA there in Dallas.
Nice. I was trying to think of a CIA and I couldn't get it out of the holster. Very good.
All right. Well, I'm going to take off too. It's about 5:30. I need to go get some stuff cleaned up around here from getting back from the hospital.
All right, Max. Take care.
Yep.
Don't eat too much soup.
Try not to.
Try to calm down.
Press. Go check it out.
All right.
Let's go around. Let's go around the room. Everybody tell where they can be found if they want to be found.
If they want to be found.
Just Google it.
If it makes it to you, it makes it to you. I gotta understand how you get that concept because I don't know if I could do that.
Figure it out. You're an adult. You're a grown adult. 2023. You can't find the issue. Then how are you? Care?
Watch yourself.
My rent's paid. I don't give a. Trying to one by one sell this thing out of the back of my car like a fucking.
I'm starting.
That should
to
be
like
the
him
blurb
more
on the
than-
back of the book.
I'm starting to like him more than the book.
I don't fucking care if you
Bad.
read this book.
This could end up being bad.
Figure it out. I'm not gonna hold your hand and walk to your house and hand you a copy. Sure. Whatever. The light's on. I got food in the refrigerator. Whatever. If you can't find it, you don't get one. The end.
That's great. Now that makes me want to find it. I'm just saying. It just makes me want to find it.
I have every confidence you'll be able to find a copy.
This could be the marketing ploy of the century. Can we find the whole set though? All 30 of them. Is it possible?
Probably. I don't know.
I only
don't have
printed
any.
number 2 in Washington.
I don't have any.
What do I want? I spent per issue, like 600 hours staring at it. I don't need one. I don't want to see it ever again. Really.
Have you thought about setting up with like a print by demand type thing, like Kablam or something, where people can just order your book and get it? No. He said no.
No. What I do is I put it in Diamond's issue, and the stores order it, and people go to the stores and get it, or they don't. I don't care.
Well, yeah, I mean, some stores will order it, but some won't. You know, I mean, it's like.
Well, then their customers don't get it. They go to some other store.
That's the sad part.
That's what my dad did with his books. He put them on Amazon. He said, biggest Amazon store is books all over the place. And he said, people go there, they'll buy it. Nobody bought it.
Nobody bought it.
All right, Douglas, thanks for coming out. Everybody, Arsenic Lullaby. Now
I'm done? I've only spent a half an hour. That's it?
Go find it.
I gotta leave?
Yeah, I think we're all leaving. It's not just you.
Facebook only lets you run so long, and then they cut your stream off. So I have to do this in 2 segments.
But I just
blame it on the puppet.
I gotta move some units, Pop. We can't end the stream now.
Now we care.
There's nowhere to get the units.
I got books. I got books to sell, brother. What are you doing? You're pulling the
Go
plug.
to your comic store and buy Arsenic Lullaby.
Lullaby.
We do have later at 7:00. We'll be right back out here with open draw stream for an hour, and then at 8:00 we have the Horror Movie Club, and we're going to be covering Lucio Fulco's Zombies, which over in Europe was known as Zombie Flesh Eaters. I think it was the unofficial sequel to Dawn of the Dead. Good stuff. We're going to be covering that at 8:00. If you're into that kind of stuff, Douglas, the Horror Movie Club is like pretty open stream. We have people come out, and what we do is we watch the movie and then we come out and talk shit about it. You know what I mean?
MST3K kind of thing.
And sometimes we highlight a creator. You never know, right? But it's all, it's all just part of what we do on the network. We try to get people seen. Go look for Arsenic Lullaby and get you a copy so you can tell everybody where you found it.
Yeah, tell a friend. Hey, send me your email address, and then when somebody asks me how to get it, I'll forward that right to you.
There you go. See, somebody go find one, tell me, I'll tell everybody else. Look, he got his there. Go get it. Michael Gonzalez, tell everybody where they can find you, bro.
RainyRoadMedia.com right there.
And he's got a ton of good books. Go check him out. Paul, Bushy Boo.
Bushy Boo, Cryptic Mysteries, PTSD, Cryptic Haze. We're all on that ASAP Imagination webpage now, anyoneworld.com. Of course, you can find me at Paul Gomez 790 on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. But you can also follow me every Wednesday here on The Madness. I'm doing that show, Reality of Comic Publishing, that helps out new creators, gives them hints and tips not to hit those roadblocks. And come talk to me.
There you go. Marmalade.
Yeah, me?
Yeah, you. Where can they find you, bro?
I'm right here. Hey, but you mean like on the computers and stuff?
Yeah.
I'm allowed to have a Twitter account because I'm only 9 years old. But you can find me on Twitter. I'm Marmalade CB, and the CB is like the radio where you say, "Hey, 10-4, good buddy." But it stands for Critical Black.
I don't think having randos follow 9-year-olds on Twitter really pops as a road we want to go down with this show. Because they'll cut your stream right off. I'll tell you. The bots hear that. They'll.
He's 9 in puppet years. What's that like?
9 in puppet years.
Yeah, well, it was manufactured 20 years ago in people years. So,
so
it's
you're
at
20.
the warehouse for a long time.
He's legal.
Oh, yeah, you're 20 then. You don't. So
yeah, but,
you're
experience and all that.
So you're not. Yeah, you're a grown adult puppet.
I got my own podcast.
Yeah, look at that ass he's got.
That's fine. So I'll give you a call later.
He has music videos and everything, Douglas. He's crazy.
I do interviews and stuff.
Does that too. Yeah.
Excellent.
All right. We'll be back in about 28 minutes. Love you guys. Thanks for tuning in. And, indie comics, baby. That's where the rule is.
Thanks for having me on, Pops. This is fun. Nice meeting you guys.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you.
We'll get you back out here, and we won't be, I guess so.
Yeah, we will.
Mad about it. I'll get you out here with Laurie. I'll get you out here with Paul. I'll get you out here with people like
It's
Doc.
all
who
in good
actually know how
fun.
to
It's
do an
all
interview.
right. I can take it.
Hear with
My ego needs a good clubbing every once in a while, anyhow. Otherwise, my head won't
So
get
does
through
mine.
won't get through the
I
door.
think we both did each other real well right there. So- Y'all have a good day. I'm gonna play a couple commercials. I'm gonna be out of here. Peace.
See you guys.
The original intention of the film was just for my personal use, but I thought with it being such a unique thing that I'd like to offer it to anybody who wants to see it. Things like that. And it's just a unique film of him.
He says, I beat you. He says, they say we came in under the dead of heat. He says, that's not true because I beat you. And the American said, well, he says, if you like to think so, he says, but I know the real story. He says, I know I clearly won that one.
How do you end this thing? How do you put the where's the brakes on this bus? I forgot.
Jazz
how to drive.
hands. Jazz hands and brakes.
Comic Books for Kids provides comic books to kids in hospitals and cancer centers across the U.S. It's a place where we can all work together to make sure every child has a comic book. 100% of all proceeds go towards the kids. It's about making a difference, and while they're in the hospital, allowing them to fly like a superhero, battle dragons, or rescue teddy bears. We are in every state in the country and now support over 160 hospitals.